Marshall Peak. Chapter 4763. A Sudden Turn of Events. Beneath the lake, Yang Kai held his breath and concentrated with a frown. The auras of the three open heaven realm masters above him were like bright lights in the dark night. So how could he not perceive them? Have my whereabouts been exposed? That shouldn't be. I have not revealed any flaws. These three are probably hanging around for some other reason. Under the current circumstances, he did not dare to move about rashly. He was unfamiliar with the land and the people in Langya Paradise, so finding a new hiding place would not be easy. If he was discovered here, then he would need to continue escaping. A world force that seemed rather familiar suddenly surged violently from above. Immediately after that, Yang Kai was astonished to discover that the water in the lake was seething fiercely. The water ascended all at once, as though there was an invisible force pulling it upward. In the blink of an eye, all the water in the lake became suspended in midair, and the scenery at the depths became unobstructed. High up in the sky, Senior Brother Zhao's world force fluctuated vigorously. He was holding his hands above his head in a lofty manner. It was obvious that the anomaly in the lake was caused by a secret technique that he used. The lake might be large, but such a feat was not difficult for a sixth-order open heaven realm master like him. The two junior brothers by the side praised Senior Brother Zhao greatly. Senior Brother Zhao, you are amazing. Your skills are truly strong and powerful, Senior Brother Zhao. This junior brother is impressed. Senior Brother Zhao stood with his nose in the air as usual, but humbly replied, "It's nothing. These are just some paltry tricks." Huh. Before he could finish speaking, he glanced at the bottom of the lake out of the corner of his eye and noticed something. There was a familiar figure standing there, silently gawking at him. The other two junior brothers also noticed Yang Kai at this moment. They were both surprised and delighted as they shouted, "Your genius truly knows no bounds, Senior Brother Zhao. That bastard really was hiding here." At the bottom of the lake, Yang Kai was feeling speechless. "How did you find me when I hid myself so thoroughly? They are not giving me the chance to have a peaceful and quiet life at all. I only came to Langya Paradise for the Black Ink clan and the people corrupted by the Black Ink. Just what sin did I commit for this calamity to befall me?" Looking at the instigator known as Senior Brother Zhao, Yang Kai was filled with resentment. Senior Brother Zhao suddenly had an ominous feeling, but before he could react, he saw Yang Kai slowly throwing a punch in his general direction. Cow punch! Pooh! His small universe was shaken by the impact. Consequently, fresh blood spurted out of his mouth and his aura slumped instantly. The whole scenario seemed strangely familiar. Senior Brother Zhao. The two junior brothers nearby were shocked by the sight. Before their voices could even carry far, all the lake water that was being suspended in midair by Senior Brother Zhao's secret technique came crashing down. This was the result of his small universe being bombarded by Yang Kai's cow punch. His small universe had been shaken so badly that his world force could not flow properly. When the huge amount of lake water came crashing down, the entire spirit province seemed to tremble from the impact. Yang Kai's figure penetrated the falling lake water and charged towards Senior Brother Zhao with an air of cold hostility. Senior Brother Zhao's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Watch out!" He struggled to mobilize his world force and swung his fist at Yang Kai. Unfortunately, due to the severe shock to his small universe, he couldn't even muster up enough strength to rival a fifth-order open heaven realm master's power with this blow. Yang Kai raised his hand and parried the attack easily. At the same time, he punched out and hit Senior Brother Zhao directly in the face. A violent force erupted and stars burst out in Senior Brother Zhao's vision as he plummeted to the ground like a meteorite falling out of the sky. The reaction of the two junior brothers in the sixth-order open heaven realm were not slow. When Senior Brother Zhao took the hit, they simultaneously attacked from both sides. using the best secret techniques and divine abilities they could in that short time, throwing everything they had at Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly turned his head to look at the person on his left and grinned savagely. Under the disbelieving stare of the other party, he took the attack head-on just to close in on him. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was instantly shocked to the core. There were no life-or-death grudges between them, so he had held back in his attack. Nevertheless, even if he held back his strength, he was still a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. No ordinary master could have taken his attacks so lightly. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had taken the attack head-on without flinching. The expression on his face barely even changed. Therefore, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master wondered whether he had held back too much. The power of his secret technique might have failed to come through as a result. Before the thought could finish forming in his head, though, a fist slammed into his lower abdomen. An indescribably terrifying force burst out, and he immediately doubled over in pain, his complexion going pale. "Get down!" Yang Kai flipped around and kicked his victim to the ground. That man crashed down beside the unconscious senior brother Zhao. Having witnessed his two senior brothers suffering such a brutal fate, how could the remaining Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master remain ignorant of Yang Kai's strength? In his desperation, he didn't even dare to hold back his strength and fiercely urge the power of his small universe. His palms transformed into palm shadows that covered the entire sky, looming down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored the attacks and lunged towards the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Charging straight at the man, he easily countered the attack under the other party's horrified gaze. The two of them became entangled in battle, and their world forces collided viciously. As soon as they exchanged blows with each other, though, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master immediately felt an ominous sensation. The heritage of his small universe was significantly weaker than the other parties. Such a reckless fight would definitely end in a loss for him. Unfortunately, he was stuck riding a tiger and could not get down. It was impossible for him to get away from Yang Kai now. 3 moves later, his complexion turned deathly pale and his figure became unsteady. 5 moves later, he was seeing stars. His small universe was shaking uncontrollably like an ancient building that had just experienced an earthquake. Accordingly, his fighting ability decreased steadily. "You get down too!" Yang Kai shouted, and his palm came smashing down. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master screamed in agony and dropped straight to the ground. His fall created a large crater. Lying in the middle of the depression, he couldn't find the strength to move at all. Looking up at the young man descending from the sky, all 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Lang, Paradise, lying side by side on the ground, experienced a mixture of extremely complicated emotions. They were all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but the other party had defeated all 3 of them on his own in such a short span of time. Not to mention, it was an overwhelmingly one-sided victory. All parties had held back since they were not fighting a life-or-death battle. But even if it had been a real battle, these 3 were certain that they would not have fared any better. Is he really a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Is there such a powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? How is this possible? Yang Kai landed in front of those 3 and clasped his hands behind his back. Looking down at them from above, he smacked his lips and asked, "Why did you have to do this, senior brothers? Would it kill you to leave me hiding safely below? Why did you have to force me to reveal myself?" 2 of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters looked ashamed, but senior brother Zhao remained resolute. Even though he was lying on the ground, his head remained raised slightly. He didn't even look straight at Yang Kai and only glanced at him out of the corner of his eyes. Yang Kai noticed senior brother Zhao's posture and wondered, is he really that stubborn? Thinking about it again, this person had fought Yang Kai twice. On both occasions, he had been injured by the cow punch secret technique before he could even do anything. It was only natural that he felt resentful inside. After all, it was understandable for disciples of the cave heavens and paradises to be somewhat prideful of their respective strengths. At this moment, the disciple tokens hanging around the trio's waists suddenly fluctuated with a weak pulse of energy in unison. They quickly checked the message, and a few moments later, Senior Brother Zhao sighed and said, "It's our defeat, so we will withdraw now. In the future, we won't cause any more trouble for you." "Quit what?" Yang Kai scowled deeply. Senior Brother Zhao replied, "The sect master issued an order." Senior Brother Zhao, one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, nearby quickly interrupted. The people who successfully captured Yang Kai would obtain the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world for training. That was the order issued directly by the sect master himself. However, it would seem that Yang Kai was ignorant of the situation. Since he did not know, then it would be better to continue keeping him in the dark. After all, if the news were to spread that all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had mobilized against a single person in their own territory, Langya Paradise would undoubtedly lose a lot of face. Yang Kai glanced at the one who spoke earlier before he turned to look at Senior Brother Zhao pensively. "Are you hiding something from me?" The person who spoke earlier quickly denied. No, it's nothing. Junior Brother Yang, you've misunderstood me." "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned savagely. Then he formed a fist with one hand and an open palm with the other. Palming his fist, the thudding sound of flesh against flesh echoed as he approached them slowly. "We've already lost. What else are you going to do to us?" All three of them turned pale with fright. A short while later, Yang Kai stood in front of the three people whose faces were swollen and bruised and snarled through gritted teeth. "Li Yuan Wang, I'll get you back for this." He never imagined that Li Yuan Wang would use him as a sharpening stone to train the Langya Paradise disciples. Li Yuan Wang had even gone so far as to issue an order saying that the person who managed to capture Yang Kai would obtain the right to enter the Five Lights world for training as a reward. This was something that had been puzzling Yang Kai recently. After hiding for a few days, it seemed like this incident was going to blow over and things were about to end peacefully. Contrary to his expectations, however, the storm suddenly kicked up again for some reason. The number of people searching for him increased dramatically. Moreover, they were much more enthusiastic than before. It turned out Li Yuan Wang was pulling the strings all along. The chance to train inside a small source world was an extremely precious opportunity, even in the cave heavens and paradises. How could the Open Heaven Realm Masters not go all out with such a reward being offered? However, there was one thing Yang Kai could not understand. Li Yuan Wang knows the real reason I came to Langya Paradise. Since he knows, why is he doing this? Isn't it better to investigate quietly? Unless he is trying to muddy the waters? It'll be easier to blind the fish and catch them all in one fell swoop that way. All of a sudden, Yang Kai understood Li Yuan Wang's ideas and intentions. Even so, would it kill you to inform me beforehand? You issued the order without even telling me anything. If not for my strength, the person lying on the ground with a swollen and bruised face would have been me instead. Li Yuan Wang's order could not be concealed. Yang Kai was bound to learn the truth sooner or later. It was only out of this consideration that Senior Brother Zhao and the two others had revealed this matter to Yang Kai, lest they suffer at his hands again. Be that as it may, Li Yuan Wang had issued another order just now. Those who were defeated by Yang Kai would have to withdraw and could no longer participate in this training. There was no doubt that this order was beneficial to Yang Kai. He could not kill the Langya Paradise disciples after all, so even if he defeated them, they could simply recover and make a comeback. If that were the case, it would only form an endless cycle. Is he planning to make me fight all of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise? There was no saying whether Yang Kai might be able to discover something in the process of fighting, but that was undoubtedly what Li Yuan Wang was aiming for. It was not to say that this was not a valid method, but Yang Kai could not help feeling very displeased. For some reason, he felt as though he had been used. Anybody else in his shoes would not have been comfortable with the idea either. Fixing his gaze upon senior brother Zhao and the other two, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and grinned. The three of them had been beaten so badly by Yang Kai that they were now traumatized. Thus, they subconsciously shuddered in fear under his seemingly predatory gaze. Senior brother Zhao, as the group's leader, plucked up his courage and asked warily, "What do you want?" Yang Kai responded with a straight face, "Don't be nervous. You're senior brother Zhao, right? Your space ring looks very exquisite. I like it very much. Can I have a look?" Senior brother Zhao couldn't help widening his eyes at those words. Isn't this daylight robbery? Most of his wealth was contained inside his space ring. If he were robbed of everything, then how was he supposed to survive in the future? Therefore, he immediately clutched at his space ring and yelled, "Don't even think about it!" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4764. This is robbery. Since Li Yuan Wang wants to muddy the waters, then I am going to do exactly what he wants. However, I refuse to be used for nothing. Seeing as he made the first move, then he can only blame himself if I retaliate in kind. Nevertheless, robbing the open heaven realm masters of their space rings was a little too much. Even Yang Kai could not bring himself to do something like that. He only said that just to frighten senior brother Zhao and the others so that he could advance by retreating. A short while later, Yang Kai came to an agreement with those three. Senior brother Zhao glared at Yang Kai furiously and snarled, "You're deranged." Yang Kai snapped impatiently, "Stop complaining. Everybody, hand over a set of sixth order materials or items of the same value. If you refuse, then I will hang you up like an offering to the heavens on that spirit province over there." While speaking, he took out a bare tree trunk from somewhere and held it in front of him as though he was holding a flagpole. Moreover, the spirit province he was talking about was none other than the place where all the weaker Langya Paradise disciples lived. Senior brother Zhao and the others couldn't help feeling a bitter aftertaste in their mouths, almost as though they had bitten into a sour gourd. Unfortunately, they were helpless to fight back when faced with such an invincible enemy. If they were tied to the tree trunk on the spirit province in the distance, they would be seen by countless lower Langya Paradise disciples. How could they hold their heads high in the future? A set of sixth order materials was certainly worth a lot. If these materials were converted into open heaven pills, they would be worth at least 100 million open heaven pills each. Be that as it may, this price was something that the sixth order open heaven realm masters from Langya Paradise could afford to pay. Comparing one's dignity to one's wealth, there was no doubt that the former was much more important. What's more, Yang Kai had previously planned to rob them of their space rings entirely. If he were to do that, then their losses would only become greater. Hence, his price was not unacceptable to these three, even though it was undeniably high. Looking at each other, the three of them each took out some materials to hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned from ear to ear. "Senior brothers, you are so magnanimous. This junior brother is overwhelmed by your favor." All three of them had cold expressions on their faces. None of them said a word as they sat down cross-legged to recover from their injuries. Yang Kai took several steps forward before seeming to recall something. Digging around in his space ring for a while, he suddenly tossed a spirit pill to each of them. "This is a healing pill refined by Void Land. The effects are pretty good. You should give it a try, senior brothers." "Will this cost us money?" One of the sixth order open heaven realm masters asked warily, clearly still traumatized by the banditry he had just experienced. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. "I can name a price if you'd like." That sixth order open heaven realm master's expression darkened, and he looked like he wanted to slap himself on the mouth. Yang Kai burst out laughing. "I was joking. Senior brothers, please rest assured. This Yang is also reasonable. Since I have received proper payment already, I won't trouble you any further." After saying that, he manipulated space principles, and his figure vanished out of sight. Once they confirmed that Yang Kai was gone, Senior Brother Zhao and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief in unison. All three of them could not understand how the situation ended up like this. It was the sect master's orders to use Yang Kai as the goal of their training exercise. But in the end, not only were they completely defeated, but they also had a set of sixth-order materials stolen from them in a twisted manner. It was absolutely heartbreaking. The trio looked at the healing pill in their hands as though they were looking at a piece of stale chicken. Lang Paradise had their own alchemists, and the quality of the spirit pills refined by these alchemists was naturally quite impressive. For that reason, they had no interest in the products of outsiders. Nevertheless, there was no denying that this spirit pill was something they obtained at a huge cost. Just throwing it away seemed like a massive waste. Senior Brother Zhao hesitated for a while, but in the end he gritted his teeth and tossed the spirit pill into his mouth. A moment later he exclaimed in surprise, "The quality of this spirit pill is surprisingly good." The two other junior brothers were a little surprised to hear his observation. Therefore, they quickly ate the spirit pill only to discover that it was just as Senior Brother Zhao said. The effects of this spirit pill were certainly no inferior to the spirit pills refined by Lang Paradise. Senior Brother Zhao looked thoughtful. It seems that Voidland has alchemists with impressive skills. Unbeknownst to him, the alchemy skills of both the wondrous Pale Great Emperor and Xia Ningchong had improved by leaps and bounds after they advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The two of them had condensed their Dao seals through the alchemic Dao in the first place, so they naturally had a unique advantage in alchemy. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of a certain bamboo building. He had no other intentions in coming here. His main reason was only to inform Gu Pan that he was safe. There had been no communication between them since she was kidnapped by the twins a few days ago. Even the messages in the communication bead had been clearly sent by somebody who was impersonating her. Inside the bamboo building, Gongsun Rihua sat there with a swollen and bruised face. Gongsun Yuhua was helping him to apply medicine, but every touch made him yelp in pain. He screamed and cursed. "Those bastards are too hateful. I kindly sent them the information, so why did they come and beat me up?" That group of people had come without saying anything or asking any questions, and left immediately after beating him up. After suffering this grievance for nothing, his lungs were about to explode from rage. Likewise, Gongsun Yuhua was angry. "Next time, we'll teach them a lesson one by one." Meanwhile, Gu Pan sat quietly by the side. Although she had a vague understanding of the situation, she was not in the position to speak up. At that moment, a familiar aura suddenly appeared outside the bamboo building. She immediately stood up, pushed open the door, and asked in concern, "Senior Brother Yang, are you all right?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm fine." "Junior sister, don't worry." Upon hearing his voice, Gongsun Rihua rushed out from behind Gu Pan and glared at Yang Kai furiously. "Boy, how dare you show up here?" Yang Kai glanced at Gongsun Rihua's swollen and bruised appearance. Blinking in surprise, he suddenly took out a spirit pill and held it between his fingers. He waved the spirit pill about and asked, "Senior brother, I have some good healing pills with me. I guarantee that they will cure all your ailments. Would you like one?" Gongsun Rihua was taken aback for a moment, unable to understand the reason behind Yang Kai's actions. He shook his head in confusion. No. No. You do need it, senior brother." Yang Kai insisted. "I told you I don't need it." Gongsun Rihua replied impatiently. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. What are you doing?" "Hong, hong, hong." Following a loud commotion, Gongsun Rihua found himself lying on the ground. His condition was even worse than before. On the other hand, Yang Kai was still holding the healing pill between his fingers. Crouching down, he looked at Gongsun Rihua and said with a sincere and happy smile, Senior brother, I'll only ask once. Do you want this healing pill? Or, do you want this healing pill? Gongsun Ri Hua was on the verge of tears. It all started when a group of his fellow brothers came over and indiscriminately beat him up. He had only just applied some medicine, and the swelling on his face had not even subsided. Yet Yang Kai had suddenly come over and beat him up again. I'm a sixth order open heaven realm master. I can't believe I was beaten up twice in the short span of less than an hour. There's no justice left in this world. At this moment, he felt as though he was the most pitiful sixth order open heaven realm master in the world. Yes, yes. He nodded repeatedly, for fear that his situation would turn bleaker if he dared to say the word no again. It made no sense. Why would somebody in this world forcibly give him a healing pill? Just what kind of mentality was that? Yang Kai's smile widened even further as he stretched out his hand. Please pay with a set of sixth order materials or items of equal value. Gongsun Ri Hua turned pale from the shock. This is robbery. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment, and then he nodded in agreement. You're right. This is robbery. He admitted it. I can't believe he admitted it. Gongsun Ri Hua was immediately overwhelmed by Yang Kai's audacity. Even Gongsun Yu Hua couldn't help covering her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Hurry up. Don't dawdle, Yang Kai urged. Gongsun Ri Hua hesitated for a while. Then he recalled the horrifying and overwhelming strength that Yang Kai had displayed just now. He had to admit that even with his little sister's cooperation, the two of them would be no match for Yang Kai. It was bad enough that he had been beaten up so badly. However, if his little sister was also beaten in the same manner, she would not be able to lift her head high in public again. She was a woman after all. Sighing heavily, he admitted defeat. It's my loss. Brat, don't get too arrogant. There are so many talented people in Langya Paradise. Somebody will definitely defeat you one day. Yang Kai grinned at Gongsun Ri Hua. I'll be waiting. Gongsun Ri Hua coldly snorted. Taking out a bunch of materials from his space ring, he handed them over to Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai tossed the healing pill directly into Gongsun Ri Hua's mouth. He stood up and turned to look at Gongsun Yu Hua, who was standing behind Gu Pan all this time. He grinned and revealed a set of pearly white fangs that flashed with a cold light. Gongsun Yu Hua turned pale. Junior brother, do you still have more healing pills? I'd like to buy one too. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. I like how you are so reasonable and easy to communicate with, senior sister. I have more than enough healing pills, so I'm sure I can satisfy your needs. How many do you need, senior sister? Haha, she forced a laugh. One is enough. A short while later, both goods and money exchanged hands. Yang Kai smiled happily and made his last sales pitch. Senior sister, if you need more healing pills in the future, please come to me. Of course, she quickly responded. Then he turned to look at Gu Pan. Junior sister Gu, I'll come and visit you when I have finished my business here. Gu Pan replied earnestly, Senior brother, please take care. Gongsun Ri Hua and Gongsun Yu Hua looked at Gu Pan speechlessly. At this time, the one you should be worried about is not that bastard surnamed Yang. You should be more concerned about your senior brothers and senior sisters, right? Can you not be so obvious about siding with the outsiders? Who knows how many other fellow brothers will suffer losses after this? Although they could send out a message to inform the others about the situation, according to Li Yuanwang's previous orders, the two of them had already been eliminated from this training exercise. Besides, they would only be suspected of cheating if they sent out a message at this time. Even though they were extremely unhappy with what Yang Kai had done, they had their pride as sixth order open heaven realm masters of Langya Paradise. Therefore, be it senior brother Zhao and his two followers or the Gongsun siblings, they quietly accepted the reality that they had been eliminated from the game and did not interfere further. Yang Kai lurked quietly on top of a triangular-shaped, Spirit Province. This entire Lang, your paradise training, had unfolded without his knowledge. As the ultimate goal of this training, he had to face all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang, your paradise, with his power alone. He might possess extraordinary strength, but he did not dare to claim that he would have the last laugh in this incident. Nevertheless, it was possible for him to obtain some benefits in the meantime. At present, he controlled 2 large-scale star cities in Void Territory and High Heaven Territory, as well as several universe paradises and universe cave heavens in the Shattered Heaven. In addition, he also had the support of the resources in the new Great Territory. Be that as it may, nobody would ever complain about having too many resources. A set of Sixth Order materials each, with there being hundreds of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. If every one of them bought a healing pill from him, the benefits he would receive were bound to be rather considerable. More importantly, the Good Fortune Divine Furnace required large amounts of materials. It was a bottomless pit that would never be filled no matter how many resources were thrown into it. That was why Yang Kai was bursting with motivation at this moment. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4765, Deranged. After a short wait, several figures passed by overhead. Their divine senses surged as they searched for any suspicious traces. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Why are there Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters mixed among this team? Aren't they looking down on me a little too much? How can I tolerate this? Thus he rose straight into the sky and sped towards the group of 4. Among those 4 people, 2 were Sixth Order and 2 were Fifth Order. They were spread out in an all formation to search their surroundings. All of a sudden, a violent aura swept towards them from below like a tsunami, and they immediately turned pale from shock. Before they could get a clear grasp of the situation, Yang Kai had already charged straight into their ranks like an arrow released from the string. An overwhelming world force swept outward at the same time. The 2 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were instantly slammed by the impact. Their figures swayed and staggered unsteadily, like small boats caught in the middle of a storm. When they hastily stabilized their figures and looked over, they saw that one of their senior brothers in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm had been punched in the chest. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master immediately coughed up fresh blood, and his complexion turned pale. Isn't that too harsh? Although they could tell that this punch would not endanger the life of their senior brother, injuries were inevitable. The senior brother who was punched in the chest tried to fight back, but the attacker punched him again and again. After that, he dropped out of the sky like a broken paper kite. The world force lingering around his body also became incredibly chaotic. That was a clear sign that his small universe had been shaken violently. A powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master instantaneously lost all combat capability. It could be seen that the attacker's strength was horrifying indeed. The reaction of the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not slow. He quickly blasted various divine abilities and secret techniques at the enemy, but he was not in time to change the fate of his comrade. Watching his fellow brother collapsing to the ground immediately flooded him with a mixture of fear and rage. Hence, he did not dare to hold back his strength whatsoever. Be that as it may, his efforts were in vain. In less than 10 breaths, he too screamed in agony and followed in the footsteps of his comrade. Standing in the void alone, Yang Kai looked absolutely dominant. All of a sudden, he turned around to look at the 2 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Both of these 2 immediately turned pale as they felt like the abyss itself was staring at them. "Run!" one of them shouted. Then, they immediately split up to the left and the right as if they had discussed it in advance. Even their 2 senior brothers in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm were not Yang Kai's opponents. So how could 2 Fifth Order Masters like them possibly resist? At this point, their only option was to escape. Nevertheless, how could they manage that? Yang Kai raised a hand and slapped his palm towards the 2 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as though he was swatting at mosquitoes. A short while later, Yang Kai happily stood in front of the 4 battered people and said with deep concern, "Your injuries are terrible." The 4 of them were speechless. "Why are you mentioning the obvious? Besides, who gave us these injuries? I can't believe he is shedding crocodile tears and pretending to be concerned. What a jerk!" Even though their hearts were filled with grief and resentment, their strength was certainly incomparable to the other party. Therefore, there was nothing they could say in return. They never imagined that a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have such terrifying strength. It could be said that today they witnessed an eye-opening sight indeed. One of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who seemed to be the group's leader, coughed lightly and spoke. "Junior Brother Yang, your skills are amazing and your heritage is extraordinary. We admit defeat." Admitting defeat meant that they would be eliminated from this training event, and the chance to enter the 5 Lights world for training would have nothing to do with them anymore. Although it was a pity, there was no helping it since they were weak. As Langya Paradise disciples, they had their own pride. Therefore, they admired masters like Yang Kai to a certain extent. "My respects." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Then, with a flip of his palm, a jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand, and he smiled and said, "This Yang has some good healing pills. Please give them a try." While speaking, he gave a flick of his wrist, and 4 spirit pills flew out, stopping in front of these 4. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who spoke earlier nodded lightly. "Many thanks." He thought that Yang Kai took out these healing pills due to a sense of guilt for hurting them, so he did not think too much about the other party's intentions. They each stuffed 1 spirit pill into their mouths without a second thought. This healing pill is pretty good." He raised his brow in surprise. One of the other 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters added, "The taste is also quite nice." Yang Kai suddenly reached out his hand. "That will be 1 set of 6th Order materials or items of equal value." The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was taken aback. Yang Kai's expression became grim. "What's wrong? Are you refusing to pay after buying something for me? Senior brother, are you planning to rob me? This Yang might be alone, but I am not easy to bully." The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was confused. "What did I buy from you? Besides, who bullied who? It's obvious that the 4 of us were bullied by you." The other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and asked hesitantly, "Junior Brother Yang, you can't be referring to the healing pill, right?" "What else could it be?" Yang Kai responded matter-of-factly. The group of 4 were rendered speechless for a time, but in the end the first 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master eventually asked, "Junior Brother, were these healing pills not a gift?" Yang Kai glanced sideways at the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "When did I ever say I'm giving them to you? This item is extremely valuable. I was planning to sell it from the start." "A single healing pill is extremely valuable? There should be a limit to acting shameless. Hurry up now. Even Senior Brother Zhao and the others bought this healing pill at this price, so you are no exception. This Yang has always been reasonable and fair when doing business." The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was stunned. "Even Senior Brother Zhao bought this spirit pill?" Yang Kai nodded. The Gongsun siblings also bought a healing pill each from this Yang. If you don't believe me, you can contact them and ask. I'm sure you have each other's contact information, right?" Judging by his expression, he did not seem to be lying. The 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters questioned in their hearts. Could it be that Senior Brother Zhao, Senior Brother Gongsun, and Senior Sister Gongsun really bought these healing pills? How can the Senior Brothers and Senior Sister tolerate something like that? Ahem, wait a moment, please. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who started speaking, first took out a communication bead. His divine sense surged as he tried to contact the other party. "Senior Brother Zhao, this Junior Brother has a question." "Oh, Junior Brother you? What is it? Yang Kai claimed that you bought a healing pill from him. Is that true? There was no reply from Senior Brother Zhao. Senior Brother Zhao? Senior Brother Zhao, are you still there? I am here. Is this true? That's the gist of it. What does he mean by that's by the gist of it? Junior Brother, you could not understand the meaning behind Senior Brother Zhao's words. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Senior Brother Zhao sent another message. You should just buy the healing pill, Junior Brother you. Exchanging money to avoid disaster is better than being hung on a tree and put on display for all the junior disciples to see. You can earn more wealth if it is lost, but you can never pick up your face if you lose it. Hung on a tree. In the midst of his confusion, he saw that Yang Kai had taken out a bare tree trunk that was a couple dozen meters tall at some point in time. Moreover, Yang Kai would occasionally glance over at them while fiddling with some rope, as though trying to figure out the most convenient way to hang them from the tree. He couldn't help shuddering in fear and quickly replied to the message. Many thanks, Senior Brother Zhao. Please recuperate well, Senior Brother Zhao. This junior brother will visit you later. You should recover from your injuries first. Putting the communication bead away, Junior Brother, you looked at Yang Kai speechlessly. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Junior Brother Yang, you sure are good at doing business. Yang Kai looked proud. Of course. How else could I have provided for my family if I was not? Have you understood the situation, Senior Brother? Junior Brother, you nodded. Even Senior Brother Zhao had admitted defeat. So what else could he do? Helpless, he could only bring out resources that were worth a set of sixth-order materials and give them to Yang Kai. Seeing this, the other sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master could only do the same. Yang Kai happily received the resources. Then he turned around to look at the two fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Those two nearly burst into tears. One of the fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters that looked older said, Senior Brother Yang, even if I gather all of my wealth, I don't have that much. I haven't swallowed the spirit pill. Why don't I return it to you? After saying so, he spat out the spirit pill onto his palm and tremblingly handed it back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression darkened. It's all covered in your spit now. Who would want this? This Yang does not have a policy of accepting returns for goods I have sold. The fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master wailed. But, Senior Brother Yang, I really don't have that much wealth. This healing pill of yours, I simply can't afford it. Ordinary fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be considered extremely wealthy if they had resources worth a few tens of millions of Open Heaven pills in reserve. After all, they needed to cultivate constantly, so it was hard to retain any balance after buying cultivation resources. Although a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master from a cave heaven or paradise would be in better condition and have more wealth than average, it was still impossible for them to have over 100 million Open Heaven pills worth of resources just lying around. That was the wealth that belonged only to sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters and above. That's right, Senior Brother Yang. We are not trying to deceive you. The other fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master joined in. Yang Kai sighed. I know you are not lying to me, and I also believe that you don't have that much wealth. But if you don't have enough yourself, I'm sure you can borrow some. While speaking, he shot a sharp glance to the two people standing beside the fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All four of them were shocked. Can you really do that? Isn't that a little too much? I don't have much time. If you're not willing to pay up, then I won't force you either. However, I can't say what kind of consequences you will face as a result. Yang Kai quickly said when he saw that those two fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were hesitating. The younger fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master asked weakly, Dare I ask, Senior Brother Yang, what are the consequences? Yang Kai grinned. Have a guess. Although Yang Kai did not say anything specific, both of them had an extremely ominous feeling. If they did not buy this healing pill, something very bad would be waiting for them. The older Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master said, Senior Brother Yang, our cultivation is not as high as our senior brothers. We are only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. Can you lower the price of this healing pill? You get what you pay for, no? What does this have to do with your cultivation? Yang Kai glared. Don't you feel embarrassed saying you get what you pay for? Where in this world would you find such an expensive healing pill? Despite the retorts in their hearts, they did not dare to say a word. The two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters glanced towards the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters hesitantly. Senior brothers, these junior brothers are in trouble. Please help us, senior brothers. The two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were having a headache. Unfortunately, things had already reached this point. In order to settle this matter, they could only provide a loan to their junior brothers. They could not watch without doing anything as Yang Kai hung their two junior brothers up on the tree like an offering to the heavens, right? Many thanks for the generosity. Yang Kai kept his things and smiled brilliantly. Please focus on your recovery. I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, he turned and left. Not long after Yang Kai departed, Senior Sister Zhou, who was dressed in fiery red robes, rushed over with a group of people. She was shocked to see the four of them with bruised and swollen faces. Not to mention, they looked as depressed as grieving widows. What happened to you? The older Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master wept bitterly. Senior Sister Zhou, why did you only come now? What happened? She asked with a frown. Junior brother, you sighed. Yang Kai wounded us, then forcibly sold us a healing pill each. Senior Sister Zhou was livid. How dare he do something like that? However, thinking about it again, it seemed plausible. When she went to cause trouble for him previously, he had not held back either. If that was the case for a woman like her, it only went to show Yang Kai's brutal nature. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4766, Senior Brothers, it's time for some medicine. Senior Sister Zhou glanced at Junior Brother Yu again. Did you say that Yang Kai sold you some healing pills? Junior Brother Yu nodded. She was puzzled. Why would he sell you healing pills? Is he that kind-hearted? Junior Brother Yu replied in a distressed tone. It's not out of kindness. Senior Sister Zhou, you don't understand. That healing pill of his cost each of us a set of Sixth Order materials. What? She was absolutely taken aback. What kind of healing pill is worth a set of Sixth Order materials? That's over 100 million Open Heaven pills per pill. Only then did she understand the situation. He's selling by compulsion. That's right. That's right. Junior Brother Yu and the others nodded repeatedly. It's not just us. Even Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother and Sister Gong's son have been forced to buy those healing pills. Damn. Senior Sister Zhou gnashed her teeth furiously. It's bad enough that he came to Langya Paradise and bullied our disciples. I can't believe he even uses such a despicable method to make money. Does he think that there is nobody in Langya Paradise that can defeat him? The older Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master added, Senior Sister Zhou, please take revenge for us. She snorted. Rest assured, he better not let me find him. If I meet him, I will definitely beat him up so badly that even Junior Sister Gu cannot recognize him. At that time, you should sell some healing pills to him. He was overjoyed to hear those words. We'll be relying on you, Senior Sister Zhou. She glanced at them and waved her hand dismissively. Since you have been defeated by Yang Kai, you should focus on your recovery. Don't interfere in this exercise anymore. Yes, they responded politely. Afterwards, Senior Sister Zhou led her team into the sky and soon vanished out of sight. A young man in her team spoke up all of a sudden. Senior Sister Zhou, is Yang Kai really that strong? There were two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Junior Brother Yu's team. How could they fail to be his opponent when they are fighting 2 against 1? Senior Sister Zhou frowned in contemplation for a moment before she answered. That guy is definitely the strongest Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master that I've ever met in my life. Even senior brother Lemang is not his opponent. Don't you dare let down your guard. Everybody was shocked by what they heard. Although they heard the rumors that senior brother Lemang had been defeated by Yan Kai, they had not witnessed the situation with their own eyes and were not aware of what transpired at the time. They even assumed that the rumors were exaggerated and misrepresented. They knew senior brother Lemang's strength, after all. How could he be defeated by somebody in the same order? It was not until they received confirmation from senior sister Zhou that they realized the rumors were true. The person who spoke earlier said, "If that's the case, then even if we encountered Yan Kai, we might not be able to defeat him." They had 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in their team. Nevertheless, based on Yan Kai's previous performances, they would suffer a miserable fate even if they ran into him with such a force Kai. Senior sister Zhou replied, "It doesn't matter. If we encounter him, then we only need to delay him. I'm sure our fellow brothers and sisters will quickly come to our aid. At that time, he will have nowhere to escape." They nodded at her words. "Where should we go now, senior sister Zhou?" She said, "Yan Kai is proficient in the Tao of Space and excels at escaping. He just defeated junior brother Yu and the others not long ago. So he definitely escaped towards the other side of Langya Paradise. Let's go and search for him there." "Senior sister Zhou, your plan is brilliant. I'm sure we'll be able to locate Yan Kai now." At the place where junior brother Yu and the others were recovering, the 4 of them sat down cross-legged and meditated on the spot. Yan Kai's attacks earlier were quite heavy. Although they still retained some mobility, it was not easy for them to move around at the moment. Therefore, they planned to recuperate for a while before heading back to their respective homes. Not long after senior sister, Zhou departed though. 2 others passed by in the sky overhead. They quickly landed after seeing the 4 people below. When they saw the miserable condition of junior brother Yu and the others, both of them were completely shocked. One of them asked, "Junior brother Yu, what happened to you?" Junior brother Yu opened his eyes with a sheepish expression on his face. Senior brother Wang, "Senior brother Yi, my apologies for showing you such an embarrassing sight." Senior brother Wang looked pensive. "Don't tell me, did you junior brothers encounter Yan Kai?" If not for that case, there was no other explanation for the situation in front of them. The 2 of them quietly observed the situation and were shocked. It turned out that Yan Kai had attacked quite ruthlessly. Junior brother Yu nodded in embarrassment, but just as he was about to describe what happened, he suddenly looked behind the 2 newcomers with an expression of fear and terror. They also noticed that something was wrong at the same time and hastily surged the power of their small universes to defend themselves. However, they felt a violent force coming towards them from behind before they could even turn around and were instantly swept up by it. Despite fighting back desperately, they were no match for this force, and their small universes were instantly shaken, causing them to see stars spinning around in their vision. A short while later, Yan Kai crouched down in front of his 2 latest clients, took out a jade bottle and said, "Senior brothers, these are the healing pills that Void Land produces. Would you like to try them?" "What do you mean?" Senior brother Yi did not understand. Junior brother Yu gave an awkward cough from the side and explained the situation clearly. Both senior brother Wang and senior brother Yi were completely taken aback. "Can you even do that?" Even junior brother Yu was stunned. He never imagined that Yan Kai had been hanging around in the vicinity instead of leaving. Yan Kai had not revealed himself when senior sister Zhou and the others came by earlier. It was not until senior brother Wang and senior brother Yi arrived that he suddenly revealed himself and caused trouble for them. Senior brother Wang was actually rather carefree about the whole situation. Spitting out some blood, he laughed and said, "Junior brother Yang, your strength is extraordinary indeed. This Wang is inferior, so there's nothing much to say. The healing pills. I'll take one of them." Yang Kai turned to look at Senior Brother Yi. What about you, Senior Brother? Senior Brother Yi felt as though he was suffering from a toothache, but he still said, Give me one too. Senior Brothers, you are too generous. Yang Kai was absolutely delighted. Yang Kai received a large number of materials and gave out 2 healing pills in return. Only then did he say, You should stay here and focus on recovering. I'll be taking my leave now. After saying that, he stepped forward and vanished out of sight. Junior Brother Yu looked around suspiciously. Yang Kai had done the same thing previously, but it turned out that he had not left far. There was no saying whether he was hiding nearby again. Therefore, Junior Brother Yu had a sneaking suspicion that the same situation was repeating itself. Soon after, several streams of light rushed over from a distance and quickly arrived above their heads. The person leading this group was a large-bodied man. He looked down in puzzlement and asked, Senior Brothers, why are you gathered here? Was there a fight here just now? This junior brother detected some energy, fluctuations coming from here. Junior Brother Yu and the others looked up and desperately tried to signal to their comrades to leave as quickly as possible. Having been eliminated from the training, they were not in a position to aid others, so they could only hope that the junior brothers who came here would understand their kind intentions. The person who came blinked his eyes before flying down and landing in front of them. Senior Brothers, do you have something to say to me? Junior Brother Yu and the others slapped their palms against their faces before closing their eyes, unable to bring themselves to watch. In the next moment, Yang Kai's aura emerged again, seemingly out of nowhere. A violent burst of energy swept out, accompanied by a series of agitated screams. Shockingly, everything became calm again in the short span of several breaths. Yang Kai stood in front of the Langya Paradise disciples, collapsed on the ground with a huge smile on his face. Senior Brothers, you sure are enthusiastic. This Yang is ashamed. Junior Brother, you looked up at the sky and gave a long sigh. Which senior brother or senior sister in Langya Paradise can come and teach this guy a lesson? If this continues on, it won't be long before Langya Paradise loses all face. The new group that just arrived were dazed. There were 6 of them, with 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 2 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even 2 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Be that as it may, they had been completely defeated in a short span of time. It was simply unimaginable. Come. Senior Brothers and Junior Brothers, it's time for some medicine. Yang Kai enthusiastically took out some healing pills. Everyone, please recuperate here with peace of mind. This Yang will be leaving first. After receiving another batch of materials, Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile and stepped into the void. Junior Brother, you glared at Yang Kai resentfully. You've said those words 3 times now. The 6 people who were forced to buy the healing pills a moment ago remained in a daze. In particular, the 2 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 2 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were feeling indescribably heartbroken. Losing a set of 6th Order materials was a heavy blow for any 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in Langya Paradise, but such a loss was still within the acceptable range if they remained strong-hearted. In contrast, this kind of loss was practically a lethal blow to the 5th Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Not to mention, they could not even take out so much wealth at once and were forced to borrow from others to make up for what they lacked. Junior Brother, you suddenly stood up. We cannot stay here any longer. This guy is obviously using us as bait to lure in the fish. His words immediately awakened everybody to the situation. Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother, you nodded in agreement. You're right. If we are gathered in this place, our fellow brothers will surely stop to investigate the situation if they pass by. At that time, they will also be implicated in this mess. The large-bodied 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked at them with an aggrieved look. That was how his team had been lured down previously. He asked sorrowfully, Why didn't you leave earlier, Senior Brothers? If they had left earlier, then he would not have come over to investigate out of curiosity. He even specially flew over for this purpose. In the end, he had been struck by Yang Kai, who had been hiding in the dark. Junior brother, you replied awkwardly, I only just understood this myself. Senior brother Wang glanced at the Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, crying desolately over their losses. Then he made a suggestion. Send out a message to inform the others that those below the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm should not participate in this training. Although the sect master did not disallow the participation of those below the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, only those in the Sixth Order were informed of it. The only reason there were Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in this training was that they were hoping to reap some benefits. In the end, they not only failed to gain any benefits, but suffered great losses instead. They would not be able to recover from such a blow for the next few hundred years. Junior brother, you hesitated. We have already been eliminated, so this training no longer has anything to do with us. I don't think it is appropriate for us to send out a message. Senior brother Wang shook his head. I'm not saying we should inform our fellow brothers about his whereabouts. It's enough if we tell them about the healing pills. The junior brothers in the Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm will understand. This doesn't count as interference. The words had just left his mouth when Yang Kai's figure appeared out of nowhere. Yang Kai stared at senior brother Wang blankly and asked, Senior brother, your injuries don't seem to have gotten better. I still have over 100 healing pills with me. Would you like some? Senior brother Wang shuddered at the thought. The corners of his mouth twitched as he replied, No need, no need. I'm grateful for your kindness, junior brother Yang. My injuries will heal just fine if I go back and rest for a short while. Well, goodbye. After saying that, he soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Kai turned to look at the others. They didn't even bother to be courteous and escaped out of sight in the blink of an eye. Looking at their vanishing backs, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in annoyance. There goes my bait. Needless to say, he was not going to allow them to ruin his chances of making a fortune. If the Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wanted to participate in this training, then they should be prepared to be injured by him and forced to buy a healing pill. However, he knew that it was meaningless to stop them from warning the others. The news was bound to spread soon enough. Accordingly, the Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would automatically withdraw from the training. If that happened, then his sources of income would be greatly reduced. I can't remain passive. I have to take the initiative to attack. That's the only way I can recoup my losses to the greatest extent. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4767, Appearing and Disappearing Mysteriously. Many years had passed since the last time Langya territory was so lively. The figures of countless Open Heaven Realm Masters patrolling above each of the spirit provinces could be seen. These Open Heaven Realm Masters moved about in teams, spreading their divine senses into their surroundings as though they were searching for something. Even though they were patrolling, they remained vigilant at all times. Their world force lingered around their bodies, always on guard against sneak attacks. The weaker disciples who did not know what was happening looked up in curiosity. What are the Marshall uncles and aunts doing? Has there been an enemy invasion in Langya territory? Somebody asked. A well-informed person sighed and explained, It's not an enemy invasion. We simply have a special guest. A guest? What kind of guest could make so many Open Heaven Realm Masters be dispatched together? I even saw Marshall Aunt Joe and Marshall Uncle Lemang flying around earlier. They were rushing about with very serious expressions. Void Land's Lord Yang Kai. Have you heard of him? Sounds familiar. I think I've heard of him before. Of course he sounds familiar. He comes from the Star Boundary, which currently has the World Tree. Didn't Langya Paradise select a group of disciples with low cultivation and high aptitude to send to nurture in the Star Boundary several years ago? So it's him. This guest is not simple. He seems to have defeated many of our martial uncles and martial aunts in the open heaven realm. The sect master issued a command to mobilize all the Sixth Order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise for a training exercise. With this person as the target, anybody who can capture him will be rewarded. Isn't that to say that Yan Kai will have to face all the Sixth Order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise by himself? That's right. In that case, he must have suffered a disastrous fate by now. That's why I said this person isn't simple. The training has gone on for more than 10 days now, but Voidland's Lord continues to roam about freely. On the contrary, no less than 100 open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise have been defeated by him. Wow, are you serious? I wish it were fake, but it's the truth. It's Marshal Angu. The disciple who was speaking earlier suddenly looked up into the sky and stared at the leading figure flying overhead with an obsessive gaze. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Marshal Angu!" Many other disciples shouted along, immediately setting off a deafening chorus of the name Marshal Angu. Above them, a beautiful woman leading several open heaven realm masters behind her happened to be passing by swiftly. When she heard the voices, she looked down and smiled warmly. The disciples below instantly went crazy. Marshal Angu smiled at me. Ha 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 ha. Marshal Angu smiled at me. I'll have no regrets, even if I died today. Bullshit. Marshal Angu was smiling at me. Junior brother, you must be blind. You're the blind one, senior brother. The disciples were burning with passion. It could be seen that this Marshal Angu was very popular in Langya Paradise. It was not surprising. After all, this martial ant by the name of Gulinger was not only extremely beautiful, but also incredibly gentle and helpful to others. Many of the weaker disciples also received her support before. Therefore, her popularity was high among both the weaker disciples and the open heaven realm masters. Countless fellow brothers secretly had feelings for her, but did not dare to express them, lest they offended her. While the weaker disciples were going crazy, the open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise were also going crazy. 5 days ago, Yan Kai suddenly changed his behavior. He no longer remained in hiding and instead took the initiative to attack. Following that, the number of open heaven realm masters who were eliminated from this training soared. Nobody could figure out what he was thinking, but at present, almost the entire Langya territory had become his hunting grounds. Their status as the hunter and the prey constantly switched back and forth between Yan Kai and Sixth Order masters in Langya Paradise. There were traces of battle everywhere one went. After eliminating more than a dozen open heaven realm masters, Yan Kai's various actions finally spread to the public. Everybody learned that he would forcibly sell a healing pill produced by Void Land to his victims after he defeated them. Moreover, the price of each healing pill was a set of Sixth Order materials. What's more, nothing good would come from refusing to buy the healing pill. There was once a junior brother in the Sixth Order open heaven realm who refused to buy the healing pill. In the end, he was hung up on a tree trunk like an offering to the heavens and placed on the spirit province, where the lower disciples lived to be publicly witnessed by all. It was said that the incident terribly traumatized him, and he was too ashamed to show his face in public again. That was why eldest senior brother, Lu Mang, issued an order. Anybody who was defeated by Yan Kai should choose to exchange money to avoid disaster rather than to humiliate themselves just to save on a set of cultivation resources. After all, the face that they lost could never be recovered. In this way, all the Fifth Order and Fourth Order open heaven realm masters, who originally participated in this training, hoping to pick up some benefits, quickly withdrew in horror. There was no helping it. A set of Sixth Order materials was simply too expensive for them. Even if they came from Langya Paradise, they could not afford such a price. Not to mention, judging by the experiences of their comrades who encountered Yan Kai previously, It would seem that Yang Kai would not look the other way even if they were 5th Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Out of all the 5th Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were defeated by him before, who had not bought a spirit pill from him. Yang Kai's behavior roused the rage and indignation of all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. Not only did he abandon junior sister Gu Pan after thoughtlessly deflowering her, but he was also earning a fortune from this training. It was simply intolerable. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he was extremely strong. Even if 2 or 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces together, things would not end well for them if they encountered him. As the eldest senior brother, Lemang immediately shouldered the responsibility of coordinating the troops. At this moment, the identity tokens of many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise would occasionally flash. Numerous divine senses poured into their respective identity tokens, and communications flowed endlessly between them. Senior Brother Ning's team has been defeated. They were located in the Purple Clouds, Spirit Province. Judging by the traces of the battle, it probably lasted for no more than a quarter hour. I repeat, Senior Brother Ning's team has been defeated. They were located in the Purple Clouds, Spirit Province. All the fellow brothers in the vicinity should increase their vigilance. There were 4 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Senior Brother Ning's team. I can't believe they were eliminated. How are the injuries of those senior brothers? They did not suffer any life-threatening wounds, but their injuries are not light either. It will take 10 to 15 days for them to recover. The complexions of Senior Brother Ning and his team aren't very good. Senior Brother asked us to work hard to avenge them. Isn't that bastard being a bit too ruthless? He seriously injures all the fellow brothers who encounter him just so he can sell the healing pill of his. Hateful. You should be careful too, Senior Brotherly. That bastard, surnamed Yang, likes to turn around and attack the same spot. Several teams have already suffered losses from his tactics. We located Yang Kai at Tiger Roar Spirit Province. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Ah. Junior Brother Zhou. Junior Brother Zhou. There was no reply. After a short pause, somebody spoke up. I'm afraid Junior Brother Zhou's team may have already encountered misfortune. Don't panic, fellow brothers. Be sure to persevere until the end. We have the advantage in numbers. Victory belongs to us. After a moment of silence, someone said, Junior Brother Zhou's team may have already encountered misfortune. Don't panic, fellow brothers. Be sure to hold on. We are numerous and powerful, and victory will surely belong to us. That bastard is too elusive. Purple Cloud Spirit Province is in the northeast, while Tiger Roar Spirit Province is in the southwest. How did he get there so quickly? The Tao of space is truly unparalleled and mysterious. Amazing. All of a sudden, a divine sense fluctuated in all of their identity tokens. They investigated the phenomenon and discovered that it was a message from Senior Brother Lemang. All teams are to merge together with others in the vicinity. Make sure that there are no less than 5 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each team. Every team will be responsible for the areas in their vicinity, and they are not allowed to leave their designated areas without authorization. Those who discover Yang Kai's whereabouts must report their findings immediately, and the teams nearby are to provide support. We will obey your orders, eldest senior brother. Everyone responded quickly. Over the past 10 days or so, many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise came to deeply understand Yang Kai's strength. 2 or 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together were not enough to match him in battle at all. 4 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were barely enough to fight back. So only 5 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had enough combat force to face him. It was precisely because of this consideration that Lu Mang made this adjustment to their formation. Every team had 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together, and each team was in charge of an area. In this way, it was enough to prevent Yang Kai from moving around undetected. As soon as he revealed his whereabouts, Lang Paradise would be able to take the initiative in the battle. All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang Paradise had been mobilized. If they were still unable to defeat Yang Kai, they would not have any face left to show. In front of the Grand Hall on the main spirit province, Li Yuanwang's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Gao Ting stood by the side and glanced at him from time to time. "If you have something to say, then spit it out. Why are you holding back?" Li Yuanwang's brow twitched. Gao Ting smacked his lips. "That brat has caused such a huge commotion. How are we supposed to end things now?" The truth was that there was nothing wrong with Li Yuanwang's decision. Using this training to muddy the waters would certainly make things more convenient for Yang Kai to act. In fact, they might even make some unexpected discoveries along the way. However, the current situation had vastly exceeded the expectations of both Li Yuanwang and Gao Ting. Yang Kai had eliminated over 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the span of 10 days. Be that as it may, he remained high-spirited and full of energy. That was not all. He was also making a killing by selling his healing pills by compulsion. He had obtained a large number of cultivation resources from the Lang Paradise disciples already. Li Yuanwang had known about Yang Kai's strength. After all, Yang Kai had killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. How could the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang Paradise be his opponents? Nevertheless, even if 1 or 2 people were not his opponents, 8 or 10 of them should have no trouble defeating him, right? Li Yuanwang believed that Yang Kai would eventually be captured by the Lang Paradise disciples during the training, which would have provided a satisfactory ending to this debacle. Unfortunately, the current situation seemed to be going horribly wrong. Leaving aside everything else, just the loss of the cultivation resources by the Lang Paradise disciples was enough to break Li Yuanwang's heart. He couldn't help cursing to himself. Did you come to Lang Paradise to search for the Black Ink Clan or carry out robbery? Gao Ting had previously ridiculed him for lifting a stone only to smash his own foot with it, and looking at the current circumstances, it would seem to be true. The changes occurring throughout Lang Paradise were also felt by Yang Kai. The teams he encountered before only had 3 or 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at most. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to cope with such numbers. Now, however, every team had at least 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Some teams even had 7 or 8. He couldn't help feeling troubled. There were so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that it was tough for him to eliminate them all at once without transforming into his Grand Dragon form. If he did not eliminate all of them together, then he could not sell his wares with peace of mind. Of course, the current situation was within his expectations. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang Paradise might be a little crooked because of Li Yuanwang's unrighteousness, but they were still Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not fools who had never seen the world or cultivated before. After suffering so many losses, even they had learned their lesson. That was why Yang Kai believed that it was time for him to change his strategy. If there was no way to defeat an entire team in one go, then he simply needed to attack them twice or thrice instead. In the worst case, I can put them on credit. I'll just go door to door to collect my debts from them after the training ends. Yes, what a great idea. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling proud of his wit. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4768. Half price for the second pill. The thought had only just crossed Yang Kai's mind when he suddenly detected a stream of light speeding by over where he was hiding. The aura coming from the stream of light belonged to a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. His eyes immediately lit up at the sight. That's another set of Sixth Order materials. With a flicker of his figure, Yang Kai immediately blocked the path of the other party. Startled, the passing Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master quickly came to a halt and turned pale with shock when he caught a clear glimpse of Yang Kai's face. Senior Brother Yang! Before he could even finish his sentence, the sight of a fist rapidly growing larger filled his entire vision. He hastily pushed his world force to retaliate, but it was already too late. Even though they were both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, meeting Yang Kai alone was no different from a fish lying on a chopping block. In just 3 breaths, the passing Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was knocked to the ground by Yang Kai and crashed hard into a forest below. Yang Kai quickly descended and looked at the other party with a smile. Junior brother, your courage isn't small. When he first saw that this person was acting alone, he thought that Langya Paradise was using him as bait to lure him into a trap. However, there were no traces of any other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Langya Paradise up until now. It could be certain that this person was indeed acting alone. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't help praising him. In this situation, where all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were in danger, which one of them did not move about in a large team, there was no denying that this person was bold indeed. All of a sudden, Yang Kai frowned. Junior brother, why do you look so familiar? Moreover, your injuries. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked like he was about to cry as he said, Senior Brother Yang, we met each other just 3 days ago. You gave me these injuries. Huh. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Is that to say that you've been eliminated? That's right. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded aggrievedly. Just why was his luck so terrible? He had already been eliminated from the training 3 days ago. Today he was simply heading towards another spirit province for an errand. He was not participating in the training. So who could have expected that he would be captured by Yang Kai again? How did this make sense? Likewise, Yang Kai was a little speechless. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master cautiously said, Senior Brother Yang, if there's nothing else, then this junior brother will be leaving first. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly raised a hand to stop the other party. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master felt his heart clench at those words, and an ominous feeling suddenly flooded him. How may I help you, Senior Brother Yang? Yang Kai observed the other party seriously. I'm sorry, Junior Brother. It seems that my attack was a little heavy-handed. The main reason is that I'm fighting alone, so I have to act a bit forceful in order to persist. It's okay. They are only flesh wounds. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after recuperating for a few days. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Changing the subject abruptly, he asked with concern, Would you like another healing pill? The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master clutched at his space ring in panic. Senior Brother Yang, I already bought one earlier. Yang Kai considered for a moment and generously replied, I'll make it half price for the second pill. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was rendered speechless. A short while later, Yang Kai patted the shoulder of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him and earnestly advised the other party, It's not safe outside these days, so don't run around for no reason. You should stay at home and focus on your recovery. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked absolutely depressed and answered weakly, Many thanks for your concern, Senior Brother Yang. I'll be leaving now. The wealth that he accumulated with great difficulty over the years had all been lost after encountering Yang Kai twice in just 3 days. Thus, he vowed that he would not reveal himself again until the training was over. If he met Yang Kai again, he wouldn't be able to afford another healing pill, even if it was at half price. He rushed into the sky after saying goodbye to Yang Kai, his tears scattering in the wind. An hour later, in the sky above menacing Earth Spirit Province, a group of 6 people swept past at a high speed while on patrol. All 6 of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The person leading the team was Gu Linger, who held high popularity among all Langya Paradise disciples. Her team originally consisted of 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they merged with a nearby team after receiving Senior Brother Lemang's order. That was why they currently had a total of 6 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 6 of them were in charge of monitoring menacing Earth Spirit Province and the void surrounding it. They hardly made any stops, their powerful divine senses spreading across every bit of ground. The slightest rustling of the wind could not escape their perception. All of a sudden, the 6 of them turned to look in a certain direction at the same time. In that direction, a layer of ripples spread out in space, as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Immediately after that, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Somebody in the team exclaimed in shock, "It's Yang Kai! Yang Kai has appeared! Hurry up and notify the others. We found Yang Kai at menacing Earth Spirit Province. Fellow brothers in the vicinity, please send aid as soon as possible." The message was sent out instantly. Then, under Gu Linger's leadership, the 6 of them swiftly charged towards Yang Kai. Their world force surged violently, giving him no chance to escape. They initially thought that Yang Kai would flee, but who could have known that Yang Kai was only taken aback for a moment, but chose to stand his ground. In fact, he even charged towards them with a look of joy, as though he was meeting a friend he had not seen in years. Therefore, they were rather stunned by the situation. There were less than 3 kilometers between them, and their various secret techniques and divine abilities had long been prepared. As long as Yang Kai closed the distance a little more, then they could show him what a one-way trip with no return meant. Yang Kai suddenly raised a hand, and his deep voice reverberated in the void. "Near distant horizon!" The distance between them suddenly stretched out infinitely. At the same time, Gulinger noticed that something was wrong and shouted, "Attack!" Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques burst out with blinding light, accompanied by a horrifying power that blasted towards Yang Kai. But in the next instant, they all witnessed an incomprehensible scene. The divine abilities and secret techniques they blasted outward became as slow as a turtle's movements, pressing forward little by little as though the void had solidified at this moment. It would not have been shocking if that were all, though. What astonished them, even more, was that Junior Brother Lu, who stood to the right of Gulinger, suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai for some reason. On the other hand, the others got further and further away from Yang Kai. Space had suddenly become chaotic, and they could not distinguish the difference between each other as a result. Nevertheless, this disorder only lasted for a short moment before it was destroyed by the divine abilities they exploded together. The void soon returned to normal, but when they looked up again, Yang Kai was already nowhere to be seen. He had appeared without warning and disappeared just as suddenly, like an elusive ghost. Junior Brother Lu is gone. Somebody noticed an anomaly and exclaimed in shock. Their team initially consisted of 6 people, but there were only 5 left now. Moreover, they saw Junior Brother Lu appearing in front of Yang Kai for some inexplicable reason, only to be punched in the gut by the latter. Their expressions were ugly. Junior Brother Lu must have been kidnapped. In the spirit province where Gu Pan lived, the figures of Yang Kai and Junior Brother Lu emerged. Gongsun Rihua, who had been recuperating from his wounds, came out to investigate the situation when he sensed the commotion. But upon recognizing the people who just arrived, he immediately turned around and closed the door behind him with a resolute bang. He avoided Yang Kai as though he was avoiding a great disaster. Junior Brother Lu screamed, "Senior Brother Gongsun, save me!" Yang Kai looked at Junior Brother Lu quietly. Senior Brother Gongsun was eliminated a long time ago. "I'm afraid he can't save you." Junior Brother Lu had a look of despair on his face and reluctantly said, "Give me a healing pill." Yang Kai patted Junior Brother Lu on the shoulder. "A wise man will submit to the circumstances." The 2 teams in the vicinity of menacing Earth Spirit Province hurriedly rushed over to provide support when they received the message. But by the time they arrived, they saw that Yang Kai had vanished out of sight. Junior brother Liu had also vanished along with him. There was no need to wonder what was happening. The bastard surnamed Yang was undoubtedly hiding somewhere and coercing junior brother Liu into buying a healing pill at this moment. Hence, they all paid silent tribute to junior brother Liu. A message of distress suddenly came from their identity tokens again. It was full of panic. He's here. He's here at Wuhan Spirit Province. We have engaged in battle with him. Fellow brothers in the vicinity, please come and provide aid as soon as possible. Ah, senior brother Hua is gone. Once again, they paid silent tribute to senior brother Hua. Junior brother Liu was still reeling from the shock of suffering such a huge loss when a figure abruptly appeared beside him. This was followed by Yang Kai's reappearance. Senior brother Hua, who had been kidnapped and brought to this place, resisted and struggled violently. Catching sight of junior brother Liu nearby, he became overjoyed and shouted, "Junior brother Liu, please help me capture this thief." Junior brother Liu looked extremely awkward as he said, "Senior brother Hua, I've already been eliminated." Senior brother Hua's mouth fell open in shock, and he stood there blankly. Looking around, he saw that not a single teammate was around him. Yang Kai cracked his fists and walked toward senior brother Hua with a savage grin. "Senior brother Hua, is it? Who did you just say you wanted to capture?" Senior brother Hua quickly dispelled the world force around him and did his best to squeeze out a harmless-looking smile. "Junior brother Yang, you must have misheard. I have no intention to capture anybody. Rather, I've always wanted to obtain a healing pill from Void Land." Inside the building, the Gongsun siblings rolled their eyes in unison. Meanwhile, Gu Pan stifled her laughter. When senior brother Hua finished buying the healing pill, Yang Kai vanished once more. Senior brother Hua and junior brother Liu looked at each other and choked on their tears. Back at menacing Earth Spirit Province, the two teams that came to provide support soon left. They had their own sites to monitor, so they could not remain for long. However, Gu Linger's team sent out another distress signal as soon as the reinforcements left. By the time they arrived at the scene again, there was already one less person on Gu Linger's team. For the next half day, the entire Langya paradise was thrown into chaos. Yang Kai's figure was extremely elusive, and somebody would suffer a tragic fate every time he appeared. The plan that eldest senior brother Lemang came up with previously could not be said to be wrong. Since Yang Kai was so strong that 3 or 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining forces could not be his opponents, it was only natural that they had to merge their teams together. The truth was this plan had already shown some effect. At the very least, Yang Kai was not as bold as before. Furthermore, the teams that encountered him were no longer completely wiped out all at once. Be that as it may, Yang Kai simply became more cunning. He did not confront them directly and turned extremely elusive instead. It was almost as though he had countless soul clones. One moment he was there, the next moment he was somewhere else. What's more, every time he appeared, he would not leave empty-handed. One after another, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were captured. When the news spread, all the teams were filled with a sense of terror. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise never imagined that a single person could toy with them so easily. They had always heard about the mysteriousness and unpredictability of the Tao of Space, but it was not until today that they witnessed it for themselves. Therefore, they couldn't help but admire Yang Kai's ability to utilize space principles so freely. Gu Linger led the remaining 2 people in her team and hurriedly escaped in the direction of the nearest spirit province. When Yang Kai reappeared at menacing Earth Spirit Province just before, he had captured another of their team members. With only the 3 of them left, how could they be Yang Kai's opponents? Marshall Peak. Chapter 4769. Are you still human? The morale in the team was low. Gu Linger and her 2 comrades rushed towards the nearest spirit province as fast as they could. Only 3 people remained in her team, so it was impossible for them to be Yang Kai's opponents. It was urgent that they sought protection from another team. She had already sent a message to the senior brother, who was leading the team at the nearby Spirit Province. That senior brother was also leading his team here in a hurry to meet up with them, lest Gulinger and her comrades suffered a tragic accident before they arrived. Why is that bastard targeting us so persistently? A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the team with the surname Sun looked distraught. Ever since eldest senior brother, Lu Mang, issued the order to change their strategy, their team was the first to encounter Yang Kai and lose their members. In less than half a day, the members of their team had gone missing one by one. The rest of the teams had also lost some members, but the situation of those teams was by no means as serious as their situation. Yang Kai had targeted them over and over again, causing their original team of 6 to dwindle down to 3. The situation was becoming increasingly terrible. There was a high possibility that they would be the first team to be wiped out completely since they changed their strategy. Did we offend him in some manner? The other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly raised the question. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Sun, wailed, "I didn't offend him. Did you offend him?" "I didn't either." Both of them turned to look at Gulinger at the same time. If nobody had offended Yang Kai, then the biggest possible reason could only be Junior's sister, Guling. That bastard surnamed Yang was a notorious sexual predator after all. It was bad enough that he abandoned Junior's sister Gu Pan after thoughtless sleeping with her, but could it be that he was now interested in Junior's sister Gulinger as well? As soon as that thought crossed their minds, both 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were filled with infinite anger. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Sun, quickly said, "Junior Sister Gu, if that bastard appears again, you must escape quickly. Junior Brother Qian and I will do our best to hold him back. You must not fall into his evil clutches." Junior Sister Gulinger was such a kind and gentle woman. They did not dare to imagine the consequences if she were to fall into that deviant's hands. Gulinger's voice was gentle as she shook her head. "How can I let my 2 senior brothers take such a risk? We are a team, so we should advance and retreat together." The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Sun, was extremely touched, and the corners of his eyes became moist. Just as he was about to speak, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Qian, suddenly shouted, "He's here!" Ripples spread across the void once more. That was the sign of space principles being manipulated. Besides, Yang Kai's previous appearances had always been accompanied by these movements. Sure enough, Yang Kai abruptly appeared a moment later and blocked their path. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he grinned from ear to ear. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Sun, gritted his teeth. Taking a sudden step forward, he stood in front of Gulinger protectively and shouted, "Run, Junior Sister Gu!" At the same time, he charged towards Yang Kai boldly and without hesitation or looking back. Then there was nothing else. Looking at the spot where Yang Kai and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Sun, had vanished together, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Qian, anxiously said, "Junior Sister Gu, let's go quickly. We can't let Senior Brother Sun's sacrifice be in vain." Knowing that she had no way to avenge Senior Brother Sun, Gulinger could only nod in agreement. Good. However, Yang Kai reappeared less than 10 breaths later and took Senior Brother Qian away with him. At this point, Gulinger was the only survivor of her team. She gritted her teeth, shouldering the hope and future of her fallen teammates. She rushed towards the nearest spirit province with all the speed she could muster. In the distance, many streams of light entered her field of vision. It was the senior brothers from the nearby spirit province who had rushed over to meet her. Thus, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief at the sight. The senior brother in the lead, who was coming from the front, had clearly noticed her and enthusiastically called out, "Junior sister Gu, come quickly!" Gu Linger nodded. At that moment, though, a sudden anomaly occurred. The void in front of her suddenly collapsed, and a pitch-black hole formed out of nowhere. The black hole was connected to an unknown location, and the insides were filled with nihility, causing one to feel dread at the sight. Gu Linger's expression immediately changed. She rapidly came to a halt and just barely managed to stop before the anomaly. Unfortunately, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a large hand emerged from the black hole and dragged her into it. All that was left behind was her startled scream. "Junior sister Gu!" Senior brother Dui, who came to meet Gu Linger, roared with grief and indignation. He rushed forward in a few steps, but she was no longer anywhere to be found. Even the black hole that appeared out of nowhere had disappeared. All those who remained felt a little lost seeing this result. On the other hand, senior brother Dui's expression was extremely ugly. After he received the message from Gu Linger, he immediately rushed out to meet her. He never imagined that Yang Kai's efficiency would be so high as to defeat the remaining 3 people in Gu Linger's team in such a short time. At the end, he even watched as Gu Linger was captured right in front of his eyes. "Send a message, senior brother D." It looked extremely solemn. The team led by junior sister Gu has been completely wiped out. Menacing Earth Spirit Province has fallen. Somebody in the team quickly sent out the message. The identity tokens that had been flashing incessantly suddenly fell silent. A short while later, the energy in the identity tokens carried by all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fluctuated violently and urgently as messages streamed into the identity tokens quickly. "Avenge Junior Sister Gu. If we fail to capture Yang Kai, this will never call himself human again. He is crazy. How can he bring himself to harm somebody as gentle as Junior Sister Gu? That bastard surnamed Yang isn't human. Has anybody seen him? I'm going to fight him to the death." Gu Linger was not only popular among the lower disciples, but also the Open Heaven Realm Masters. In fact, her popularity among the Open Heaven Realm Masters might even be higher. After all, the lower disciples rarely had the chance to meet her due to the difference in status. In comparison, the Open Heaven Realm Masters were different. As long as she was not in retreat for cultivation, she would often interact with them. The Spirit Province, where she lived regularly, had fellow brothers hanging around eagerly just to catch a glimpse of her face. Some would also pretend to pass by and greet her along the way. They were satisfied just to see her smiling back at them. Sect Master Li Yuanwang once tried to find a Tao partner for her within the sect, but his efforts failed to come to fruition. There was a rumor that she wanted to focus on her cultivation and ascend to the peak of the martial Tao, so she had not given much consideration to her future partner. That rumor gave many fellow brothers in the sect great despair and hope all at once. And now this woman, who was regarded by many senior brothers as somebody to protect with their lives, had been taken away by an outsider like Yang Kai. Not to mention, it was the same bastard who had previously abandoned junior sister Gu Pan after thoughtlessly deflowering her. How could they feel at ease with such a disaster looming over them? Many of the fellow brothers were about to go crazy. They anxiously searched for Yang Kai's whereabouts, lest an unwanted accident occur when Yang Kai and Gu Linger were alone together. However, Yang Kai's location was a mystery. He was so elusive that there were no clues no matter how hard they searched. On top of a small spirit province, Yang Kai quietly stood in front of Gu Linger, who had a wary expression on her face. Meanwhile, his brow was furrowed tightly together with a very troubled look. Gu Linger was also observing him at this moment. Although the entire Langya paradise had been thrown into chaos thanks to the trouble Yang Kai caused, it was actually her first time meeting him in person. At first glance, there was nothing special about him. His appearance was extraordinary and his aura was impressive. Nevertheless, there was no lack of open heaven realm masters with similar appearances and auras. There was nothing about him that made him stand out of the crowd. He did not look like somebody who could defeat so many fellow brothers so easily. Unlike the descriptions provided by her fellow brothers, Yang Kai looked conflicted. It seemed as though he was making a difficult decision. Despite observing her for some time, he said nothing. In the end, Gulinger spoke first. "I'm older than you, and I've cultivated for longer than you. Can I call you junior brother?" Her voice was as soft and gentle as water, which greatly aroused the protective instincts of a man. "And that's no problem." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. Strictly speaking, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were his senior brothers and senior sisters. The only exception was the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Gupan. "What are you planning to do to me, junior brother?" She tilted her head to the side, looking pure and innocent. When she smiled, her eyes formed crescents on her face. She did not look scared in the slightest. On the contrary, she smiled and asked, "Are you going to sell your healing pill to me? I heard that all the fellow brothers who were defeated by you had to buy a healing pill from you." Yang Kai nodded. "The healing pill will definitely be sold." "Then I'll buy one." She blinked her large eyes at him. "It costs one set of Sixth Order materials, right?" He laughed. "You sure know the market well." She pursed her lips and replied, "So many fellow brothers have bought healing pills already. It's only natural that the news has spread. If you don't want people to know about something, then you have to do it yourself. Isn't that right, junior brother Yang?" His eyebrows furrowed together slightly. "Are you trying to hint at something, senior sister?" She shook her head. "Nope, I was just saying." After a pause, she continued, "Junior brother, I'll buy a healing pill from you. I'm no match for you anyway, so I might as well withdraw from the training." Who could have imagined that Yang Kai would shake his head? She was puzzled. "What do you mean, junior brother? Is he planning to let me off easy?" That was not impossible. She knew what kind of impression she had on men. Therefore, it made sense if he turned a blind eye to her for that reason. Just as she was about to thank him, she heard him speak. "You are not injured, senior sister, so you don't need a healing pill." "He plans to let me off after all," she smiled brightly. Although she knew that her charm was not always a useful or even wanted trait, it could be considered a good thing if she could save on a set of Sixth Order materials because of it. However, Yang Kai clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles cracked. "Why don't I hit you first, senior sister? Then you will need a healing pill." Gulinger was absolutely speechless. "Are you still human? You're a demon, aren't you? Are you joking, junior brother?" The smile on her face stiffened. Yang Kai shook his head and approached her with a serious expression. "This junior brother has always been fair in business. Come, bear with me, senior sister. I promise not to hit your face." Her complexion immediately turned deathly pale, and she staggered backwards weakly. All of a sudden, he froze and looked extremely conflicted. "But it's not good to hit a woman. Hey, I'm such a kind-hearted man who is afraid of harming the innocent after all." He raised his head to the sky and sighed with a sorrowful expression. Gulinger breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Junior brother, there's no need to blame yourself. I'll just buy the healing pill." He suddenly looked at her. "Senior sister, why don't you do it yourself? I fear that I might use too much strength if I raise my hand against you. It would be bad if I failed to control my strength properly and accidentally injure you seriously." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4770, one of your own. Gulinger weakly asked, "Junior brother, are you serious?" Her appearance was so pitiful that any man who saw her would surely feel compassion for her. However, this matter was related to a set of Sixth Order materials. So how could Yang Kai back down? "Senior sister, I don't have much time, Somebody might come and investigate this place at any moment. If somebody were to come, then please don't blame me for being forceful with you. Senior sister. She stared at him with her pretty eyes, thinking that the man in front of her was quite unreasonable. I've already said that I'll buy a healing pill from him, so why does he still want to injure me? Hey, Yang Kai sighed. It looks like you're somebody who cherishes your honor. If that's the case, then please don't blame this Yang for being cruel. Without wasting any more time, he surged the world force and reached out a hand towards her. His palm rapidly grew larger and larger in the field of her vision, instantly covering the entire sky. Although she instinctively struggled to resist, she was horrified to discover that her sixth order open heaven realm cultivation was ridiculously weak in the face of Yang Kai's strength. His palm that came slamming down towards her contained the aura of death, and she couldn't help wondering whether he actually planned to kill her. Junior brother, I'm one of your own. She suddenly shouted at the top of her voice. His hand stopped right above her head, and he stared at her with a deep scowl. What do you mean? Not only was she drenched in cold sweat, but her complexion was also extremely pale. She took some time to calm her emotions before she finally looked at him and lowered her voice to a whisper. Black ink eternal! Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly at those words, and he asked, Senior Brother Zhong Yuquan. She nodded. Senior Brother Zhong sent me a message earlier to inform me about this matter. So that's how it is. Yang Kai quickly understood the situation, and then the power in his hand surged slightly and landed on the top of her head. Her delicate body flew backwards, like a paper kite as a result. She slumped to the ground and looked at him in disbelief, blood trickling out the corners of her mouth. Why? I've already mentioned that I'm one of his own, so why did he hit me? He slowly walked over and said in a low voice, Senior sister, please don't be mad. Everybody has been injured by me so far, and there are no exceptions. If you were to come out and scathe, then you might arouse suspicions. It works out well now. Here is a healing pill, senior sister. Gu Linger stared at him speechlessly. Is there something wrong with this guy? I'm a woman, so what if you make an exception? In any case, he had not attacked her ruthlessly. His strike only gave her some light wounds that she would recover completely from after recuperating for a few days. Taking the healing pill from him, she swallowed the healing pill without another word. She couldn't be bothered to say anything more to him. Senior sister, you forgot something. Yang Kai reached out his hand towards her. The meaning behind his gesture was glaringly obvious. Gu Linger was tempted to stab him to death with her sword. Resources worth a set of sixth-order materials were not hard for her to bring out, though. Therefore, she quickly gathered the necessary resources and handed them to him. Yang Kai wore a big grin on his face. Nobody will suspect anything now. By the way, senior sister, who else is on our side in Langya Paradise? She glared at him, flames of fury erupting from her beautiful eyes. Ha ha ha. He gave a dry laugh. I won't disturb you while you're recovering from your wounds, senior sister. After saying that, he turned around and left. Inside the void, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. This training, in which he was the ultimate goal, involved all the sixth order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise. It was something that Li Yuanwang organized seemingly on a whim. Although he had not interacted with Li Yuanwang much, Yang Kai could roughly guess his intentions. Nevertheless, Yang Kai never imagined that he would receive such an unexpected harvest. He originally thought that Zhong Yuquan was an exception. After all, corrupting the sixth order open heaven realm masters with the black ink was not very worthwhile for the black ink clan. The black ink insects were so rare and precious that it was a given they would choose to corrupt the seventh order open heaven realm masters if possible. The capability and role that people like Shi Zhang could play was much greater than that of Zhong Yuquan or Gu Linger. Be that as it may, it turned out that Zhong Yuquan was not the only one in Langya Paradise. there was also Gu Linger and maybe even more. Just now, Gu Linger had been annoyed by Yang Kai's actions and refused to answer his questions. However, her refusal to respond was already a response in and of itself. It meant that Zhong Yuquan and Gu Linger were not the only ones corrupted by the black ink among the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. There were more of them out there. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had been ruthless against the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the training to conserve time and strength. Consequently, he was now known for his brutality. Gu Linger would not have automatically revealed herself otherwise. She had assumed that revealing her identity would make him more merciful towards her. Unbeknownst to her, he had another important task at hand, and she overplayed her hand as a result. Yang Kai had been wondering whether he should hold back against the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, but it would not seem that he actually needed to do the opposite now. Following the annihilation of the six-man team led by Gu Linger at menacing Earth Spirit Province, everybody in Langya Paradise felt a sense of danger. Yang Kai's elusive movements left them feeling helpless, while his immense strength left them in despair. In the past, they used to hold great pride in the fact that they came from Langya Paradise. They believed that all the other Open Heaven Realm Masters outside of Langya Paradise were nothing special. Even the sect masters of the second-class Great Forces, who were also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, were not put in their eyes. However, Yang Kai's arrival taught them that there were people beyond people. Looking back at their pride and arrogance, they couldn't help feeling ridiculous. They had been frogs at the bottom of the well, staring up at the narrow sky and thinking how vast it was while knowing nothing. Half a day later, another seven-man team was wiped out. What happened to them was similar to what happened to Gu Linger's team. Yang Kai would grab one person and leave immediately every time he showed up. By the time they reacted, he had already disappeared. Therefore, great hatred and grievances grew in their hearts. To this day, out of all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise who participated in the training, almost 200 of them had been defeated by Yang Kai. The remaining people were filled with apprehension and terror. Their divine senses swept out across their surroundings at all times, out of fear that Yang Kai would appear out of nowhere to abduct them. They knew that Yang Kai relied on the mysteriousness of the Tao of Space, so as long as they could limit this ability, it would be easy to overpower him with so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. As the eldest senior brother, Lemang shouldered the heavy responsibility of avenging his junior brothers and junior sisters who were eliminated from the training and redeeming Langya Paradise's reputation. He was the one who had been presiding over the coordination of the teams previously. Thus, he had always paid attention to the changes that took place during the training. For some reason, he had been silent for the past few days, though. Nobody but his teammates knew what he was doing. One day, everybody suddenly received a message from Lemang. Everybody, please head towards Void Flower Spirit Province. I worked with many junior brothers to set up a grand array there. If Yang Kai dares to show up, we can form a heaven-sealing, earth-locking cage, and he will not be able to leave unscathed. Senior brother Lemang is amazing. This is great. We can finally teach that bastard a lesson. Quick, quick, let's gather at Void Flower Spirit Province. Don't linger outside for too long, lest you give him a chance to attack. Before this training began, many fellow brothers had tried to pick a fight with Yang Kai. At that time, they also used heaven-sealing, earth-locking methods to stop his movements. But those arrays or secret technique had been activated in a hurry, so the seal was not strong and the barrier was easily destroyed by Yang Kai as a result. Having learned from that experience, Lemang specifically gathered several junior brothers who were proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays to jointly arrange a grand array. The spirit array that was completed recently was enough to turn Yang Kai into a turtle that was hiding in its shell. He did not know how long the grand array could trap Yang Kai once activated, but even so, just 3 breaths would be enough. A 3-breath delay was enough for all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise to surround Yang Kai. If everybody gathered at Void Flower Spirit Province, then Yang Kai was certain to head there despite knowing that it was a trap. This was the simplest method to carry out an offense by defending. Needless to say, Lemang had already considered the possibility that Yang Kai would not appear. The main goal of this training was to capture Yang Kai, so if he did not show up, then there would be no game to play. Unfortunately, the current situation was so dire that Lemang had no other option but to put his hope in this gamble. In an instant, the Open Heaven Realm Masters wandering in the sky above the many spirit provinces throughout Langya Paradise began rushing towards Void Flower Spirit Province. They summoned their comrades along the way, so it was a very lively scene. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the dark, could not help frowning at the scene. He could vaguely sense that some sort of conspiracy was waiting for him. Over the past few days, he had eliminated another 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Langya Paradise. A rough count indicated that nearly 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters had been eliminated during this training already. Aside from the several dozen 5th Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the beginning, the rest were 6th Order. The strength of Langya Paradise's heritage was evident from this fact alone. Voidland could also be considered to have a mighty army with the finest arms, with not many second-class great forces capable of comparing to them in the entire 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, the difference was practically night and day when compared to Langya Paradise, just in terms of the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters alone. Langya Paradise had over 10 times more than Voidland. That was not hard to understand, though, as Open Heaven Realm Masters were generally long-lived, as long as they could advance directly into the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. They could slowly take their time to grow until they reached the 6th Order. Langya Paradise had an extremely long inheritance, so after so many generations of disciples, it was only natural to have countless 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Be that as it may, that was only a narrow glimpse of the overall situation. If this was the case for Langya Paradise, then how could the other cave heavens and paradises be inferior? It was not until this moment that Yang Kai fully understood the horrifying heritage of these behemoths. After the incident with Gu Linger, Yang Kai became more and more ruthless in his attacks against the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters whom he captured. Almost everybody was beaten up so badly that they coughed up blood. Hence, the number of complaints grew proportionally. Yang Kai was secretly glad that nobody said the words Black Ink Eternal to him again, aside from Guling, although he could not completely rule out that there were more people corrupted by the black ink hidden among those who were eliminated from the training. The possibility was not high. It was certain that the people in Langya Paradise who were corrupted by the black ink were in contact with each other. Seeing as Zhong Yuquan had sent a message to Gulinger, he was bound to have sent the same message to the others corrupted by the black ink. That was why there was no doubt that those corrupted by the black ink already considered Yang Kai to be one of their companions. Under the threat of being severely injured, if they were truly corrupted by the black ink, they would definitely reveal their identities in hopes of escaping their fate. At this moment, however, when Yang Kai saw so many people gathering in a certain direction, he couldn't shake off an ominous feeling. If so many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise gathered together, he might not get the chance to attack. I have to find out what they're doing. As soon as that thought crossed Yang Kai's mind, he resolutely made a move to intercept a team of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master nearby. Upon noticing movement nearby, the team of 5 turned to look in his direction and were shocked. Yang Kai! Despite their surprise, they did not wait around for their defeat. They reacted almost simultaneously and hurriedly drew out the power of their small universe. Countless secret techniques and divine abilities immediately blasted towards Yang Kai. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4771. Why did you come back? This team of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters originally had 7 people. It was just that Yang Kai had kidnapped 2 of them previously, so there were only 5 of them left. The leader was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name Deng Qi. His cultivation was extraordinary, and the heritage of his small universe was impressive. When the 5 of them blasted out with their various divine abilities and secret techniques, they quickly retreated at the same time, in hopes of escaping Yang Kai's pursuit. However, Yang Kai's figure merely shifted from side to side before he swiftly escaped the barrage enveloping him. In the next moment, he charged towards them. They immediately turned pale with shock. Deng Qi gritted his teeth and roared, "Junior brothers, go quickly! I will stop him." After saying that, boldly and without hesitation or looking back, he charged at Yang Kai. He knew that he could not stop Yang Kai with his strength. After all, so many other senior brothers and senior sisters who were stronger than him had been defeated by Yang Kai. How could he be an exception? Therefore, he did not hope to actually stop or defeat Yang Kai. He simply wanted to buy some time for the 4 people in his team. Only then would they have hope of fleeing this situation and preventing a complete annihilation of their team. Deng Qi's determination and resolve touched the others. One of them shouted in grief and indignation, "Senior Brother Deng, go!" Deng Qi yelled, "Don't let my sacrifice go to waste." The person who spoke earlier had originally intended to turn around to help Deng Qi, but when he heard what his senior brother said, he had no choice but to turn around and flee into the distance with the other 3. Meanwhile, Deng Qi stood proudly. He reached out to grab at something, summoning a long spear into his hand. Staring solemnly at Yang Kai, who was approaching him quickly, he grinned savagely. "I split this mountain and chopped this tree if you want to. Wait, I'm not done speaking. Take this." Hong hong hong. Deng Qi felt his vitality churning violently every time their world forces collided, and his small universe shuddered unsteadily. He had been immersed in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm for many years, so the heritage of his small universe was by no means weak. There were not many 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise who could surpass him in terms of strength. Prior to this, he had heard the messages from his identity token. Many of his fellow brothers had been captured, defeated, and eliminated by Yang Kai. In front of this person named Yang Kai, many of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise resembled nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were completely powerless to resist. Therefore, he had been wondering whether Yang Kai was actually that strong. They were both 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters after all. No matter how powerful Yang Kai was, there had to be a limit, right? He also considered what he should do if he ran into Yang Kai. It was impossible for him to flee, as the other party was proficient in the Tao of space. How could he escape when the other party could ignore the barriers of space? This was something that had been proven through the defeat and the blood of his countless fellow brothers who were eliminated previously. Since he could not run, then he could only choose to fight. He might not be Yang Kai's opponent, but it should be possible for him to cause a little trouble for Yang Kai if he went all out. At least, that was what he previously thought. It was not until he actually encountered Yang Kai himself that Deng Qi realized one thing. He had been far too naive. The terrifying power of his opponent gave him the illusion that he was facing a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master instead of one in the 6th Order. Nevertheless, the energy fluctuations coming from the other party undoubtedly belonged to a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. How can a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master be this strong? Even after being struck to the ground by Yang Kai, Deng Qi could not understand what had just happened. He even began to doubt whether something had gone wrong during his cultivation in the past. No wonder so many other senior brothers and senior sisters who were stronger than me were defeated by him. No wonder even eldest senior brother Lemang is not his opponent. What 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters could be this monster's opponent? Senior brother, Yang Kai crouched in front of Deng Qi. "Can I ask you something?" Deng Qi coughed up blood while looking at Yang Kai. "What is it?" The 2 of them had just been fighting fiercely against each other. but they were now talking to each other calmly. Not to mention that Deng Qi was still coughing up blood. No matter how one looked at this situation, there was no denying that it was strange. It had to be said that the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang Ya Paradise had straightforward and righteous personalities. Despite being injured and defeated by Yang Kai, none of them held any real resentment against him. Most of them simply admired his strength. Their strength was inferior to their enemy, so there was no point in being resentful. Although their journey of growth was a little crooked, their temperament was impressive. The defeat they suffered today would only fuel their motivation to get stronger so they could one day get back at him. I noticed many senior brothers and sisters heading in a certain direction. What are they doing? Yang Kai asked while handing a healing pill to Deng Qi. Deng Qi glanced at the healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing with a loud crunch, he swallowed and shook his head. I can't say. He had been defeated by Yang Kai and eliminated from the training. Nonetheless, he was not willing to reveal eldest senior brother Lemang's plans. He, too, wanted to see Yang Kai being surrounded and captured by his fellow brothers. Then, they would drive Yang Kai to the depths of despair. Only then could he avenge this defeat. While speaking, Deng Qi took out some items that were worth a set of 6th order materials and handed them to Yang Kai. From the start to the end, neither of them mentioned the healing pill or the materials. It was their first meeting, but their actions seemed to indicate a tacit agreement to keep silent about that matter. Eldest senior brother Lemang had already passed the word around. If they were defeated by Yang Kai, they should exchange money to avoid disaster. There was no need to struggle because their efforts would be pointless. Yang Kai asked in a friendly manner, Senior brother, if you tell me, I will give you a 20% discount. What do you say? Deng Qi's expression twisted. This Deng is not such a materialistic person. Don't even think of trying to bribe information out of me. Yang Kai nodded. Senior brother, your character is noble indeed. This junior brother admires you. Deng Qi grinned and wanted to laugh, but the movements pulled at his wound. Thus he just smiled with great difficulty. I'm a Lang Ya Paradise disciple after all. While laughing, he suddenly burst into tears. He looked behind Yang Kai and lost his cool. Why did you return? Just why did you have to come back? The 4 people in his team who escaped earlier had turned back and returned. All 4 of them had expressions of helplessness on their faces. The junior brother who wanted to turn back to help Deng Qi earlier answered sadly, We didn't want to come back either. It's just that the sect master issued an order saying that we are already ganging up on Yang Kai by forming teams. If all of us were to gather together and even set up a grand array in advance, it would be a total disgrace even if we won. After such a shameless action, he would be too embarrassed to show his face again. That was why he issued the order for us to return to our positions and stop using such underhanded methods. He wants us to defeat junior brother Yang with our own strength. Deng Qi was stunned. The sect master issued such an order. He quickly checked his identity token. While he was speaking to Yang Kai earlier, a message had indeed entered his identity token. It was just that he had no time to check it. When he glanced at the contents, what his junior brother said turned out to be true. Thus, he raised his head speechlessly to stare at Yang Kai. Is Lang Ya Paradise's sect master your father or something? Why does he favor you so much? It was not easy for eldest senior brother Lemang to arrange that grand array and even come up with such an infallible solution. Unfortunately, just as the light of victory was about to shine on them, an order from the sect master instantly obscured it with a dense fog. Defeat Yang Kai with our own strength. If we had the strength to do that, eldest senior brother Lemang would not have done this in the first place. Regardless, Deng Qi had to admit that the sect master was not wrong. So many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang Ya Paradise had been eliminated by Yang Kai. So if the remaining people could not turn this situation around through fair means, then there was no meaning to this training. Relying on the remaining Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to lie in wait to defeat a single person was certainly a meaningless victory. Your intentions are sinister indeed. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up from the side. He had not known the reason why so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathering in one place. Although he had a vague guess, he had not dared to confirm his speculations. After listening to the conversation between Deng Qi and the others, though, how could he remain ignorant? It was obvious that somebody had set up a heaven-sealing, earth-locking grand array somewhere and gathered all the remaining Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise there. If Yang Kai wanted to gain any benefits, then he would have to walk into the trap himself. At that time, he would no longer have the support of the Tao of Space. No matter how powerful he was, what could he do against them? Deng Qi laughed in embarrassment. We had no choice. Thank goodness Senior Li is righteous. Yang Kai cupped his fist in the direction of the main spirit province and bowed in a gratifying manner. Deng Qi took the opportunity to signal his 4 companions. In the next moment, World 4 surged. The 4 of them took action and summoned their respective artifacts. Using the light of their secret techniques and divine abilities as a cover, they charged towards Yang Kai. Now that they had met their greatest enemy, their only option was to fight to the end. When the light subsided and the energy fluctuations died down, they looked over only to see that the spot where Yang Kai originally stood was empty. He had vanished at some point in time without their realizing. Junior Brother Ding has been captured, somebody exclaimed in shock. The other 2 looked around and saw that Junior Brother Ding was indeed nowhere to be found. They originally had 4 members left, but only 3 remained at this moment. Deng Qi sighed. Junior Brother Ding has been eliminated. Nothing good would come from being captured by Yang Kai. It simply meant that they would be beaten up, forced to buy a healing pill, and disqualified from participating in the training. Everybody suffered the same fate. Even the delicate senior sisters and junior sisters were no exception. When Deng Qi and the others heard that even junior sister Gulinga had been injured by Yang Kai, they could barely believe their ears. How could Yang Kai call himself a man? How could he hit somebody like junior sister Gulinger? Did he not have the slightest sense of chivalry towards women? On the other hand, the senior sisters and junior sisters had maintained a fairly enthusiastic mentality before the incident where Gulinger was injured by Yang Kai. They believed that they would have an advantage as women. Even if they fell into Yang Kai's clutches, they would not suffer too badly. In the worst case, they could simply exchange money to avoid disaster. It was not until the incident with Gulinger that they began to lose confidence. How could they bear to hold their heads high in society again if their beautiful faces were beaten black and blue by Yang Kai? What consoled them was that Yang Kai never aimed for the face whenever he fought against a woman, even though he regarded both men and women as equals and did not hold back in his attacks. Thanks to that, none of them lost their beauty despite being beaten up. It was a stroke of fortune among all the misfortune. However, at this moment, there was something that confused and puzzled Deng Qi and the others. Out of the 3 people who had yet to be eliminated, the slightly older one asked, "Didn't they say Yang Kai can easily fight against 3 or 4 enemies on his own? If that's the case, then why did he run?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4772, Awe-Inspiring Momentum. The 4 of them attacked with such determination earlier because Yang Kai had a record of fighting in a 1-against-4 battle and completely annihilating the other party in the process. Logically speaking, he could have gone all out and disqualified all of them from the training just now. However, he had not done that. All he did was flee after capturing Junior Brother Ding. One person's eyes lit up. Could it be that he is running out of strength? Another person nodded in agreement after hearing those words. There is such a possibility. Many days had gone by since the training began. So much time had passed, and Yang Kai had been constantly fighting alone. Even if he was very powerful, and the heritage of his small universe heritage was incredibly impressive, it was only natural for his abilities to decline after enduring such a long period of consumption. It might be that he no longer had the ability to fight against 4 enemies at once. We must spread this information to the others. The first person who spoke earlier looked excited. All this time, they had felt extremely hopeless during this training. Although the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had an advantage in numbers, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, which allowed him to excel at both ambushing and escaping. Therefore, he would periodically strike out of nowhere and flee immediately as soon as he captured somebody. They were having a hard time guarding against his attacks as a result. However, there was finally a glimmer of hope in their desperate situation. It turned out that he was not invincible. Even Yang Kai could not maintain his terrifying combat strength forever. Everything was thanks to the fellow brothers who had been eliminated previously. This outcome was obtained in exchange for countless resources and their own blood. Fortunately, their sacrifice would not be in vain. Victory would eventually belong to Langya Paradise. This information was soon spread to every single surviving Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, all of whom instantly became motivated. There was nothing wrong with their conjecture per se. For an average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to endure such an extended and high-intensity battle, even if they were facing a group of enemies who were significantly weaker than themselves, they were bound to expend great amounts of energy. As such, they would eventually be defeated after exhausting all their strength. It was true that they could recover some strength by refining Open Heaven pills during this time, but how much could they truly recover? Besides, how could the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise give Yang Kai any time to recover from his fatigue? However, Yang Kai was not ordinary, and he was now fully realizing the benefits of rearing living beings in his small universe. The living beings that he relocated from Pear Flower Cave, heaven numbered in the tens of millions now, and constantly provided him with a large amount of world force that enhanced the heritage of his small universe. Furthermore, there was a large number of the small stone race in his small universe. The population of the small stone race had multiplied rapidly. Under the premise of equal numbers, the benefits brought to Yang Kai by the small stone race were 10 times that of ordinary humans. The flow of time in his small universe was also different from the outside world. There was almost twice the difference between them. Although Yang Kai had been unable to find any time to rest during this past month or so, he did not show the slightest sign of fatigue, even though he had been fighting tirelessly this whole time. On the contrary, he remained lively and high-spirited. The rate of his consumption was simply incomparable to the growth of his small universe. At this rate, he could continue fighting in such a high-intensity battle until the end of time. Of course, there was a reason why Yang Kai did not challenge all 4 opponents to annihilate Dang Chi's team in one go and instead chose to capture them one by one. The reason was consideration for those corrupted by the black ink. Even if there was anybody corrupted by the black ink among the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, they would not reveal anything to him with so many eyes watching. Similar to the case of Gu Linger, it was only possible for him to discover some clues or uncover the identities of those who had been corrupted by the black ink if he remained alone with them. In the following stick of incense's worth of time, Dang Chi, who had been meditating on the spot to heal his wounds, watched helplessly as Yang Kai continuously went back and forth to capture his junior brothers one after another. The junior brothers were on the verge of going crazy. If not for Li Yuanwang's orders, they could have fled to another spirit province to seek refuge. But for some reason, the sect master had issued the order for them to return to their respective positions. No matter how they escaped, they could only escape within the confines of their respective spirit provinces. They couldn't even ask for reinforcements from the other teams like before. That was because those teams could not defy their orders and leave their spirit provinces to provide aid. The sect master was clearly giving Yang Kai the opportunity to take them down one by one. Nobody knew the reason behind his actions. All they could guess was that the sect master was unhappy with their failure. Despite so many people being in a team, they could not defeat Yang Kai. It would be an even greater shame if they went so far as to request aid from the other teams. With just one order from Li Yuanwang, the situation had turned in favor of Yang Kai. Meanwhile, as the only person who understood Li Yuanwang's intentions, Yang Kai was working hard to cooperate. The flames of battle spread across the spirit provinces in Langya Paradise. Everywhere Yang Kai went, the team of Open Heaven Realm Masters guarding that particular spirit province were obliterated. Every single person kidnapped by Yang Kai was beaten up badly, but not a single Open Heaven Realm Master in Langya Paradise conceded defeat. After Deng Qi's team spread the message to the others, their resistance became more intense. Every single person who was eliminated from the training fought Yang Kai with all their strength to the point of exhaustion. Needless to say, these people suffered a harsher beating compared to those who were eliminated before. Nevertheless, they were happy. That was because their elimination was not meaningless. Only by shaving off Yang Kai's strength could they help their remaining fellow brothers obtain a greater chance for success. They were looking forward to the time when somebody could eventually stand up and defeat Yang Kai, and victory would then belong to Langya Paradise. Be that as it may, with the passage of time, this anticipation slowly turned into despair once more. Although the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were eliminated could no longer communicate any information to the fellow brothers who were still participating in the training, they were allowed to continue communicating with each other in general. At this moment, many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters who had been eliminated were chatting endlessly through their identity tokens. We received exact information. Senior Sister Zhou's team was targeted by that bastard an hour ago. How is the situation? 4 people have been eliminated so far. Only Senior Sister Zhou and Junior Brother Jia are left in the team. I hope Senior Sister Zhou and Junior Brother Jia achieve success. Kill that bastard surnamed Yang. Ahem, I've also been eliminated. Greetings, Senior Brothers. Junior Brother Jia informed via message. Everybody fell silent. A short while later, somebody responded with another message. Senior Sister Zhou is in trouble. Senior Sister Zhou had been defeated by Yang Kai once before. That incident had taken place before the training began, so everybody knew that she was no match for him. Now that he had so many wins under his belt, Yang Kai was at the peak of his momentum. So how could she be his opponent? As soon as that message came out, another message was delivered from another source. Senior Sister Zhou has also been eliminated. How fast? What is wrong with that bastard? Why does it feel as though his strength is inexhaustible? Could it be that our fellow brothers lied to us? Senior Sister Zhou? Are you there, Senior Sister Zhou? Get lost. Don't bother me. I don't want to talk. Okay. Please focus on your recovery, Senior Sister Zhou. This junior brother apologizes for disturbing you. At the same time, on the spirit province that Senior Sister Zhou's team was overseeing, Yang Kai stood next to the dispirited Senior Sister Zhou and stared into the distance. There were traces of fresh blood at the corners of Senior Sister Zhou's mouth. She coughed lightly and studied the man next to her with a complicated gaze. Compared to the last time she was defeated, there was not much difference in his strength. Nonetheless, she could clearly feel that there was an additional aura lingering around him. It was the aura of invincibility. Even though it could neither be seen nor touched, she could feel it clearly. This aura was something he gradually accumulated after winning against hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. It was as brilliant as the great sun and as dazzling as the stars. Moreover, she couldn't shake off the illusion that he could even win against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in his current condition. There were many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, so there was no lack of talent. That was especially true for the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who ranked at the top, who among them was not a dazzling genius in the outside world. However, they instantly became bleak and dull when compared to the man in front of her. I've never met such a man before. There aren't many left, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Nevertheless, senior sister Zhou understood his question. She pondered in silence for a moment before she responded. Only eldest senior brother Lemang's team is left. If you can defeat them, then this training will end. He nodded lightly. Lemang is pretty good. Having exchanged blows with Lemang before, Yang Kai knew that the strength of this person known as the eldest senior brother among the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise was quite extraordinary. Senior sister Zhou couldn't help rolling her eyes at his reply. Only someone like Yang Kai could comment on senior brother Lemang's strength so casually, but there was nothing she could refute either. Can you fight seriously for once? Stop using such nefarious means. She snapped in annoyance. Yang Kai burst out laughing. Your teams range from 5 to 8 people. With so many people in the same order gathering together in one place, how am I supposed to fight them all at once? Besides, I am using my abilities to capture those people. How can you claim that I am using nefarious means? Senior sister Zhou flushed slightly in embarrassment because there was nothing she could refute in his statement. To a certain extent, it could be said that he obtained every victory through serious means. There was no trickery or underhanded means to his actions. That was something she herself had experienced before. Nonetheless, she was reluctant to accept her loss because she had been defeated before she could even bring out her full strength. Failure to bring out her full strength in time was equivalent to having no chance to exert her strength at all. The battle had ended too quickly. In other words, the gap in their strengths was too vast. She had no choice but to admit the truth, even if she was not willing to accept her defeat. Good. It's time for this training to end. Senior sister, please focus on your recovery. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Yang Kai stepped forward and his figure rapidly faded out of sight. Senior sister Zhou turned to look in the direction of Void Flower Spirit Province, where senior brother Lemang's team was stationed. Nobody could say for certain whether this battle would allow Langya Paradise to narrowly retain its pride or whether Yang Kai would have the last laugh. Messages began to fly rapidly between the identity tokens of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. Quick! Quick! Yang Kai is heading towards Void Flower Spirit Province. This is the last battle. Let's go and watch. We have to cheer for eldest senior brother. Senior brother Lemang will win. Langya Paradise will win. Following the fluctuations of the world force, numerous streams of light took to the skies and sped towards Void Flower Spirit Province in unison. Many had been and still were recuperating from their injuries. But seeing as this was the last battle, they could not bring themselves to miss out on the show and quickly began moving. By the time Yang Kai arrived at Void Flower Spirit Province, hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters had already gathered above it. Most of these Open Heaven Realm Masters were wounded. The bloody bruises on their faces had yet to subside, causing them to look extremely menacing. Marshaled Peak, Chapter 4773, cannot retreat anymore. Yang Kai traveled through the void and arrived calmly. Hundreds of gazes immediately turned towards him. Everywhere he passed, the crowd automatically split apart and opened a path for him. These bruised Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise might look like a mess, but they still gazed at him with admiration. Throughout this training, Yang Kai acted alone. He fought all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise by himself. It didn't matter what methods he used or whether the sect master's orders had favored him. For him to reach this point was enough to garner the respect of all those gathered here. Yang Kai nodded lightly at the people around him. Passing through the crowd, he arrived directly at Void Flower Spirit Province. Lemang stood at the front with a solemn expression, giving off an air of dignity. Behind him stood 4 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, lined up. His team could not be considered large. Including him, there were only 5. Nevertheless, each one of them stood at the top of all the other sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had been immersed in this realm for many years, and for that reason, despite their small numbers, they could be considered the team with the highest combat capabilities in Lang, your paradise below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. The 4 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters watched Yang Kai intently. So much time had passed since the training began, but this was their first time seeing Yang Kai in person. Hence, they could not help being extremely curious towards the young man who caused such a ruckus in Langya Paradise. When their eyes met, Lemang lowered his head slightly. "My apologies, junior brother Yang." If possible, he did not wish to join forces with his junior brothers to face a lone opponent, but he knew that he was no match for Yang Kai by himself. This battle was related to Langya Paradise's face, so even if he was unwilling to use such methods, he had no choice. "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Start the array." Lemang gestured with his hand. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 people behind him swiftly used various hand seals at the same time. Numerous bursts of lights scattered in all directions. Following that, the entire Void Flower Spirit Province rumbled and shook as though the world itself was shaking. In an instant, the space around the entire Spirit Province was sealed off. This place had been transformed into a cage. From the outside, there were no obvious changes to Void Flower Spirit Province. Not even the entry and exit to this place had been affected. Nonetheless, countless invisible barriers had undoubtedly been imposed upon the Void. As long as Yang Kai was within Void Flower Spirit Province, he could not perform his instantaneous movement. There was no doubt that this battle would decide the outcome of this entire event. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise and the surroundings watched with great excitement, and their divine senses interweaved madly as they communicated with each other. "Senior brothers, what are the prospects for this battle? Do you think senior brother Lemang and the others have any chances to win? That brat, surnamed Yang, might be immensely powerful, but his greatest support is his space secret techniques. Now that Void Flower Spirit Province has been sealed off by the Grand Array, his wings have been clipped. Without the ability to move about freely, it will be difficult for him to fight against 5 opponents. You're right, senior brother. Langya Paradise is sure to win this battle." "Hey, that's nothing to be proud of. Even if we win this battle, we only did so by overwhelming our opponent with superior numbers. It's not an honorable victory. This training has really taught me that there are always heavens beyond the heavens. After this, I will have to go back and cultivate hard and retreat." There was no doubt that the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were not optimistic about Yang Kai's prospects. His biggest reliance had been limited by the Grand Array. In spite of that, he had to face 5 opponents alone in battle. Not to mention, the 5 people led by eldest senior brother Lemang were veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with profound experience and cultivation. If they lost despite such a lineup, then it would be far too unreasonable. While the others were conversing wildly among themselves, Yang Kai took a shallow breath and focused his gaze on Lemang and the others. "Are you ready, senior brothers? If you're ready, then I will begin." His figure, which was enveloped in an indescribably terrifying aura, slammed directly towards Lemang and the others even before he finished his sentence. When he pushed his immense world force, even the people watching from afar could sense the suffocating aura blowing towards them. On the other hand, the expressions of the ones actually involved in the situation changed greatly. Lemang and the others simultaneously scattered in all directions without hesitation. Yang Kai's momentum, which came from winning hundreds of battles without suffering a single loss, was simply too horrifying. Faced with this pressure, even someone as strong as Lemang couldn't help feeling intimidated. There was a thunderous rumble that sounded as though the world was about to collapse, and Void Flower Spirit Province shook violently. When the dust finally settled, the sounds of world forces colliding with each other could be heard. Everybody scanned the scene anxiously with widened eyes. In the midst of the thick dust cloud, figures could be seen weaving back and forth like fish swimming in the sea. A short while later, two figures soared into the sky. Everybody looked in that direction and immediately gasped in surprise. Yang Kai had summoned a spear at some point in time and was raining down strikes like a waterfall, his world force surging rampantly. Standing opposite Yang Kai was one of their senior brothers. This senior brother was pale-faced and retreating in a fluster. At the same time, he constantly defended against the thrust of the spear with the artifact in his hand. Every collision between their weapons was a confrontation between the power of their small universes. Yang Kai's murderous intent had practically materialized. Moreover, his attacks were so frenzied that everyone couldn't help wondering whether he planned to kill their senior brother with his spear. Under this wanton offensive, the senior brother did not dare to waver in the slightest. He was forced to retreat continuously by Yang Kai. Thus, the figures of those two sliced through the sky like two streams of light. Shocked and enraged, Lemang and the others hurriedly gave chase. Their divine abilities and secret techniques bombarded Yang Kai's back before they even drew near. However, Yang Kai turned a blind eye to their attacks. In the next moment, countless divine abilities and secret techniques accurately struck Yang Kai, causing Lemang and the others to break out in cold sweat at the sight. This was not a life-or-death battle after all. They had always held back to a certain extent and prevented themselves from using their full strength, as things would not end well if they accidentally killed Yang Kai. Be that as it may, with the four of them working together, the power of their divine abilities and secret techniques was not to be underestimated. If Yang Kai took those attacks head-on, he would most likely suffer a tragic fate. Why didn't he dodge? With his skills and abilities, he is perfectly capable of avoiding those attacks. Nobody could understand his actions. What happened next shocked all the onlookers to the core. Despite being hit by so many divine abilities and secret techniques, Yang Kai seemed totally unaffected. He ignored all the movements coming from behind him and simply focused on attacking the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was constantly being forced backwards. The clothes Yang Kai was wearing were his transformed Grand Dragon Scales, and the defensive properties of a Grand Dragon's Dragon Scales were extraordinary. To a certain extent, his Dragon Scales were capable of blocking the attacks of even Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. During his previous battle against Shizheng, Yang Kai had used his Dragon Scale armor to block some of Shizheng's divine abilities. If he could even block the divine ability of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then what need be said about the attacks of a few Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were holding back? Yang Kai might not be able to withstand such a bombardment over a longer period, but it was not a problem for a short time. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of Yang Kai was on the verge of tears. He did not know how he had provoked Yang Kai, but the other party had persistently targeted him from the beginning. Yang Kai's ruthless posture left him reeling in discomfort. In the face of Yang Kai's frenzied offensive, he only had the strength to parry while being steadily forced backwards. Lemang's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Junior Brother Feng, you can't retreat any further!" The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, called Junior Brother Feng, stiffened at those words. But before he could understand the situation, he saw Yang Kai grinning at him all of a sudden. Yang Kai's large hand reached out towards him immediately after that, and under the fluctuations of space principles, the entire world spun dizzily. Lemang and the three others hurried over, but Yang Kai and Junior Brother Feng were no longer anywhere to be found. Only a slight fluctuation of space principles remained in place. Lemang was furious. Similarly, the Open Heaven Realm Masters watching in the surroundings were in an uproar. Yang Kai's sudden attack just now and his ruthless behavior as though he wanted to kill junior brother Fong, had left them extremely anxious. They were afraid that an accident might occur in this training. Therefore, nobody noticed that the battlefield had been guided to the outside of Void Flower Spirit Province, when junior brother Fong was forced to retreat by Yan Kai. The heaven-sealing, earth-locking Grand Array only covered Void Flower Spirit Province, so it was impossible for Yan Kai to perform instantaneous movement within its boundaries. However, those restrictions no longer took effect outside the Spirit Province. From the very beginning, Yan Kai's plan was to control the battlefield on which they fought. That was the only method for him to defeat them one by one. What is he doing? Somebody was puzzled. Judging by Yan Kai's fierce momentum and the strength he displayed just now, he stood a fighting chance in a 5-against-1 battle, even if he did not escape. Although nobody could guess the outcome of the battle, it would be an unmistakably exciting and thrilling battle. Be that as it may, he had fled. Just like he had done with the previous teams, he quickly escaped as soon as he captured junior brother Fong. All the people who had been looking forward to the battle were absolutely devastated by the sight, feeling as though they were left hanging, half satiated by the meal before them. That guy, could it be that he is planning to coerce junior brother Fong into buying a healing pill and acted in that manner because it was inconvenient if other people were to disturb him? Somebody guessed. Many people had the same conjecture. That was because recently Yan Kai had done the same even when only 2 people were left in a team. In any case, it was just a conjecture and they could not verify the truth. But the scene playing out in front of them made things clear that Yan Kai was planning exactly that. Just how greedy is that guy? The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were speechless. This is the last battle. Can't he fight properly for once, so that we feel better even if we lose? Why does he have to be so miserly? Having said that, a set of 6th order materials was indeed valuable, so Yan Kai's actions were understandable. If they had such an opportunity, it was possible that they would have made the same choice. Lu Mang remained frozen in place, his expression extremely ugly. Less than 10 breaths later, a series of ripples appeared in the void. It was not until that moment that he reacted as though waking up from a dream. His expression changed drastically and he yelled, "Fall back!" quickly. Having given chase earlier, they had unknowingly followed Yan Kai out of Void Flower Spirit Province. They only realized what a dangerous situation they were in at this moment. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yan Kai's figure appeared out of nowhere. He glanced around and immediately became delighted. "Senior brothers, were you waiting for me?" While speaking, he waved his hand and space principles surged as his near-distant horizon secret technique spread out into the surroundings. All of a sudden, space seemed to stretch out infinitely. Everybody felt as though they experienced a momentary illusion. Even though they clearly saw their 4 senior brothers, led by Lu Mang struggling to escape towards Void Flower Spirit Province, they seemed to freeze in place for some strange reason. Yan Kai took a step forward and came to stand beside one of them. Grabbing that person, he quickly turned around and left. Lu Mang held miserably. Junior brother Yin. Junior brother Yin had also been captured. It was not until the figures of Yan Kai and junior brother Yin vanished out of sight that the space principles calmed down again. Accordingly, Lu Mang and the others regained their freedom. Those 3 did not dare to remain outside for a moment longer and quickly fled back into Void Flower Spirit Province with humiliated and disgraced expressions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4774, Go Easy on Him. In the short span of time taken to boil a cup of tea, 2 out of the 5-man team had been captured. Only 3 of them remained. Such a situation was something they never expected. They believed that preparing the heaven-sealing, earth-locking Grand Array in advance would prevent Yan Kai from using his instantaneous movement secret technique, thereby allowing them to attack him together. It was supposed to be the final blow that determined their victory. Who could have known that Yan Kai would retaliate so fiercely? Lu Mang said solemnly, "Junior brothers, Yang Kai is bound to return. We only have 3 people left, but we still stand a fighting chance. If he appears again, don't leave Void Flower Spirit Province, no matter what." Both of them nodded heavily. Rest assured, eldest senior brother. They had only just finished responding when they detected the fluctuations of space principles. Sure enough, Yang Kai had appeared again. Yang Kai approached Lu Meng and the 2 others in a few quick steps. Lu Meng quickly asked, "How are Junior Brother Feng and Junior Brother Yin?" Yang Kai smiled. "They're fine, but shouldn't you be worrying about yourselves?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Meng summoned a long sword into his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. "No matter what happens, I will never let you succeed again." "That will depend on whether or not you have the ability." When Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his figure launched towards the 3 of them like an arrow that was released from its string. At the same time, his world force burst out like a tsunami and caused a pressure wave that was visible to the naked eye to spread out into the surroundings. Lu Meng and his 2 junior brothers roared in defiance. Activating the power of their small universes, they struggled desperately to block their enemy's advance. However, their efforts were in vain. 3 figures were sent flying in 3 separate directions following the initial clash. Lu Meng finally stabilized his body with some difficulty. Looking over, he immediately felt as though his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Yang Kai had set his sights on one of his 2 junior brothers and was indiscriminately bombarding him with attacks. Accordingly, this junior brother was steadily being forced back. It was the exact situation that Junior Brother Feng had experienced earlier. Lu Meng shouted, "Hold on, Junior Brother Peng." His figure shifted as he hurriedly pursued Yang Kai. At this moment, Junior Brother Peng was filled with a deep sense of bitterness. When he previously saw Yang Kai forcing Junior Brother Feng out of Void Flower Spirit Province with ease, he believed that Junior Brother Feng had been too careless. It was not until he actually faced Yang Kai that he understood. Junior Brother Feng was not being careless. The gap between their strength was simply too large. Yang Kai bore down on him from the front with crushing momentum, and no matter how he tried to resist, he could not fight back. He felt as though his small universe was about to collapse with every single collision of their world forces. Under this violent offensive, he had no choice but to retreat even if he was unwilling. He distinctly saw senior brother Lu Meng's figure transforming into a stream of light and chasing after him. Nevertheless, it was obvious that it was too late. Under the tremendous pressure from Yang Kai, he was quickly forced out of Void Flower Spirit Province, like a duckweed caught in the rapids. "It's over." His heart thumped hard in his chest. Staring helplessly at Yang Kai's large hand stretching out to fill his vision, he was unable to resist at all. His previous confrontation with Yang Kai had caused his small universe to be greatly shaken, so his power could not flow smoothly. In the next moment, everybody watched as Yang Kai grabbed Junior Brother Peng by the neck and dragged the latter away like he was picking up a common chicken to be slaughtered. Lu Meng and the other junior brother stood at the edge of Void Flower Spirit Province, watching everything unfolding before them, but being helpless to do anything. Their expressions were filled with despair. The Open Heaven Realm masters of Langya Paradise, who had been communicating unceasingly via their divine senses, all this, while suddenly sank into silence at this moment. They initially thought that the outcome of this battle would be difficult to predict, but judging by the current circumstances, things were not looking optimistic for Langya Paradise. Be that as it may, this outcome was very difficult for them to accept. Yang Kai had defeated all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise with his strength alone. Junior Brother Dai. Lu Meng took a deep breath. There's only the 2 of us left, but we still have a chance. Yang Kai will definitely come again. Don't let your guard down. Junior Brother Dai was sorrowful. Eldest senior brother. That's what you said earlier. Then Junior Brother Peng was kidnapped. Even when we had 3 people. We were not his opponents. What can we do now that there are only the 2 of us left? It was not that his mental strength was lacking. It was just that he could not muster the strength when faced with an opponent like Yang Kai. Lu Meng shouted, "Junior brother Dai, the honor or disgrace of Lang, your paradise lies in our hands. You need to get yourself together." Realization suddenly struck junior brother Dai. His eyes instantly filled with fighting spirit, and he nodded repeatedly. "Got it, eldest senior brother." Half an incense, sticks time later, Lu Meng stared into the void with a blank gaze. There was nobody next to him. Junior brother Feng, junior brother Yin, junior brother Peng, and even junior brother Dai had all been captured. Such desolate loneliness. But, so what if that was the case? Even if he had to fight alone, he would never be discouraged. With so many junior brothers and junior sisters watching him, as the eldest senior brother, Lu Meng had to set a good example for the others. Reaching this enlightenment, Lu Meng's aura abruptly began to swell. The wind and the clouds in Void Flower Spirit Province swirled, and all the world energy in the Spirit Province became agitated and flooded towards him. The illusory phantom of a universe world suddenly appeared behind him, but the universe world was extremely distorted and ever-changing. Following the rise of his aura, the ethereal universe world showed signs of becoming solid. "That is," somebody among the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "what is happening to eldest senior brother?" Eldest senior brother is advancing into the 7th order open heaven realm. Look at his small universe. It's showing signs of materializing. Ha 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 ha. That bastard is dead meat now. No matter how powerful he is, how can he be the opponent of a 7th order open heaven realm master? Advancing into the 7th order open heaven realm is not that simple. Eldest senior brother probably just grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough and is showing signs of advancement. He needs to enter retreat immediately. Only when his small universe fully materializes can he be considered to have truly advanced into the next order. An open heaven realm master of Langya Paradise who had some understanding of how to advance from the 6th order open heaven realm to the 7th order open heaven realm explained. Even so, eldest senior brother will now possess some heritage of the 7th order open heaven realm. The power he can wield is definitely above that of a 6th order open heaven realm master. Even if Yang Kai is powerful, he might not be eldest senior brother's opponent. That's right. It will now depend on how much strength eldest senior brother can exert. Sect master has arrived. Somebody shouted all of a sudden. The advancement of a disciple from the 6th order open heaven realm to the 7th order open heaven realm was not a trivial matter, especially for somebody like Lu Meng. Furthermore, Li Yuanwang had always been monitoring this training, so he knew about everything that was taking place here. Following the emergence of Li Yuanwang's figure, the hundreds of 6th order open heaven realm masters bowed in unison. "Greetings, sect master, vice sect master." Li Yuanwang did not come alone. He was accompanied by Gao Ting. Nodding lightly in acknowledgement, he gestured for them to be at ease. Only then did he turn to look at Lu Meng below. Upon sensing Li Yuanwang's gaze, Lu Meng looked up and cupped his fist. "Disciple greets sect master, vice sect master." Li Yuanwang asked in concern, "How confident are you?" Comprehending the opportunity to advance into the next order did not mean that one could successfully complete the breakthrough. There was no saying whether an unexpected accident might occur during the process. The transformation of one's small universe from immaterial to material was no different from stepping over the threshold. Only by overcoming this threshold could a 6th order open heaven realm master advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, many open heaven realm masters failed to cross this chasm. Lu Meng replied, "Disciple is confident." "Good." Li Yuanwang nodded. "But before that, you should end this training." Lu Meng nodded and quickly said, "I will not disappoint you, sect master." Turning his head to look at somebody among the crowd, he pointed with his long sword. "Junior brother Young, this senior brother is in a hurry to enter retreat. Let's get this over with quickly." Unbeknownst to the others, Yang Kai had appeared in that direction at some point in time. Most of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the surroundings had been focused on Lemang, so they had failed to notice Yang Kai's presence, and it was not until this moment that they saw him. On the other hand, Lemang had comprehended the opportunity for advancement. At this moment, his strength could no longer be judged simply by the standards of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. His strength was already beyond the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, though still below the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. His words and attitude conveyed great self-confidence. His confidence infected the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise, causing them to become extremely excited. Yang Kai abruptly turned to look at Li Yuanwang. Sect Masterly, with senior brother Lemang's current condition, will there be any aftereffects if he were injured? Li Yuanwang pondered in silence for a moment. Go easy on him. Many of the disciples turned pale. Why do the sect master's words sound so much like he is favoring the outsider instead? Before they could understand the situation, Yang Kai broke out into a grin. Since you are in a hurry, senior brother, I will do as you request. He shifted his body and charged towards Lemang. Immediately after that, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise witnessed an incredible scene. Lemang, who now wielded strength beyond the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, suffered a fate no different from the rest of his comrades. He was overwhelmed and suppressed by the storm of attacks from Yang Kai, which gave him no time to catch his breath. In fact, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even Lemang himself looked like he had seen a ghost. He knew about the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai. After all, he had been defeated once in the past already. It was just that he was different from before. He had already comprehended the opportunity to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, so his strength was much greater than before. I can't believe nothing has changed. It was not until this moment that he realized something. He had always underestimated Yang Kai. Yang Kai's strength as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not something that could be judged using common sense. As the saying went, there are always people beyond people out there. In front of everybody's eyes, Yang Kai continuously advanced, while Lemang steadily fell back. The moment the two of them left Void Flower Spirit Province, they disappeared out of sight together. In the void were many Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise gathered. A blanket of dead silence filled the air. Such an outcome was very difficult to accept. An energy fluctuation from the collision of world forces seemed to come from afar before it was quickly extinguished. A short while later, Lemang flew over from that direction with a bruised and swollen face. He cupped his fist and said, "Sect Master, disciple will enter retreat now." Li Yuanwang nodded. "Go on, but don't be impatient. You only need to allow nature to take its course." "Yes." Lemang nodded. Meanwhile, the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise were so stunned that they were in a daze. At this point, the situation was clear. Senior brother Lemang had lost, and Voidland's Lord Yang Kai had single-handedly defeated all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. Hence, their faces burned with shame. They looked towards Li Yuanwang only to see that his expression was calm and collected. He didn't seem to care that his disciples had failed so miserably, which only made them feel even more ashamed. It was just, this training was over, so why was the sect master not announcing the results? Based on his appearance and demeanor, he seemed to be waiting for something. The same seemed to be true even for Vice Sect Master Gaoting, who was standing by the side. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were confused and puzzled. However, as long as the Sect Master and Vice Sect Master said nothing, they did not dare to say anything either. As such, they could only stand there quietly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4775 in a panic. In front of a lake in a certain spirit province, Gupan rested her cheeks on her hands. There was a fishing rod in front of her, and the fish bait had been thrown into the water. Nevertheless, she didn't even notice when the fish got caught on the hook. Her eyes were fixed blankly on the surface of the water, and she was clearly absent-minded. When Yang Kai came to Langya Paradise, he brought news of people corrupted by the black ink. She could not deny being extremely shocked at the time. There was no saying how many fellow brothers corrupted by the black ink were lurking in Langya Paradise. Furthermore, there would likely be people whom she was familiar with among them. Once these people were identified, they were bound to suffer a tragic fate. She did not wish to see such a scene, but there was nothing she could do about it. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared behind her. Although the aura only appeared briefly before disappearing in a flash, it gave her an extreme feeling of disgust. A sense of vigilance bloomed in her heart. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, she spun around and slammed her palm out. The world force of a sixth-order open heaven realm master surged violently. However, she immediately showed a look of astonishment and quickly retracted most of her strength. Nevertheless, her palm still landed lightly upon Yang Kai, who had appeared behind her without warning. As if struck by lightning, his figure was blown backwards. He coughed up fresh blood in midair and crashed to the ground weakly. Gu Pan turned pale in shock, senior brother Yang. Having withdrawn most of her strength when she recognized him, the power of that attack should not have been capable of threatening him. That was why she couldn't quite understand how she managed to injure him. Also, what was that repulsive aura earlier? Yang Kai climbed to his feet and clutched at his chest with an agonized expression. He quickly said, "Junior sister, you're amazing indeed. This senior brother admits defeat." Gu Pan stiffened in surprise, but quickly came back to her senses. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she protested. "Senior brother, there's no need for that. Senior brother Yang is clearly giving me an opportunity. In this training, the person who could defeat him would receive the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world. Yang Kai had deliberately made a trip here, allowed her to strike him, and admitted defeat so readily. The motive behind his actions could not be more evident. Moreover, he looked as though he had been severely injured. It was obvious that he had forced himself to cough up blood. Gu Pan was certain that her palm strike could not have actually harmed him in any way. With his abilities, he could have resolved her attacks with ease. "Junior sister, you have great skills. This senior brother is impressed." Yang Kai continued to spout nonsense without batting an eyelid. Seeing how insistent he was acting, Gu Pan could only play along with him. Thus she elegantly bowed. "You have my respects, senior brother." He nodded lightly. In this training, Langya Paradise had to win. This was something Yang Kai understood clearly. If he won in the end, Langya Paradise would lose all face. He came here for the people corrupted by the Black Ink clan, not to turn the entire place upside down. What's more, he had gained quite a lot from this training, so he was quite satisfied. Seeing as the person who defeated him could enter the Five Lights world for training, it would not be bad to give Gu Pan this opportunity. It's about time for the training to end. "Junior sister, come with me to meet Sect Masterly," Yang Kai said. "Good." Gu Pan nodded and continued seriously, "Senior brother Yang, thank you." A few years after she advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, she received the opportunity to enter Langya Paradise's Small Source world for training. Unfortunately, even if she was a core disciple who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, she could not enter the Small Source world twice in such a short time. There were so many Open Heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise who were waiting for their turn after all. The elders of the sect could not favor her too much. If she could enter the Small Source world again for training now, it would be greatly beneficial for her growth. In the sky above Void Flower Spirit Province, everybody continued to wait quietly for something. A short while later, two streams of light sped over from afar. Upon noticing the movement, the open heaven realm masters in Lang, Paradise, turned to look in that direction. That bastard is back. The person beside him. It's Junior Sister Gu. Huh. Why does the bastard look so pale? Moreover, his aura is so weak. He looks like he has been heavily injured. Was he beaten up by eldest senior brother Lemang? Lu Mang had returned covered in bruises earlier, so it was obvious that he had been defeated by Yang Kai. Be that as it may, Yang Kai could not have gotten away unscathed after fighting with their eldest senior brother. It would be understandable if he had suffered injuries against Lemang. Somebody's eyes lit up. Could it be that the bastard was heavily injured after a tough battle against eldest senior brother Lemang, and then junior sister Gu took advantage of the circumstances to defeat him? Upon hearing those words, all their expressions became very animated. For a time, the image of junior sister Gu Pan teaching this heartless thief a painful lesson out of hatred born from love came to the minds of many people. They all felt that she had done a good job. Looking at Yang Kai's pale complexion made their hearts feel so much better. Yang Kai greets seniors. Coming to stand in front of Li Yuanwang and Gao Ting, Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Greetings, honored master. Greetings, martial Uncle Gao. Gu Pan bowed. Gao Ting looked at Gu Pan warmly. Li Yuanwang asked who won and who lost. Yang Kai grinned and laughed. This junior lost to junior sister Gu. Li Yuanwang lifted his hand and stroked his beard, looking at Yang Kai as though he was looking at a promising young man. Although he had already understood everything, Yang Kai's actions made him very satisfied nevertheless. Yang Kai had been causing so many troubles in Lang Paradise during this period that many complaints had been flooding in as a result. If not because of his status, Li Yuanwang would have been tempted to teach Yang Kai a lesson himself. Luckily, Yang Kai had enough tact to leave Lang Paradise with a fig leaf. Their pride had not been ruined completely thanks to that. After pondering in silence for some time, Li Yuanwang announced loudly, Lang Paradise disciple Gu Pan has gone through many hardships and defeated Yang Kai. Therefore, I will reward her with the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world. The rest of the disciples should guard against arrogance and impatience. Work hard in your cultivation. When you enter the 3,000 worlds in the future, you should remain proud but humble. Don't disgrace the name Lang Paradise. The open heaven realm masters in Lang Paradise shouted in unison, We will obey your orders, sect master. Gu Pan blushed slightly. What hardships? I can't believe, honored master. All I did was randomly strike out with my palm and senior brother Yang spat up blood all on his own. I'm sure honored master knows this fact. I can't believe he is lying through his teeth. Good. This training ends here. Gu Pan, come with me. Yes. Gu Pan responded. Li Yuanwang and Gao Ting turned and left. But Li Yuanwang suddenly gestured with his large hand before departing. Following the swirl of the wind and the clouds, an invisible light barrier covered the entire void flower spirit province, like an upside-down bowl. The light barrier flashed. It was obvious that it was a ceiling-type array. Seeing as he was the Lang Paradise sect master, it was only natural that Li Yuanwang had the authority to activate all kinds of arrays in the sect. Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened as he shouted, Senior, what is the meaning of this? Li Yuanwang pretended to have heard nothing. Walking out of Void Flower Spirit Province in a few quick steps, he transformed into a stream of light and left quickly. In the beginning, the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang Paradise didn't understand why the sect master had suddenly activated the sealing array on Void Flower Spirit Province. However, they quickly understood and turned to look at Yang Kai in unison. Standing alone, in the middle of the crowd, Yang Kai felt cold sweat dripping from his forehead in droves. Numerous figures slowly approached Yang Kai from all directions and soon surrounded him so tightly that not a single drop of water could slip through. All of those gazes contained malice, and there were as many as several hundreds of them. Some even cracked their knuckles eagerly. His face twitching violently, Yang Kai glanced at his surroundings with bright eyes and forced out a dry laugh. Senior brothers, senior sisters, victory and defeat is a common thing in life. Revenge will only breed revenge. When will there ever be an end? The current Void Flower Spirit Province had truly turned into a cage. Without destroying the sealing array, it was impossible for Yang Kai to even think of escaping. His instantaneous movement was completely useless under the power of the heaven-sealing, earth-locking Grand Array. Faced with the aggressive looks of hundreds of sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai panicked. Senior sister Zhou glared at him and gritted her teeth. "You bastard, I bet you never imagined that you'd experience such a day. You were so happy to beat us up earlier. Now you'll know what it feels like when the tables turn on you." Yang Kai protested with an ashen face. "Senior sister, you must have misunderstood me. It was only because of the training before that this junior brother had no choice but to act so ruthlessly. It was not my intention. Was selling your healing pills by force also something you had no control over?" Somebody questioned. Senior brothers and senior sisters, it's okay if you want to understand it in that way." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Don't waste time talking nonsense with him. We can talk after we give him a beating." Somebody shouted furiously. During this period of time, the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had been nursing a grudge in their hearts. So many fellow brothers and fellow sisters had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai after all. However, he was as slippery as an eel and nobody could do anything to him. Thanks to the sect master's help, though, he was now trapped like a turtle hiding in his shell. What else was there to hesitate about? Senior brothers, senior sisters, and junior sisters. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Somebody roared. Immediately after that, a large number of people instantly swarmed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to retaliate only to realize that his efforts were useless. Thus, he could only cover his head, not the face. Curling up his body, he silently endured the storm of attacks raining down on him. Move aside! Move aside! Let me kick him too. This punch is for junior sister Gulinger. How can you be willing to attack a person as gentle as junior sister Gulinger? This is driving me crazy. Which bastard just touched my butt? You even dared to touch a man like me? Senior brother, I apologize. I touched the wrong person. Who were you planning to touch? I wasn't trying to touch anybody. There's another senior brother here who is trying to take advantage of the situation to get handsy. Senior sisters, junior sisters, beat him up too. Don't hit my face. My face is important. It was a sea of sixth order open heaven realm masters. Yang Kai himself didn't know how many punches and kicks he suffered. It just felt as though his entire being was about to fall apart. When the people in the inner ring got tired, they would be replaced by people from the outer ring. It was truly a scramble as an endless stream of people fought for their turn. For a time, the scene was extremely tragic. After a whole incense stick's worth of time, senior sister Zhou finally gave a commanding shout. Enough! That's enough. Stop hitting him. He'll break if we hit him any more. That will only break junior sister Gu Pan's heart. She was quite a prestigious figure in the sect. Therefore, the chaotic scene finally became contained once she spoke up. Yang Kai's clothes were in tatters, and his entire body was covered in footprints. There was no describing just how disheveled he looked. It was fortunate that he had protected his face in time, so he was not too embarrassed to meet others. At this moment, he lay spread eagle on the ground with an expression that looked like he was lucky to have survived. Senior sister, Zhou, came to stand in front of him and looked down at him from above. She snorted softly. Luckily, you have enough conscience in you to hand the opportunity to junior sister Gu at the end. They were not fools. In the end, Yan Kai defeated Lemang only to be defeated by Gu Pan. It was easy to figure out the real situation as long as anybody had some brains. It was obvious that he had given the opportunity to train in the Five Lights world to Gu Pan. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4776. Rustle the grass to lure out the snakes. They were defeated by Yang Kai during the training because they were weaker. There was no reason to be resentful. Besides, Yang Kai had left a fig leaf for Langya Paradise at the last moment. Although they were very grateful to him for that, that was not enough to stop them from wanting to beat him up. Somebody abruptly took out a jade bottle and pushed it in front of Yang Kai's face. He happily said, "Junior brother Yang, this is Langya Paradise's special healing pill. Would you like to give it a try?" Shwa, shwa, shwa. Countless jade bottles were taken out and shoved at Yang Kai. The entire space became densely packed with jade bottles. Yang Kai yelled in grief and indignation, "Don't you dare go too far!" Senior sister, Zhou, sneered coldly, "The tables have turned. We are simply returning to you what you gave us in the first place. Hurry up and stop wasting time. Each healing pill is worth a set of 6th-order materials. Don't even think about it." He clutched at his space ring. How could he possibly cough up the food he had already swallowed? His biggest gains from the training were these resources. In total, everything was worth tens of billions of open heaven pills. Senior sister Zhou's pretty face darkened. "It looks like you don't quite understand the situation that you're in. Junior brother." Yang Kai gnashed his teeth in frustration before roaring, "You are the ones who forced my hand. Dragon transformation." Many weaker Langya Paradise disciples witnessed an extremely bizarre scene today. A 10,000 meters long grand dragon that shone brilliantly with a golden light rose into the sky above Void Flower Spirit Province. Shaking its head and flicking its tail, the dragon headed in some unknown direction. A dragon clan member, moreover a grand dragon. This was a scene that many people would never witness in their lives. Who could have imagined that such a sight would appear in Langya Paradise? The weaker disciples did not understand the situation or the reason why a golden grand dragon appeared in Langya Paradise out of nowhere. Could it be that the master sect had raised a grand dragon in secret all this time? In the end, the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm masters in Langya Paradise failed to retrieve the resources they lost. When Yang Kai transformed into a grand dragon, they were momentarily stunned by the terrifying dragon pressure that spread outward. Thus, he had taken the opportunity to break free of the sealing array on Void Flower Spirit Province and escaped. Looking at the departing golden grand dragon, they finally understood the reason why their strength was so insignificant compared to Yang Kai, even though they were all in the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm. Even eldest senior brother Lemang, who had already comprehended the opportunity to advance into the 7th-order Open Heaven Realm, was not his opponent. That bastard might seem like a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm master on the surface, but he was actually a grand dragon. That was an existence that could rival a high-rank Open Heaven Realm master in terms of strength. Hence, the 6th-order masters in Langya Paradise suddenly felt that their loss was not undeserved. Inside the main hall, a bruised Yang Kai glared at Li Yuanwang furiously. On the other hand, the latter acted as though nothing was wrong as he sipped on his tea. After a while, Li Yuanwang finally spoke. "Know your limits. You gained a lot from this trip. Besides, this king does not expect you to return those resources. You only had to suffer a beating in return. It's not like it's a big deal." Yang Kai sneered coldly. "Sect masterly, it's easy for you to say. Why don't you go and get beaten up as well?" Li Yuanwang's neck stiffened. Who would dare? Yang Kai coldly snorted. "I don't care. In any case, Langya Paradise has to pay me compensation for my losses." Li Yuanwang was so angry that he laughed. "You want compensation for your losses? You robbed my people of resources worth several billions of open heaven pills. What losses did you suffer?" Yang Kai tapped his fingers hard against the armrest of the chair and solemnly said, "Sect Masterly, I am contributing blood and tears to Langya Paradise, risking my life in the process. It's bad enough that you didn't help me, but how could you stab me in the back at the last moment? Is that something a person should do?" Li Yuanwang pondered seriously for a moment. Then he suddenly came to stand in front of Yang Kai. "What is it?" Yang Kai watched Li Yuanwang warily. Li Yuanwang bowed deeply. This king failed to consider matters carefully. "Forgive me, martial nephew. Please accept the apologies of this Li." Yang Kai's mouth fell open in shock. This guy sure is shameless. He is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the Sect Master of Langya Paradise. How can he just apologize so easily? Nevertheless, how could Yang Kai continue to pursue the matter when a senior like Li Yuanwang had already gone so far as to bow and apologize? He had no choice but to swallow this loss. Li Yuanwang resumed his seat and asked with a much more solemn expression, "Did you gain anything else from this training, martial nephew?" Needless to say, Yang Kai knew exactly what Li Yuanwang was asking. He mulled over the question before he answered gravely, "Gulinger, Chang and Yi, Liang Qiu Hong and Jiang Yan." Li Yuanwang's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had hoped that Yang Kai could discover further information from this training, he couldn't help feeling saddened when he actually heard the results. These four were among the elite of all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. "Are you sure?" he asked grimly. Yang Kai nodded in response. "I'm sure." These four had said the words, "Black ink eternal" to him. Only those corrupted by the black ink would do that. Although Yang Kai did not sense the slightest hint of the black ink's power from them, there was nothing abnormal about Shi Zhang before his identity was exposed either. The black ink's power was extremely hidden and strange after all. Unless they checked the small universe of each individual or the people corrupted by the black ink proactively exposed themselves, it was very difficult for others to detect any anomalies. At present, I can confirm the identities of these four. I don't know whether there are others who have been corrupted by the black ink hiding among the rest. Besides, not all the people corrupted by the black ink would say that phrase to him in the face of danger. Yang Kai had no means to confirm if there were others who remained in hiding. Li Yuanwang raised his head and looked at Gao Ting. Gao Ting looked pensive. Gulinger is a gentle and kind-hearted disciple with a beautiful appearance. She is very popular among all the disciples and even the elders in Langya Paradise. Zhong Yuquan oversees the Star City Void Dock, so it can be said that he holds a high-ranking position. Chang and Yi is one of the elders in charge of the outer disciples' cultivation. His position is unique and allows him to come into contact with many of the lower disciples. Liang Qiuhong oversees one of the restricted areas in Langya Paradise, which also gives him an outstanding status. Lastly, Jiang Yan is in charge of Langya Paradise's business affairs and holds great authority. Li Yuanwang's eyes flashed as he asked, "Do you mean to say?" He continued, "The hidden Black Ink clansman is targeting certain demographics of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. The people they choose are those who hold important positions. There were many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, and based on their seniority and strength, they were considered to be Outer Elders. However, most of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise did not hold any specific post in the sect. Outer Elder was nothing more than an honorific title, one that did not actually hold any power. It was not that Langya Paradise treated them differently. It was just that most Open Heaven Realm Masters did not wish to be involved in such mundane matters. They only wanted to focus on pursuing the martial Tao This was the case for all the cave heavens and paradises. Be that as it may, the people named by Yang Kai were those who held important positions in Langya Paradise. Gao Ting added, "Moreover, they all share something in common." Li Yuanwang nodded. "They are all expected to advance into the seventh order open heaven realm within the next 200 years. That explains everything." A look of realization appeared on Gao Ting's face. All this time, they had been wondering why the Black Ink clan chose to corrupt the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. According to the ancient books in the sect, the Black Ink clan generally chose to corrupt Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as they were the most valuable targets. It would now seem that these Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters corrupted by the Black Ink were expected to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm within the next 200 years. Comparing between corrupting a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was only natural that the former was much easier to accomplish. Not to mention, they were expected to advance into the next order soon. If they were the Black Ink clansmen, they would have done the same. With this information in hand, it would be much easier to proceed with the investigation. They only needed to identify the disciples who were expected to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm in the near future and also held important positions in Langya Paradise. Those who were corrupted by the Black Ink but remained in hiding would have nowhere else to run. Gao Ting sighed. The training was only aimed at Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. So we still don't know who among the Seventh Order Masters have been corrupted by the Black Ink. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who have been corrupted are the greatest hidden dangers to Langya Paradise. Every single Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was an inner elder that held great power. Take Shi Zheng, for example. Shi Zheng was the foreign affairs envoy of Langya Paradise, so losing him to the Black Ink was a huge loss to Langya Paradise. Yang Kai smiled. There's a chance that the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters corrupted by the Black Ink will soon expose their whereabouts. Li Yuanwang and Gao Ting turned to look at Yang Kai in unison. The former asked, "Do you have any clues?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't have any clues, but there's a certain saying that applies here. Rustle the grass to lure out the snakes. Now that we have rustled the grass, the snakes won't stay quiet for much longer." Li Yuanwang and Gao Ting first showed puzzled expressions, then they showed understanding. Gao Ting asked, "Is that why you transformed into your dragon form?" Yang Kai replied, "It was just how things turned out. Under those circumstances, it was impossible for him to escape the siege of hundreds of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters without transforming into his grand dragon form. The Dragon Clan was the leader of all divine spirits. Furthermore, the divine spirits had a natural resistance towards the Black Ink. If not for that, the Dragon and Phoenix Clan would not have chosen to sacrifice half the ancestral strength in the ancestral land in ancient times to suppress and seal the Black Ink giant spirit god. Under the erosion of the ancestral strength over countless eons, even the giant spirit god corrupted by the Black Ink had been killed. That only served to showcase the tyrannical power of the divine spirits. Yang Kai's transformation into his grand dragon form had been witnessed by hundreds of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even the weaker disciples on the nearby spirit provinces had witnessed this scene. This information was bound to reach the ears of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, corrupted by the Black Ink. That being the case, they would surely become suspicious. If Yang Kai was a grand dragon, then was he actually corrupted by the Black Ink? It was possible for divine spirits to become corrupted by the Black Ink, but it was much harder to accomplish. Nevertheless, as long as this suspicion existed, the people hiding behind the scenes would surely do their best to verify the truth. Li Yuanwang suddenly spoke up. "Check what Jiang Yan is doing right now." Gao Ting understood and quickly sent out a message. A short while later, he looked up. Jiang Yan just led some people out of the sect in the name of conducting business. He also brought many resources with him. claiming that he wanted to deliver them to the star boundary for the disciples there. Li Yuanwang's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, they can't stay quiet any longer. The training had only just ended, but not only was Jiang Yan traveling, even though he had yet to recover from injuries, but he was also heading towards the star boundary. It was obvious that he wanted to ask Shizheng for confirmation regarding Yang Kai's true identity. Gao Ting asked, "Should we stop him?" Li Yuanwang waved his hand. No need. Traveling to and back from the star boundary will take at least several months. If we stop Jiang Yan now, Yang Kai's identity will be revealed immediately. If we let him go, we will at least have a buffer of several months. Gao Ting frowned. Then what should we do? Li Yuanwang lightly tapped his fingers against the table. We wait. If somebody sent Jiang Yan to inquire for more information from Shizheng, then they might not be able to wait patiently. There's a possibility that they might reveal something soon. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he added, "Nephew Yang, this Li thanks you in advance for everything you've done for Langya Paradise." Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Matters regarding the Black Ink clan involved more than just Langya Paradise. Li Yuanwang sounded emotional. "You are righteous indeed, Nephew Yang, but you will face some dangers after this. If you think it's dangerous, you can leave now. We will do something about Langya Paradise ourselves." Yang Kai laughed. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4777, Gulinger's Invitation. The training among the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had been extremely eventful. The final result might have been somewhat imperfect, but the outcome was acceptable to a certain extent. Yang Kai had shone brightly during this training. As the target of this training, he had practically beaten up all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. It was true that many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had been resentful towards him during the training, but his immense strength had won the admiration of many as well. With Langya Paradise's training, the disciples were not people who would lose their tempers after losing just once. Even if they lost this round, they would simply work harder and strive for victory next time. It was only natural for those walking the path of the martial Tao to strive for improvement after experiencing setbacks. That was why Yang Kai received many invitations after the training. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise scrambled to invite him to their respective secluded homes in order to exchange cultivation experiences among each other. Such things were very commonplace. On the martial Tao, it was easy to go down the wrong path if one only cultivated behind closed doors. On the contrary, they might experience a flash of inspiration or an epiphany while conversing with their peers. There were at least dozens of these invitations, and they were all sent to Gu Pan's residence. Yang Kai had initially worried about how he could come into contact with those who had been corrupted by the Black Ink through natural means. Therefore, the existence of these invitations was akin to receiving a pillow just as he was about to doze off. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise who invited him over would also invite their friends. Only when everybody shared knowledge with each other could the meeting truly be considered an exchange. For the next half-month, Yang Kai's schedule was extremely hectic. He went around to all the spirit provinces in Langya Paradise to visit the secluded homes of the Open Heaven Realm Masters who sent him invitations. It could be said that there was a small feast every single day and a banquet every 3 days. The smallest gatherings consisted of 3 to 5 people, while larger gatherings might consist of 8 to 10 people. They would either gather together to express their respective opinions or compare their knowledge with each other. Both parties gained quite a lot from each other, and Yang Kai also witnessed the impressive heritage of Langya Paradise. During the training, he had attacked viciously in order to sound out the identities of those corrupted by the Black Ink. That was why almost every single Open Heaven Realm Master who encountered him would be defeated within a very short period of time. However, that was not to say that the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were merely embroidered pillows. As part of the 72 paradises, Lang Paradise boasted an inheritance of countless years and established a solid position for itself in the 3,000 worlds. That would have been impossible to achieve if they were nothing more than embroidered pillows. Despite having the same cultivation, Yang Kai could clearly sense that the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang Paradise were significantly stronger than the Open Heaven Realm Masters outside. If somebody like Mao Zhou was thrown into the midst of Lang Paradise, he might not even rank in the top 100 among the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Many of Lang Paradise's secret techniques broadened Yang Kai's horizons and expanded his knowledge. Some of this new knowledge also benefited him greatly. Hence, he would happily attend these meetings and leave with satisfaction every single day. One early morning, half a month later, Yang Kai held up an elegant-looking invitation. The writing on the invitation was very beautiful, and a faint but pleasant fragrance wafted from it. He could tell that the invitation was written by a woman at first glance. More importantly, the invitation was signed off with the name Gu Linger. Gu Linger's invitation had been sent several days ago, and the appointment that he was attending today was none other than her invitation. Would there be any discoveries or gains from this meeting? Yang Kai did not know. However, he had the vague feeling that he was not far from unearthing the core of those who had been corrupted by the black ink. As long as he could find the core of the black ink, then he would have the chance to uncover the hidden black ink clansmen. He heard the sound of something slicing through the air. It was the sound of somebody flying towards him from the outside. A moment later, a figure landed in front of the building, and Gu Linger's gentle voice rang out, "Junior Brother Yang!" Putting the invitation away, Yang Kai pushed open the door only to see Gu Linger standing gracefully outside. She smiled at him when their eyes met, and all the colors in the world seemed to fade for a moment. Yang Kai asked in surprise, "Senior Sister Gu, why did you come here in person? I was just about to head over." Gu Linger pursed her lips into a smile. "Aren't you unfamiliar with Lang Paradise, Junior Brother? I heard that you even took the wrong path on the way to visit Junior Brother Wang several days ago. In the end, they waited a long time for you to arrive." "Ha ha ha!" Yang Kai looked embarrassed. "That was an accident. There are too many spirit provinces in Lang Paradise, so I got a little confused." She teased in a meaningful manner. "You must be feeling down because Junior Sister Gu entered the 5 Lights World for training. Junior Brother." After the training, Gu Pan immediately entered the 5 Lights World for training under Li Yuan Wang's orders. For that reason, Yang Kai had been living alone on Gu Pan's spirit province recently. The reason for Li Yuan Wang's actions was clearly out of consideration for Gu Pan's safety. There was a supreme elder guarding the 5 Lights world. Even if a disturbance broke out in Lang Paradise, the effects would not spread that far. It was a foolproof plan. "Don't be ridiculous, senior sister," Yang Kai replied seriously. "There is nothing going on between Junior Sister Gu and I." She covered her mouth. "Say that to the other fellow brothers, and see if they believe you." Those words gave him a toothache. Lang Paradise had concluded that the relationship between Gu Pan and him was ambiguous, and all the explaining in the world could not change their perception. Just where did things go wrong? Even though Yang Kai agonized over the question, he could not figure out how the misunderstanding started in the first place. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to argue with them. His innocence would be proven with time. "Senior sister, shall we go?" Yang Kai asked. Gu Linger nodded. "Please follow me, Junior Brother." After saying that, she took the lead and showed the way. His figure flashed in response. Coming to stand beside Gu Linger, he proceeded to walk side by side with her. Their flying speed was not very fast, and they chatted casually as they moved. Her voice was as gentle as water, sounding very pleasant and comfortable to the ear. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing in his heart. "I can't believe such a person has been corrupted by the black ink. I can only say that fate is truly toying with us." In the past, he once asked Li Yuanwang whether there was hope of returning to normal after being corrupted by the black ink, but his answer contained only one word: impossible. In other words, the other party would completely turn into their enemy once corrupted by the black ink. Regardless of how normal they looked on the outside or how normal they behaved in public, somebody that had been corrupted by the black ink could not be saved. Thinking about it again, it made sense. The root cause of a cultivator becoming corrupted by the black ink was their small universe being contaminated by the power of the black ink. Yang Kai could not think of a solution to remove the power of the black ink from someone's small universe. That power was simply too strange. When Gulinger drew nearer to the spirit province where she lived, she suddenly spoke up. "Junior brother, there will be an extremely important guest later. Please refrain from being disrespectful." Her expression was unnaturally solemn when she said that. It made her seem almost like another person altogether compared to her usual gentle demeanor. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Are they finally going to reveal themselves? He answered, "Rest assured, senior sister, I will be mindful." In the eyes of the people corrupted by the black ink in Langya Paradise, he had already been recognized as a companion. Therefore, he did not need to worry about being exposed when talking to people like Gulinger and Zhong Yuquan. Nonetheless, how should he act after meeting this so-called extremely important guest? More importantly, was this guest the true black ink clansman, or was it just someone corrupted by the black ink? A spirit province in the distance entered his field of view. It was neither too big nor too small. There were hundreds of similar spirit provinces scattered across the entire Langya Paradise. Furthermore, there was a certain palace on the spirit province that stood out conspicuously. Gu Linger guided Yang Kai to land directly on the spirit province and spoke with a smile. "This is where I live." Yang Kai nodded. "It's a beautiful place with wonderful scenery. No wonder an excellent person like you was produced, senior sister." She gave him a meaningful look and smiled slightly. With a wave of her hand, she activated the grand array around her spirit province and isolated the inside from the outside. Afterwards, she took the lead to walk towards the palace. He quickly followed, closely behind. A short while later, they entered the palace and came to a courtyard after some twists and turns, for others were already waiting in the courtyard. Yang Kai had previously given Li Yuanwang the names of 4 people. These 4 were Gu Linger, Chang, and Yi Liang Qiuhong and Jiang Yan. They were also the ones who said the words "Black Ink Eternal" to him during the training, and were subsequently identified as people corrupted by the black ink. Among the people present in this place, aside from Jiang Yan, who left on an errand, the other 2 were here. Zhong Yuquan was also here. On the other hand, the remaining person was not on his name list. However, this person looked very familiar to him. It could be certain that he had seen the other party during the training, but he did not know the other party's name. Looks like I missed a few when trying to sound them out during the training. When Gulinger and Yang Kai arrived, all 4 of those people turned to look in unison. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward in greeting. "Yang Kai greets senior brothers." Zhong Yuquan burst out laughing. "You are too polite, junior brother Yang. During the training, your performance was absolutely brilliant. We certainly admired your skill." Yang Kai looked slightly embarrassed. "It's enough as long as you don't blame me for being ruthless." The people present here had been horribly beaten up by him and subsequently forced to buy a healing pill. Even Zhong Yuquan was no exception. Chang and Yi waved his hand. "Things were out of your control during the training. There's no reason for us to blame you for anything." "That's great." Gulinger said, "Junior brother Yang, I'm sure you already know senior brother Zhong, senior brother Chang, and senior brother Liang. This person is senior brother Gong Winshan. You probably met him during the training." Yang Kai nodded. "Of course. It's just I never imagined senior brother Gong to be one of us too." Gong Winshan laughed. "I've never revealed myself. so it's only natural that you didn't know junior brother Yang. On the contrary, we knew about you as soon as you arrived at Langya Paradise. Zhong Yuquan exclaimed. Now that we have somebody like junior brother Yang among the Black Ink disciples, our future is bright. Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai memorized those words. Whenever he spoke to Li Yuan Wang and the others, they called these people those corrupted by the Black Ink. Conversely, the people corrupted by the Black Ink seemed to call themselves Black Ink disciples. You praise me too highly, senior brother. He responded humbly, if not for Elder Shi Zheng's guidance to the right path, this junior brother would still be lost and unable to extricate myself. I am extremely grateful to Elder Shi Zheng. After that, his expression turned serious. He placed one hand over his heart and quickly said, Black Ink Eternal! The rest of them were taken aback for a moment, but they quickly lowered their voices and responded in unison, Black Ink Eternal! Yang Kai once again confirmed that this phrase seemed to hold some sort of irresistible power over the Black Ink disciples. As long as this phrase was mentioned in front of them, they would surely respond. He couldn't help wondering whether doing so would bring about any effects in the middle of battle. Unfortunately, the possibility was not very high. The Black Ink disciples might have been corrupted by the Black Ink, but their reasoning was no different from usual. It was just that their deepest beliefs had been completely changed, almost making them into another person altogether. What's more, they would consider the Black Ink to be supreme over everything. That was the most dangerous aspect of the Black Ink. Not only could the Black Ink clan make one bend to their will with it, but they could also instill unwavering faith and force them to give up everything for their sake. Nothing else in the world could compare with the Black Ink. Martial Peak, Chapter 4778, Black Ink Strengths, Wondrous Powers. Let's sit down and talk. As the owner of this place, Gulinger beckoned to the others. Everybody sat down around a stone table. There were spirit fruits and wine laid out on the table so that anybody could help themselves to the refreshments. Yang Kai originally thought that the Black Ink disciples would surely discuss various shady topics when they gathered together, but the reality could not be further from the truth. Similar to the banquets that he attended recently, these people gathered together to discuss various topics regarding their cultivation and other common anecdotes. It was an extremely harmonious scene. He couldn't help feeling strange at the sight. Looking at such a scene, if he had not known that these people were Black Ink disciples, he would not have suspected them of anything even if he came across the scene. They were no different from ordinary people in any aspect. Zhong Yuquan and Chang and Yi were arguing over the methods of activating one of the secret techniques in Langya Paradise. Both of them were fervently expressing their opinions. All of a sudden, Gulinger approached Yang Kai and whispered quietly, Junior brother Yang, it has not been long since you became a Black Ink disciple. Have you had any trouble adjusting? She was sitting next to Yang Kai, and now that she took the initiative to lean over, the air was suddenly filled with the scent of orchids. Her attitude was incredibly intimate. Gong Winshan and Liang Qiuhong looked in this direction, and then they both smiled slightly. They realized that Yang Kai's performance during the training must have caught Gulinger's attention. It was obvious that she was planning to snatch Yang Kai from Gupan. Even after so many years, Gulinger had yet to choose her Dao partner. The first reason was that she had extremely high standards. Very few open heaven realm masters in the same order could catch her attention. The other reason was her identity as a Black Ink disciple. If she were to enter a long-term relationship with somebody else, there was a high possibility that her identity would be exposed. Yang Kai was different, however. His strength could practically be said to be the best among all sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Moreover, he was a Black Ink disciple himself, so there was nothing for her to worry about. The path of cultivation could be extremely dull and dreary. In addition, open heaven realm masters generally had exceptionally long lifespans. It was a good thing to have the company of an excellent person. Yang Kai naturally inhaled Gu Linger's fragrance, but his attitude remained calm. He nodded in response to the question. There is something I wanted to ask. Even Chang and Yi and Zhong Yuquan, who had been arguing fiercely, stopped speaking and turned to look at him. Gu Linger smiled sweetly. Please feel free to speak, Junior Brother Yang. We are all Black Ink disciples. You can consider us family now, so there's no need to hide anything. Yang Kai asked, as Black Ink disciples, our small universe has been enlightened by the Black Ink, but will there be any effects on our cultivation in the future? They exchanged a glance with each other, and Zhong Yuquan laughed. So that's what you're worried about, Junior Brother Yang. If you're talking about effects, then there are definitely some, but they are good effects. Oh, Yang Kai was surprised. Please enlighten me, Senior Brother Zhong. Zhong Yuquan replied solemnly, the Black Ink strength is mysterious and unparalleled in this world. The biggest advantage we experience is in terms of our advancement. Senior Brother Lemang received insight recently and will soon advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. You probably saw that too, Junior Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded. Zhong Yuquan continued. However, even if Senior Brother Lemang comprehends the opportunity to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, it will not be easy for him to succeed in his breakthrough. Advancing from the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm will require overcoming a steep threshold. If you succeed in overcoming this challenge, then your horizons will be widened infinitely. On the other hand, if you fail, the best outcome is that you will be stuck in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm forever. If your luck is poor, then there's a possibility that your small universe will become unstable and your cultivation will regress. In the worst case, you might even lose your life. Conversely, Black Ink disciples like us have no need to worry about such matters. Our small universe is protected by the Black Ink strength, so there won't be any problems for us when we advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai was absolutely amazed. The Black Ink strength is so amazing. If that was the case, then the Black Ink strength truly had astonishing properties. Gu Linger smiled and followed up. That's just one aspect. The biggest benefit that we enjoy as Black Ink disciples is that we have broken free from the limitations of the Open Heaven Realm. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked humbly. Zhong Yuquan explained. I heard that you only broke through to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm when you initially advanced. Is that true, Junior Brother Yang? Yang Kai nodded. Zhong Yuquan gestured around him with his finger. I'll be straight with you, Junior Brother. The same was true for us. Logically speaking, the limit of those who advance into the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm is the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, no matter how abundant one's cultivation resources are. However, that is only true for other Open Heaven Realm masters. For Black Ink disciples like us, Yang Kai suddenly revealed a look of excitement. Even his breathing became a little disordered. Senior Brother Zhong, are you implying that Black Ink disciples like us are not bound by such limitations? Zhong Yuquan nodded lightly. That's right. As long as we work hard in our cultivation, and as long as we do not lose our lives during the journey, we can even reach the supreme 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. Is that true? Yang Kai hastily asked. His animated expression was mixed with disbelief and a degree of worry. Zhong Yuquan nodded sincerely. It's true. Have you ever met such a master, Senior Brother Zhong? Zhong Yuquan laughed in embarrassment. Of course not. 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are not people we minor characters can meet whenever we want. Nevertheless, this is the truth. He could not produce any evidence, but he was absolutely convinced of this matter. Yang Kai understood that this information was probably told to them by a Black Ink disciple in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, like Shizheng. Be that as it may, he could not determine the truth of the matter. If this was the truth, though, then the Black Ink strength was far too tempting. For an Open Heaven Realm master, one of their greatest concerns was their innate limitations. The world fruit was capable of breaking this limitation to an extent, but it could only be used once. What's more, how precious were world fruits? How could ordinary people ever get their hands on one? On the other hand, if the black ink strength surpassed or even ignored this limitation, then Yong-kai could not imagine what would happen in the future. Would people proactively seek out the black ink strength simply for the sake of making further progress in their cultivation? There was no doubt they would. Who would not wish to become stronger? Who would not wish to stand at the top in the future so that they would never have to be at the mercy of others again? Yong-kai suddenly recalled something. All the elders in the cave heavens and paradises were aware of the Black Ink clan, and the core disciples would also be informed by their honored masters after they advanced into the open heaven realm. Aside from them, most others, even the ordinary disciples in the cave heavens and paradises, had never even heard of such matters before. Since ancient times, the cave heavens and paradises had censored all information regarding the Black Ink clan. This information was only limited to circulation among the elders. Consequently, even the high-rank open heaven realm masters in the shattered heaven were unaware of the reason why they were being targeted by the cave heavens and paradises. In the past, Yong-kai had not understood the reason for this behavior either. If the black ink strength was really as corrosive and invasive as he imagined, then logically it would be better for everybody to know about the dangers so that they could take the appropriate precautions. However, if the black ink strength could also break the limitations of the open heaven realm, then Yong-kai could understand why the cave heavens and paradises had concealed all information regarding the Black Ink clan. They were afraid that people might not be able to resist the allure of the black ink strength. These were the preventive measures taken by the cave heavens and paradises. With such considerations in mind, Yong-kai was slightly more convinced that the black ink strength could actually break the limitations of the open heaven realm. But how could this be? Yong-kai remained puzzled. How could people like us possibly understand the black ink strength? Zhong Yuquan sounded inscrutable. It was most likely that he himself didn't understand it either. Yong-kai lowered his head, his black hair casting a dark shadow over his forehead. At the same time, soft laughter suddenly came out of his mouth. Gu Linger exclaimed in astonishment, "What's wrong, junior brother Yang?" "Ha ha 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 ha." He suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally with a wild expression on his face. "The heavens have taken pity on me." The others exchanged puzzled glances with each other, not understanding why Yong-kai was going crazy. Fortunately, Gu Linger was as intelligent as she was beautiful. After pondering for a while, she explained, "In the past, junior brother Yang used to have the ability to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, several cave heavens and paradises, spearheaded by myriad demons, cave heaven were afraid of his potential and greatly suppressed him as a result. I heard that junior brother Yang was forced to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm in the shattered heaven under helpless circumstances. Roughly 100 years ago, there was a huge uproar over Yong-kai. Therefore, many disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had heard about what happened. Gu Linger had inquired about Yong-kai's, so it was only natural that she had some understanding on the matter. Besides, the fact that Yong-kai had advanced into the fifth order open heaven realm outside shadowless cave heaven in the shattered heaven was not a secret. Many people had witnessed the incident at the time. Upon hearing her explanation, everybody immediately understood the situation. Yong-kai originally had the ability to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm, but he was ultimately forced to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm. It was a difference of 2 whole orders, which was undoubtedly an unbridgeable gap. What's more, the limitation of the seventh order open heaven realm was the ninth order open heaven realm, while the limitation of the fifth order open heaven realm was only the seventh order open heaven realm. It was no surprise for Yong-kai to be filled with frustration and rage for all these years. His bright future had been destroyed, just like that. Anybody would have a difficult time accepting such a situation. After learning that the black ink strength could break the shackles of this limitation, it was only natural for him to feel as though he could finally see light in the vast darkness. Therefore, they more or less understood the reason for his strange reaction. Zhong Yuquan patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said earnestly, "You have a long journey ahead of you, junior brother Yang. Let us take things slowly. The black ink disciples will surely stand at the top of the 3,000 worlds one day, and all the others will be dogs beneath our feet." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and nodded. "When that time comes, I will definitely raise those cave heavens and paradises to the ground, starting with myriad demons' heaven. Only then will I be able to quell the hatred burning in my heart." Zhong Yuquan's mouth fell open in surprise. "You really are ambitious, junior brother." Yang Kai asked, "Will it be all right for me to do so, though? Will it ruin the plans of the higher-ups?" He pointed to the sky while speaking. Zhong Yuquan was not in the position to answer that question. After all, he had no clue what the higher-ups were planning. At that moment, a voice sounded without warning. "If that time comes, this king will accompany you." Everybody hurriedly stood up. Likewise, Yang Kai also stood up and looked in the direction where the voice was coming from. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Yuan." The others called out in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Yuan." Yang Kai cupped his fist with a calm expression. "Yuan Du, one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. When Yang Kai first arrived at Langya Paradise, Gupan had brought him to meet Li Yuanwang. It was during that particular time that he encountered this person along the way. Gupan mentioned that Vice Sect Master Yuan Du was extremely fond of receiving flattery from others. At the time, Yang Kai thought that this senior expert in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm had been very friendly. He never imagined that Yuan Du would also be a black ink disciple. At this moment, Yuan Du had a gentle smile on his face as usual. He was looking at Yang Kai with an approving look, almost like how an elder would look at the juniors in the sect. Be that as it may, Yang Kai felt a chill running down his back. Even though he had speculated that there were other black ink disciples among the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, this person was actually one of the 3 Vice Sect Masters. Just what has Langya Paradise been doing? I can't believe that one of their pillars has been corrupted by the black ink strength. Upon further consideration, though, he recalled the name list that Li Yuanwang had previously given him. The list had the names of all the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were on friendly terms with Shizheng and Zhong Yuquan, and Yuan Du had been listed among them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4779, Yuan Du's Suspicions. Yuan Du and Gu Linger had a master and disciple relationship between them. Having stood out from among the lower disciples, Gu Linger had been taken under Yuan Du's wing and became his only legacy disciple. That would explain how Gu Linger had been corrupted by the black ink. The honored master himself was in this state. What more was there to say about the disciple? On this occasion, Yuan Du had used his status as her honored master to travel to the Spirit Province, where Gu Linger lived. Even if his movements were noticed by Li Yuanwang and the others, they would not suspect him of anything. At this moment, he looked at Yang Kai warmly and smiled. "You shone very brightly in the recent training, martial nephew. This king was amazed by your performance." Yang Kai bowed. "You praise me too highly, senior. I was simply lucky. Unfortunately, I was forced to harm my senior brothers and sisters. I feel very bad about that." Yuan Du chuckled. "The circumstances were unavoidable, and you had no other choice. Don't take it to heart. Besides, it's not as if you didn't know how to hold back." Turning to the side, he looked at Gu Linger and asked, "How are the preparations?" Gu Linger nodded. "Please don't worry, honored master. Everything is in order." He nodded. "In that case, let us begin." Zhong Yuquan suddenly winked at Yang Kai. "Thanks to you, junior brother Yang, we will also receive some enlightenment." The other black ink disciples also looked very excited. Their faces were filled with anticipation, as though something good was about to happen. Yang Kai was puzzled. "What do you mean, senior brother?" Zhong Yuquan smiled mysteriously, but did not explain himself. At this moment, a ferocious world force surged violently. Yang Kai was startled and quickly glanced at Yuan Du. Yuan Du's robes flapped noisily, even though there was no wind in the air. The illusory phantom of a vast small universe emerged behind him before expanding outward all of a sudden. Yang Kai was slightly startled. Yuan Du was clearly trying to manifest his small universe around them. However, Zhong Yuquan and the others showed no response. They seemed to have expected the scenario, so he did not dare to make any rash actions. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai simply waited quietly. In the next moment, Yuan Du's small universe came crashing down and swept everyone up into it. This was not Yang Kai's first time encountering such a situation. Back when he was pursuing Zuoquan Hui in the New Great Territory, Zuoquan Hui had manifested his small universe in a last-ditch effort to fight to the death. In the end, Yang Kai had done the same and manifested his small universe to confront Zuoquan Hui. Although Void Land ultimately won that day, the battle caused Yang Kai's small universe to become mixed with a lot of impurities derived from Zuoquan Hui's small universe, which the latter intentionally collapsed as a final act of defiance. Afterwards, Yang Kai spent great effort to remove the hidden dangers in his small universe, causing his heritage to weaken significantly in the process. Having experienced such a battle once, it could be said that Yang Kai was traversing a familiar path when faced with the current situation. Under normal circumstances, the power of the black ink would leak out if Yuan Du spread out his small universe in this manner, and that would have alerted the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. However, this place was Gulinger's private spirit province, and there were many barriers and restrictions set up over this land to isolate the inside from the outside. When Yuan Du asked Gulinger whether the preparations were in order, he was probably asking about this matter. In an instant, Yuan Du's small universe spread outward with everybody being pulled inside. Yang Kai looked around only to see that Yuan Du's small universe was identical to the universe paradise that Shi Zhang left behind after his death. Everything was dyed pitch black, as though the entire world had been smeared with a thick layer of ink. The scenery in Yuan Du's small universe gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Yuan Du's heritage as a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master was very impressive. The Tao essence was extremely abundant in his small universe, though Yang Kai could not determine what type of Tao essence it was. Everybody looked around after they appeared on the black-colored land. Zhong Yuquan and the others looked confused, but Yang Kai did not know what was puzzling them. As the owner of this small universe, Yuan Du simply looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked in a pleasant voice, "Martial nephew, I suddenly thought of something. May I ask you a question?" Yang Kai was looking around his surroundings when he heard the question, and he nodded in response. "Please ask, Senior Yuan. This junior will surely answer to the best of my abilities." Yuan Du asked, "You were enlightened by Elder Shi Zhang, right, Martial nephew?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "How did Elder Shi Zhang enlighten you?" Yuan Du inquired further. "Is he suspecting me? He would not have asked me this question otherwise." Yang Kai's heart was as bright and clear as a mirror. Besides, he had already prepared himself for such questions. It was just as he had mentioned to Li Yuanwang and Gao Ting earlier. The grass had already been rustled, so there was no way the snakes would remain quiet after that. It was precisely because of these considerations that Li Yuanwang warned Yang Kai that staying here would be dangerous, and asked him to consider his next course of action carefully. In any case, Yang Kai came here for the Black Ink disciples and the true Black Ink clansmen. If he wanted to remain safe, he would not have taken the initiative to propose going out to the front lines to gather information in the first place. As such, he answered calmly and respectfully Elder Shizheng used a black ink insect. When this junior felt the wonders of the black ink strength, I suddenly experienced an epiphany. Therefore, I boldly embraced the black ink. It is all thanks to Elder Shizheng that Junior is here today. Yuan Du gently nodded and asked meaningfully, "Did Elder Shizheng tell you anything else?" Yang Kai mulled over the question. "He told me some things, but not everything." "What may you be referring to, Senior Yuan?" Yuan Du laughed. "To be honest, this king has known about your identity as a black ink disciple since the day you stepped into Langya Paradise and met Zhong Yuquan. This king has also been waiting for you to visit me on your own recently. It's a pity that you never came. If not, this king would not have taken the risk to come and meet you here." Yang Kai bowed. "Please forgive me, Senior." Yuan Du continued, "Furthermore, your various actions during this time have led this king to believe that you didn't know the identity of any other black ink disciples aside from Zhong Yuquan. What's wrong? Didn't Elder Shizheng tell you these things after enlightening you?" At first, Gulinger and the others were confused as to why Yuan Du was mentioning these topics to Yang Kai. It was not until this moment that the realization struck them. Yuan Du was clearly suspicious of Yang Kai's identity. If Yang Kai had been enlightened by Elder Shizheng, then Elder Shizheng should have informed him about the situation in Langya Paradise to a certain extent. Yet he had seemed ignorant of their identities during the training. Rather, they were the ones who took the initiative to reveal their identities to him. Naturally, that did not prove anything. It might be that Yang Kai was simply being cautious, so he was reluctant to reveal his identity first. However, since Yuan Du was suspicious, it was only proper for them to show the corresponding attitude. With a shift of their bodies, Gulinger and the others quickly surrounded Yang Kai in unison. At the same time, they silently mobilized their world force. Meanwhile, Yang Kai remained calm, not the slightest hint of nervousness in his countenance as he replied, "Please forgive me, Senior." After Elder Shizheng enlightened this junior, he only told this junior to head to Langya Paradise. As for what this junior was supposed to do or who to meet, Elder Shizheng did not explain anything. It was only after repeated inquiries that Elder Shizheng finally told this junior about Senior Brother Zhong's identity. He told me that I only needed to reveal my identity to Senior Brother Zhong, who oversaw the Void Dock when I arrived at Langya Paradise. He also mentioned that there was no need to worry about anything else because someone would approach me when I arrived. Yuan Du frowned slightly upon hearing those words. If it had to be said, Yang Kai's words were reasonable and worth considering. There was nothing wrong with his explanation, and thinking about Elder Shizheng's personality, it was not impossible for him to come up with this arrangement. Even so, Yuan Du could not shake off his feelings of suspicion towards Yang Kai, one that seemed almost instinctive. Despite calmly observing Yang Kai for a while, he did not detect anything unusual from the latter's expression. Only after some time did Yuan Du speak again. "The black ink strength is mysterious but not omnipotent. Divine spirits have a certain degree of resistance towards the black ink strength. I believe you are a grand dragon, martial nephew. Have you truly been enlightened by the black ink strength?" Yang Kai glanced at Yuan Du. "So, you're suspecting my identity, Senior." Yuan Du replied grimly, "This is an important matter. This king has no choice but to proceed with caution." Yang Kai nodded with an expression of understanding. "This junior understands. I am a new black ink disciple after all. It is only natural for you to doubt my words, Senior. In that case, please take a look at this." While saying so, he stretched out his hand. A ball of black energy immediately appeared in the palm of his hand. The energy wriggled on the palm of his hand like a living creature. "Black ink strength!" Gulinger exclaimed softly. They had similar energy within their bodies. Moreover, this energy came from the same source as the black ink strength that flooded the entirety of Yuan Du's small universe. It was only natural that they were familiar with the energy. As soon as the black ink strength appeared, The vigilance of Gu Linger and the others immediately vanished. Even Yuan Du's expression became much kinder again. The ability to mobilize the black ink strength undoubtedly proved that Yang Kai had been corrupted by the black ink. That was not something just anybody could touch. In this way, have your worries been assuaged, Senior? Yang Kai asked. Yuan Du nodded lightly. Since you can mobilize the black ink strength, this king is willing to recognize you as our comrade. Before Yang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief, though, he heard Yuan Du's voice again. However, just to be on the safe side, I ask that you open your small universe for this king to inspect, Martial Nephew. That's the only way to truly confirm your identity. Yang Kai was speechless. He would be exposed if his small universe was investigated. It was true that there was some black ink strength suppressed and sealed in his small universe, but that was all thanks to the World Spring. The World Spring had strengthened his small universe to the point of impregnability, so the black ink strength could not corrupt his foundation. That was why he was not taken over by the black ink. Unfortunately, his identity would be exposed immediately if he were investigated by Yuan Du. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai revealed a troubled expression. What's wrong? Are you still unwilling to believe me, Senior? Yuan Du answered calmly. Martial Nephew, it is not that this king is unwilling to trust you. Nevertheless, investigating your small universe is the safest and easiest way to confirm your identity. Open your small universe and let this king take a look. Whether you are an enemy or an ally, everything will become clear at a glance. You have nothing to lose in doing so. Yang Kai quickly asked, What if I refuse? Yuan Du's gaze immediately sharpened once more. He glared intently at Yang Kai. Why would you refuse? His initial doubts had been assuaged for the most part. Yang Kai had activated the black ink strength after all, which was enough to prove his identity as a black ink disciple. However, Yang Kai's reaction made Yuan Du suspicious again. If he has nothing to hide, then why would he refuse? It's just an investigation of his small universe. It's not as if I was planning to do anything to him. Could it be that the power of a grand dragon is enough to resist the erosion of the black ink strength even if one is affected by it? Yuan Du's heart moved with his will. All of a sudden, the wind swirled about in his small universe world, and his murderous intent surged. Martial Peak, Chapter 4780. What are you hiding? Yuan Du's attitude made Gu Linger and the others, who calmed down earlier, become nervous again. Crowding around Yang Kai, they mobilized their world force and prepared to attack at any moment. There was bound to be some trouble if they killed Yang Kai here, but compared to their identities as black ink disciples being exposed, they had no other choice. Besides, they only needed to come up with a random excuse. They could claim that Yang Kai became lustful and made unwanted advances towards Guling. In this situation, those claims would be enough to conceal the truth. After all, his image as a heartless thief had been deeply engraved into the hearts of the people. Having abandoned Gu Pan after thoughtless sleeping with her, it would not be strange for him to set his eyes on Gu Linger's beauty. Yang Kai looked around him flatly. His ice-cold gaze frightened Gu Linger and the others. They couldn't help remembering the scene of their battle against him during the training. With the strength he previously displayed, it was extremely easy for him to defeat them. That was why they hoped from the bottom of their hearts that this battle would never break out, regardless of Yuan Du's intentions. Senior, Yang Kai's head drooped low, and his voice was low. One's small universe is one's greatest privacy. It is not something that can be investigated so casually. This junior understands that you have doubts about my identity. However, this junior has already provided proof earlier. Why are you being so insistent, Senior? Yuan Du quickly said, I have to be absolutely sure. Yang Kai raised his head, looked Yuan Du straight in the eyes, and grinned fiercely. Senior, since you know that I am a grand dragon, you should also know that it won't be easy for you to kill me, even if we are inside your small universe. If it comes down to a fight, I will definitely suffer, but it won't end well for you either, Senior. Yuan Du's expression changed slightly. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. I'm just telling you about the current situation, Senior. Yang Kai smiled in a carefree manner. Gu Linger and the others were stunned. Yang Kai had always been polite and courteous. He was also unusually humble in front of an elder, like Yuan Du. For him to become so intimidating all of a sudden made him seem like a different person altogether, so it was rather difficult for them to adjust to the change. Thinking about it again, though, it was true that he had the qualifications to speak to Yuan Du as equals on account of his identity as a Grand Dragon. It was just that his identity as a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master caused everybody to subconsciously forget about his terrifying combat prowess when he transformed into a Grand Dragon. Showing Yuan Du due respect as a junior was nothing more than a courtesy. If any of them thought of him as nothing more than an ordinary junior because of his behavior, then they were greatly mistaken. It's bad enough if that's all that will happen, but if the aftermath of our battle leaks to the outside, our identities as Black Ink disciples will also be revealed to Langya Paradise. The consequences of that will be disastrous. Yang Kai took a light breath. Yuan Du's expression was unfriendly and his voice was frigid. This king is well aware of that, but if you are not a Black Ink disciple, our identities will also be exposed to the world. Therefore, no matter what happens, I must check your small universe today. Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Why must you do this, Senior? What are you hiding? Yuan Du shouted. The more Yang Kai refused, the more uneasy he felt. I just want to check his small universe. Is there a need for him to react so strongly? Unless he is not a real Black Ink disciple. But I clearly saw him mobilizing the Black Ink strength just now. I just don't understand. Yang Kai fell into silent contemplation for some time. A long while passed before he gave a long sigh. You're right, Senior. I am hiding some secrets, but they have nothing to do with my identity as a Black Ink disciple. Forget it. Even if it comes down to a fight, it won't end well for anybody. Since you are so persistent, Senior, this junior will do as you wish. While saying so, he activated his world force. The illusory phantom of his small universe appeared behind him. However, he did not show them his entire small universe. He only showed them the part where he had suppressed and sealed the Black Ink strength. At this moment, he was secretly glad that he collected all the Black Ink strength left behind after Shi Zheng's death into his small universe to suppress and seal. Otherwise, he would have had no means to overcome the situation he faced today. In that situation, the end result would undoubtedly have triggered an intense battle. Inside Yuan Du's small universe, things would not end well for him even if he transformed into his Grand Dragon form. In the eyes of Yuan Du and the others, the illusory phantom of the small universe behind Yang Kai churned chaotically with an energy that resembled Black Ink. They immediately felt relieved at the sight, but in the next moment they were flooded with astonishment, puzzlement, and shock. Retracting the illusory phantom of his small universe, Yang Kai looked at Yuan Du. Senior, does that prove my identity? Yuan Du's expression clouded slightly at those words. He nodded after some thought. This king was overly suspicious. Please forgive me, martial nephew. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. You were simply being cautious, Senior. I can understand that. Both of them spoke warmly, almost as if their aggressive argument earlier had been nothing more than an illusion. Gu Ling parted her red lips. Junior brother Yang, your small universe has already fully materialized. Similarly, Zhong Yuquan and the others also had extremely shocked expressions on their faces. They immediately realized the moment they saw Yang Kai's small universe. His small universe was extremely solid, unlike their own. But Yang Kai was clearly only in the sixth order Open Heaven realm. How could his small universe transform from immaterial to material? Wasn't that a privilege that belonged only to seventh order Open Heaven realm masters? No wonder he was against letting anybody investigate his small universe. This was the secret he was trying to hide. That was truly an unbelievable secret. Since ancient times, the small universe of Open Heaven Realm Masters would only materialize when they advanced into the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. That was the path forged by countless predecessors over innumerable years. There had been no exceptions recorded in history. On the other hand, Yongkai had crushed the common sense that everybody knew. No wonder junior brother Yang's heritage is so much more magnificent, even though we are all in the sixth order Open Heaven Realm. Zhong Yuquan revealed a look of understanding. Before this, they assumed that Yongkai was invincible among those in the same order because of his dragon clan bloodline. Even so, he had not used the power of the dragon clan during the training. It was only at the last moment, when he was being besieged by hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters, that he transformed into his grand dragon form to escape. What he relied on the whole time was the heritage of his small universe. With a small universe that had transformed from immaterial to material, it was only natural that his heritage was beyond what ordinary sixth order Open Heaven Realm Masters could compare to. Yongkai pondered in silence for a moment before he casually explained. To be honest, I don't know the reason why my small universe is so different from others either. It was already like this when I first advanced into the fifth order Open Heaven Realm. Over the years, I've speculated that this difference is related to my proficiency in the Tao of Space. Zhong Yuquan and the others gasped in surprise. For one's small universe to transform into a substantial existence after advancing into the fifth order Open Heaven Realm was beyond their comprehension. In any case, they had no reason to suspect Yongkai's explanation. They were not knowledgeable in the Tao of Space, after all. Who could know whether one's proficiency in the Tao of Space could cause such changes in the small universe? This is my biggest secret. Please do not leak this information to the others, Yongkai urged. Yuan Du nodded. Don't worry, Martial Nephew. This secret will only be limited to the few of us. Nobody else will learn of it. Yongkai turned to look at Yuan Du after hesitating for a while. He finally said, Senior, although divine spirits can resist the black ink strength to a certain extent, it doesn't mean that divine spirits cannot be corrupted by the black ink. Yuan Du smiled. You are a black ink disciple. That's something I fully understand now. Yongkai shook his head. I'm not talking about myself. Rather, there are others. Yuan Du looked stunned. Martial Nephew, have you seen other divine spirits who are corrupted by the black ink? Gulinger and the others also looked over in curiosity. The black ink disciples had always known everything about each other, and there were no divine spirits among the black ink disciples. Yongkai shook his head again. It's not a divine spirit, but an existence far greater than the divine spirits. Yuan Du was slightly shocked. What existence could be far greater than the divine spirits? Yongkai stared straight into Yuan Du's eyes. A giant spirit god! The sound of people gasping rang out across the room. Even Yuan Du had a look of disbelief on his face. He shook his head and said, That's impossible. How powerful is a giant spirit god? A black ink insect would have absolutely no effect against one. Yongkai pointed at his eyes. Everything is possible. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yuan Du felt his heart pounding in his chest and his lips going dry. Where? For black ink disciples like himself, it would be like adding wings to a tiger if they had a giant spirit god corrupted by the black ink on their side. After all, a giant spirit god was such a powerful existence that even the cave heavens and paradises could only look up to them. If there truly was a giant spirit god corrupted by the black ink, the strength of the black ink disciple would soar in an instant. Even if they accidentally revealed their true identities, they could rely on the strength of the giant spirit god to deal with the cave heavens and paradises. They would no longer need to act so carefully and secretively. Contrary to expectations, Yongkai abruptly changed his tune and shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that the giant spirit god is dead. Dead. The enormous wave of disappointment after hearing those words was so at odds with his initial feelings of excitement and anticipation that Yuan Du nearly coughed up blood as a result. Even a giant spirit god can die? Zhong Yuquan asked incredulously. The giant spirit god clan stood at the top of all the other races in the vast universe. Who could kill one? Yuan Du was depressed for some time. Then he suddenly collected his emotions and opened his mouth. Even if the giant spirit god is dead, his corpse will not rot or decay. The black ink strength inside his body will not disappear either. Martial nephew, where did you see this giant spirit god? Yang Kai asked, Senior, have you ever heard of the divine spirit's ancestral land? Yuan Du pondered for a moment and exclaimed in realization. This king has heard rumors about the so-called ancestral land of all the divine spirits, said to be located in the depths of the shattered heaven, but I've never seen that place for myself. Nobody has ever confirmed the rumors before either. Could it be that the rumors are real? Yang Kai nodded. It's true. I saw the giant spirit god in the divine spirit's ancestral land. Yang Kai had his own reasons to reveal the information about the black ink giant spirit god. The first reason was to remove Yuan Du's doubts. The other reason was that the giant spirit god corrupted by the black ink would be an extremely important existence to the black ink disciples. Even the black ink clansmen hidden in the shadows could not ignore this matter. As long as this information was delivered to the black ink clan, Yang Kai could use the chance to approach the real ringleaders and learn the hiding place of the true black ink clansmen. Several decades ago, I entered the shattered heaven for training. During that time, I ran into some trouble and offended some people. More importantly, I was relentlessly pursued by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Bright Sun Divine Monarch. With no other choice, I could only flee deeper and deeper into the shattered heaven. Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Yuan Du raised his eyebrows at the name. I've heard of this person before. He is indeed an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Meanwhile, Gulinger had a mixture of shock and admiration on her face. While they were cultivating peacefully in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai had gone to the shattered heaven and even been hunted by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That must have been a thrilling and terrifying experience. Martial Peak, Chapter 4781, Sacrificial Offering. The higher one's order in the Open Heaven Realm, the stronger one became, and there was a huge disparity in strength between each order. Take 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves, for example. With their strength alone, they were completely powerless against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, let alone an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In the eyes of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was probably no different from an ant. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had been pursued by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With him standing here unscathed, there was no need to further elaborate on what happened at the end. It was obvious that he had successfully escaped the pursuit of that 8th Order Master. Such a feat was even more shocking and admirable compared to how he challenged and defeated all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise by himself. It was during that incident that I had the opportunity to enter the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. As you know, Senior, I have a Dragon Clan bloodline. Entering the ancestral land is like a fish diving into water for me, Yang Kai continued. This junior saw a black ink giant spirit god who was suppressed and sealed in the ancestral land since ancient times. A black ink giant spirit god. Yuan Du's expression became excited. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Speaking of which, I didn't understand why the giant spirit god had that appearance at the time, much less why a giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the divine spirit's ancestral land in the first place. After all, the giant spirit god clan has a gentle, almost childlike temperament. As long as one does not provoke them, they will not provoke others. For a long time, This junior had wondered why the giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in ancient times. Just what kind of conflict took place between that giant spirit god and the divine spirits in the ancestral land? It was not until later, when this junior was enlightened by Elder Shizheng, that I understood. The giant spirit god had embraced the black ink. That was probably the reason why the divine spirits in the ancestral land were in conflict with him back then. Yuan Du's eyes were shining so brightly that he looked terrifying. That must be the reason. Looks like the giant spirit god had indeed been enlightened. Pacing back and forth with an excited and agitated expression, he suddenly stopped moving and asked, "Martial nephew, are you sure the giant spirit god is dead?" Yang Kai revealed a look of remembrance. Although countless years have passed, the giant spirit god's corpse remains perfectly intact. The divine spirits in the ancestral land claimed that he was dead, but I'm not sure about the specific circumstances. I've never observed the giant spirit god from up close, after all. In any case, the divine spirits in the ancestral land have designated that area as a restricted area, so nobody dares to approach carelessly. Those words were peppered with half-truths. He could be certain that the giant spirit god was dead. After all, many divine spirits headed by the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had risked danger and ventured deep into the giant spirit god's body to investigate. Their investigation did not reveal the slightest hint of vitality. If that's the case, then there's a possibility that he's not dead. Yuan Du's expression became even more excited. How powerful is a giant spirit god? How could he possibly be killed so easily? Even the divine spirits can't achieve something like that. He's simply suppressed and sealed in that place. I'm sure he is accumulating strength and waiting for the chance to rise again. Having said that, Yuan Du laughed heartily and reached out to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Martial nephew, you are the lucky charm of the Black Ink disciples. You brought such great news as soon as you arrived." "Honored master," Gulinger called out from the side, "are we going to figure out a method to rescue the giant spirit god?" Yuan Du quickly said, "Of course. We definitely need to rescue such a powerful helping hand. Nevertheless, we need to confirm whether he is still alive first. If he is still alive, then we must rescue him. But if he is dead, then there's no point. Besides, that place is the divine spirit's ancestral land. With our strength alone, I'm afraid our hope of success is slim to none." Judging from his words, he could not confirm whether the giant spirit god was alive or dead, even though he seemed pretty confident that the giant spirit god was still alive earlier. He turned to look at Yang Kai. "I'm afraid we will have to rely on you for this matter, martial nephew. It is the divine spirit's ancestral land, after all, so only you can freely access that place." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "I will do whatever it takes." Yuan Du nodded in satisfaction. "But before that, we should ask the Divine Lord for advice. Come with me." After saying that, he beckoned to them and led them in a certain direction. Zhong Yuquan and the others immediately followed with excited expressions, as though something good was going to happen. On the other hand, Yang Kai's heart raced slightly. The Divine Lord that Yuan Du mentioned just now forcefully reminded him of the Black Ink clansmen. If he was not mistaken, then the Divine Lord that Yuan Du mentioned was most likely the Black Ink clansman hiding in the shadows. Will I face my greatest trial so quickly? There was no denying that Yang Kai came to Langya Paradise for this purpose. What's more, he had been working hard in this direction. It was just that the opportunity to approach his target came so quickly that he was mentally unprepared. In front of Yuan Du and the others, he could simply use the Black Ink strength suppressed and sealed in his small universe to conceal the truth and deceive them. However, could he keep his identity hidden in front of a true Black Ink clan member? Would the Black Ink clan have some sort of special method to distinguish between friend and foe? He did not know. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to proceed forward at this point. His only option was to take things one step at a time. In the worst case, he could transform into a grand dragon and fight to the death. At this moment, there was something else that puzzled him even more. Could it be that the Black Ink Clansman is hidden in Yuan Du's small universe world? Otherwise, there is no explanation for his current behavior. A short while later, they arrived at an empty space where an altar in the shape of a 9-layer pagoda stood on the ground ahead. It was several tens of meters tall and made from an unknown substance. More importantly, there was an eerie and sinister aura pervading it. Yang Kai had been guarding against the Black Ink Clan and contemplating how he should react when faced with the true Black Ink Clan member. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling confused when he suddenly caught sight of the altar. What the hell is that for? On the contrary, the Black Ink Clan that he had been guarding against was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Yuquan, Gu Linger, and the others clearly knew what was going to happen in advance. It might not even be their first time here, so their expressions were calm. Nonetheless, their gazes were extremely feverish when they looked in the direction of the altar, almost as though filled with reverence. Yuan Du stepped forward with a solemn expression. Standing below the altar, he reached his hand out and grabbed at something. A short sword appeared in the palm of his hand. Then, he slashed the sword down his wrist. The short sword was extremely sharp. Not to mention, he had dispelled his defensive powers, so as soon as the sword came slashing down, his flesh churned and fresh blood spurted out violently. He raised his hand and scattered his blood across the altar while chanting something. Nobody knew what he was muttering, but following his actions, his entire small universe began to vibrate. The black ink strength churned and wriggled as though it had a life of its own. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuquan and the others watched and waited with fiery gazes. Yang Kai turned his head to the side, leaned close to Gu Linger's ear and whispered, "Senior Sister Gu, what is Senior Yuan Du doing?" Gu Linger blushed slightly, but patiently explained nevertheless. "Honored Master is trying to communicate with the Divine Lord." Communicate, he suddenly understood. The Black Ink Clansman was not in this small universe. Why else would they need to go through such tedious procedures? Although Yang Kai did not know where the Black Ink Clan member was hiding, was it really possible for Yuan Du to communicate with them just by doing this? He couldn't help being extremely skeptical. After waiting for a long while, the altar remained unresponsive. On the contrary, Yuan Du's complexion became pale due to excessive blood loss. Even if he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was impossible for him to last long when his blood was spilling freely from his wrist, like a fountain. Yang Kai leaned towards Gu Linger again and whispered, "Senior Sister, there's no response." Gu Linger continued to blush. It's like that sometimes. Not every attempt to communicate will succeed. Why? Yang Kai was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Black Ink Clansman should be very responsive to the Black Ink disciples. Be that as it may, her words indicated that the success rate of this communication method was rather inconsistent. Despite not understanding the reason for everything that was happening at the moment, Yang Kai carefully recorded this scene in his heart. He would need to report his findings to Li Yuan Wang and the others later. As elders from the cave heavens and paradises, they might know something. "I don't know either," she slowly shook her head. After a whole hour had passed, Yuan Du's complexion became as white as paper. Just as his figure was about to collapse, the altar suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. That was because he sensed a mighty will resembling the heavens descending from the sky without any warning. Compared to that will, all the living beings in the world seemed like nothing more than ants. Is the Black Ink Clansman really this powerful? His heart thumped wildly in his chest. Following the advent of that will, a look of excitement appeared on Yuan Du's pale face. His voice also became louder at the same time. Yang Kai could not understand what Yuan Du was saying at all, but he vaguely guessed that it was some kind of mantra to summon the advent of the Black Ink Clansman's will. All of a sudden, pitch-black ink strength spread out from the pagoda-like altar and flowed outward in all directions like water. It was extremely pure black ink strength. Zhong Yuquan and the others immediately knelt on the ground with their hands stretched out in front of them and their bodies lowered to the ground. They constantly prayed in the direction of the altar. Yang Kai was stuck in a daze when he felt Gu Linger tugging sharply on the corner of his clothes. Hesitating slightly for a moment, he imitated their actions and prostrated himself on the ground. The black ink strength that resembled real black ink flowed out of the altar and slowly came close. Zhong Yuquan and the others then absorbed and collected the black ink strength into their small universes. Upon receiving the nourishment of the black ink strength, their expressions became even more enlivened. Even Yuan Du, who suffered from excessive blood loss, seemed to become as mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger at this moment. Under these circumstances, Yang Kai did not dare to do anything suspicious. He simply allowed the black ink strength to pour into his small universe, then activated his strength to suppress and seal it. The will that descended without warning earlier had left him feeling extremely on edge, for fear that his identity would be revealed. However, he soon discovered that the majestic will was not paying any attention to him. In fact, the will seemed a little strange. It was strong one moment and weak the next, erratically fluctuating in an endless cycle. After boldly perceiving the energy for a moment, Yang Kai vaguely discovered that the will was rather simple. There was not the slightest hint of subjectivity. In other words, the will gave off the feeling of a person with a blank mind. If there were no thoughts, then how could it communicate? How could it respond to Yuan Du's summons and descend here? Everything was extremely odd. The entire ritual did not last for long. From the beginning to the end, only an hour or so passed. Once the ritual ended, the will that descended slowly vanished into nothingness. Only then did Yuan Du get to his feet and stand there with his brow wrinkled tightly. Everybody else also followed suit and stood up. All of them were flushed and glowing as though they had just received great nourishment. Yang Kai looked around. Oh no, I can't be the exception. Thus, he secretly activated his strength and forced his complexion to become as red as fire, turning his skin a radiant shade. Martial Peak. Chapter 4782. Vital Information. The will that descended from the altar just now had subsided, but Yuan Du continued to stand there with a deep frown on his face. The others did not dare to disturb him carelessly, so they could only wait quietly. After a while, he finally blew out a breath softly and raised his hand. Let's go out first before we talk. When the words left his mouth, his small universe that was spread outward closed swiftly. Yang Kai felt his vision blurring for a moment, and by the time it returned to normal, he was already standing in the room from before. He anxiously asked, Senior, what were the instructions of the Divine Lord? Yuan Du shook his head and said nothing. Yang Kai was extremely anxious, but did not dare to ask questions rashly lest he roused Yuan Du's suspicion again. It had taken a lot of effort for him to infiltrate the Black Ink Disciples organization and obtain Yuan Du's recognition. Therefore, things would not end well if he roused Yuan Du's suspicions again. A long time passed before Yuan Du finally looked up at Yang Kai. Martial Nephew, can I trouble you to make another trip to the Divine Spirit's ancestral land? Please figure out a way to determine the life or death of the giant spirit god. Yang Kai nodded. Of course, that's not a problem. I've already received the recognition of the divine spirits in the ancestral land during my last trip there. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter that place at will. But as a grand dragon, I can freely enter and leave that place without obstruction. That's good. This matter is not urgent, though, so you can go when you are free, Martial Nephew. Yang Kai then asked, Senior, it's one thing if the giant spirit god is dead, but what if he is still alive? Do I need to think of a way to rescue him? Yuan Du asked, Can you do that? Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. It will be difficult. Senior, you might not know this, but the divine spirits all gather in the ancestral land. There are many divine spirits with strength comparable to 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. My strength is very insignificant there, but if the giant spirit god is still alive and I can figure out a way to rescue him, then no matter how many divine spirits are in the ancestral land, they will not be his opponents. Yuan Du nodded. A giant spirit god is powerful indeed, but he has been suppressed and sealed for so many years. Even if he is alive and receives help from you, it will be difficult for him to wield his full strength for some time. The gears in Yang Kai's head spun. Maybe I can figure out a method to bring all of you into the divine spirit's ancestral land. That way we can cooperate from both the inside and the outside. Senior, how many black ink disciples do we have? How powerful are they? Yuan Du replied, all of them are already gathered here. By the way, there's also Jiang Yan. He left on a mission and has yet to return. The last one would be Elder Shizhang, who oversees the star boundary. Yang Kai's mouth fell open. Are there only so few black ink disciples? Yuan Du laughed. Did you think enlightening a black ink disciple is easy? Yang Kai answered, I only know that you need the black ink insect. That's right. The enlightenment of each black ink disciple requires the use of a black ink insect. The black ink insects are bestowed by the Divine Lord and are extremely rare. It took me several thousand years to get just a few, and I gave the last one to Elder Shizhang to use on you. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed an expression of realization, his heart calming down considerably. This is great. I'm glad there are only so few black ink disciples in Lanya Paradise. Although he could not rule out the possibility that Yuan Du was lying to him, Yuan Du had already accepted his identity, so there should be no need for him to conceal anything anymore. What's more, this matter was related to the giant spirit god. If there were many black ink disciples, Yuan Du would definitely have shown some greater ambitions. Unfortunately, with so few black ink disciples, it was practically impossible for them to rescue the giant spirit god, who was suppressed and sealed in the divine spirit's ancestral land. More importantly, Yuan Du no longer had any black ink insect in his possession. For most of the Open Heaven Realm Masters, the black ink insect was the most troublesome aspect. Without this threat hanging over their heads, they would have much less scruples when taking action in the future. Looks like we have to work hard to gather more companions. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, looking as though he was thinking hard about the future. This king would like that too, but the instances when the Divine Lord bestows the black ink insects are simply too unpredictable. Yang Kai gave a leisurely sigh. If that was the case, you should have enlightened more 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master Senior. After saying that, he seemed to realize something and turned to give Gulinger and the others an apologetic look. Please don't take offense. This junior brother is not looking down on you. It's just that the gap in power between a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is extremely large. Of course, you will also advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm soon. Gulinger and the others looked indifferent and turned a deaf ear to him. Yuan Du smiled slightly and said, It's not that simple. The black ink insect might be able to convert others into black ink disciples, but the black ink insect itself is actually extremely fragile. Even a 1st Order Open Heaven Realm Master can effortlessly kill a black ink insect if they are prepared. That is why I have to catch others off guard in order to enlighten them. Elder Shizhang and I are very close friends, so he was always unguarded around me and became enlightened as a result. That would not work for the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lanya Paradise. Moreover, if I failed in my attempt to convert them, this king's identity would not be secret anymore. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Senior, have you ever thought of enlightening Sect Masterly? We can bring him back to the right path. Everybody was shocked by his words. In their opinions, Yang Kai was far too daring. They could not believe that he had set his sights on the sect master. However, upon further consideration, they realized that although the risk was very high, if they succeeded, the benefits that they would enjoy were also correspondingly terrifying. If the sect master were to convert others in turn, the strength of the black ink disciples would surely expand like a snowball rolling down a hill. The entire Langya paradise would become the black ink disciples' base of operations if that were to happen. It can't be done. Yuan Du waved his hand forcefully in a dismissive action. The sect master's cultivation is at the point where he can break through his shackles and advance into the eighth order open heaven realm at any time. There is no chance of success at all unless we can get very close to him. Even if we manage to approach him, it would be hopeless as long as he does not lower his defenses. Yang Kai smiled. It will naturally be impossible if we take action ourselves. But what if Gu Pan were to do it instead? Yuan Du stiffened slightly in surprise, but he immediately came back to his senses. Martial nephew, are you saying? The reason you didn't convert Gu Pan earlier was that she had yet to advance into the open heaven realm, isn't that right? Now that she has advanced directly into the sixth order open heaven realm, there is hope for her to advance into the eighth order open heaven realm in the future. She has more than enough qualifications for you to use a black ink insect on her now. Once she becomes a black ink disciple, she can then enlighten the sect master. Our chances are very high. Yang Kai earnestly enticed Yuan Du. Yuan Du rubbed his chin in contemplation, looking rather interested in the idea. Just as Yang Kai mentioned, the reason he had not converted Gu Pan earlier was that her cultivation had been too low and there was no guarantee whether she could successfully advance into the open heaven realm. By the time he made plans to enlighten Gu Pan, the news about the Star Boundaries World Tree came out. Comparatively speaking, he had greater interest in Yang Kai. That was why he used the last black ink insect on Yang Kai in hopes of using his strength to control the star boundary. In that way, all the rising stars produced in the star boundary would become the reserve force of the black ink disciples. When they had gathered enough power, the black ink disciples could set off a storm in the 3,000 worlds. What you've said holds true, martial nephew. Unfortunately, we lack the black ink insect right now. Yuan Du nodded lightly. Leave this matter to me. I will do my best to ask the Divine Lord to bestow more black ink insects. On the other hand, I will have to trouble you over the matter regarding the giant spirit god in the ancestral land. Yang Kai agreed readily. No problem. Let's stop here for today. Yuan Du started to climb to his feet as he spoke. Yang Kai quickly said, Senior, this junior has a question to ask you. Yuan Du looked at Yang Kai. Go ahead. Yang Kai asked, Where is the Divine Lord? Is the ritual we performed just now the only method to communicate with him? Wouldn't it be better to meet him in person? Yuan Du smiled bitterly. How could I not have thought of meeting the Divine Lord in person? I'll be honest with you, martial nephew. In all these years, although the Divine Lord has occasionally responded to my requests, he has never communicated directly with me before. Moreover, I have the feeling that the Divine Lord is trapped somewhere. I don't know where that place is located, but the Divine Lord is probably on the verge of breaking out soon. Yang Kai was shocked, but his expression remained unchanged on the surface. How do you know, Senior? Yuan Du laughed. That's because the Divine Lord very rarely responded to the sacrificial offering ritual at the beginning. 9 out of 10 times, the ritual would be unsuccessful. Otherwise, I would not have had so few black ink insects through so many years. But the situation began to change about 100 years ago. The frequency of the Divine Lord's response became higher and higher, especially in the past decade. There have been almost no failures at all. Yang Kai immediately cheered up. In that case, it must be as you say, Senior. The Black Ink Clan's response towards Yuan Du's sacrificial offering ritual was becoming more and more frequent. There could only be one explanation for that. Just as Yuan Du mentioned earlier, the Black Ink Clansman was about to break free of whatever prison they were trapped in. That was why the communication between both parties had been greatly enhanced. Who was the Black Ink clansman trapped by? Where are they trapped? Yang Kai did not know, but Yuan Du was no more informed either. Yang Kai had countless other questions that he wanted to ask. For example, how did Yuan Du come into contact with the Black Ink clansman in the first place, or how did Yuan Du become corrupted? Unfortunately, he could not ask any more questions at this time. In any case, the information he learned so far was enough. The situation at hand was clear, and it was time to take action. Besides, he was simply grateful that his efforts in Langya Paradise were not in vain. Black Ink Eternal, Yuan Du whispered solemnly before he took his leave. The rest responded in unison, Black Ink Eternal. Afterwards, Zhong Yuquan and the others left quickly. It was not appropriate for them to remain gathered here after all. If not for the pretext of inviting Yang Kai over for an exchange, it would have been difficult for them to gather together under normal circumstances. Junior brother Yang. Gu Linger called out in a gentle voice. Junior sister Gu Pan has already entered the Five Lights world, right? Yang Kai nodded, that's right. Sect Master Li sent her there as soon as the training ended. She then smiled, to be able to receive kindness from you, Junior brother Yang. Junior sister sure is blessed. If Yang Kai had not conceded defeat at the last moment, how could Gu Pan have obtained victory? All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were well aware of that fact. I couldn't just defeat everybody after all. Sect Master Li might have beaten me up himself otherwise. Gu Linger complained resentfully, You didn't hold back against me at all, junior brother. During the training, Yang Kai not only injured her, but also forced her to buy his healing pill by compulsion without discrimination. Every time she recalled that incident, she couldn't help feeling resentful. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai gave a dry laugh, not knowing what to say in this situation. Junior sister Gu Pan is currently inside the Five Lights world. You've been involved in the training all this while, junior brother, I'm sure you have not taken a good look at the scenery in Langya Paradise. Why don't I show you around? There are many fun places in Langya Paradise.